able to see it online because John back there, who's doing the live stream, actually has a separate slide deck, and he is manually going through the slides as everybody's doing it. But yes. Gotcha, yeah. So that is how you if you're, yes, if you touch down here,
Come on in. Please, please, with sugar on it. I know, it's 8 in the morning, and it's foggy. It's Corvallis. Corvallis is always foggy at 8 in the morning. Yep, you can just advance through here, or you can hit a button on here, and your talk will come up on here.
And the pointer is right on the top grid.
Is there a pointer on this?
Yeah, there should be. I think the very top button should have a red laser.
Oh, there. Okay. Just be aware that if you look at your slides to point, you won't get picked up. Well, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started, even though I know people are still trickling in. Welcome to day two. Welcome to day two of the West Side Fire Symposium. What can these post-fire landscapes tell us? My name is Cheryl Friesen. I'm a science liaison with the U.S. Forest Service. If you weren't here yesterday to hear my introduction spiel, I work out of the Regional Ecology Program for Region 6. I'm based on the Willamette National Forest, and I also help out the PNW Research Station. So just kind of a science liaison interfacing all over the place, basically, for those who know me. I think we have another really great agenda laid out for you today. If you have any special needs throughout the day, please let me know, or Sarah Wall. Sarah, are you in the room? Yep. Let us know. We want everybody to have a quality experience, heat, sound, anything. Just please let us know. We will take a nice long break. I believe there's still posters set up out there if you want to take a look at those. They should be up throughout the day. Reminder that we are having a special session tonight. David Bales will be giving a photographic essay of post-fire landscapes back here in this room at 7 o'clock. I really encourage you to come back and experience that. He's a world-renowned photographer, and it's some pretty cool imagery in these post-fire environments. So trying to bring a little art into the science during this conference. So this morning we are going to open this show with Doug Graff. Let me get his title correctly. I know if you were here yesterday, you heard me talk about this overarching theme of this workshop being all lands, all hands. We all need to work together in a community in order to persevere in these new normal times of West Side Fire. And that is the theme of Doug Graff's talk as well this morning. He is the Wildlife Program Director in the Governor's Office, so help me welcome Doug to the stage.
Okay, good morning all. Glad to be here. Good to see everybody this morning. Sorry I missed yesterday morning. Would love to have been here to kick it all off. But looking at the agenda, looks like I have a packed agenda, and I see many friendly faces out there, so it's good to be home. I'm a resident here in Corvallis, so pretty natural for me to be here today. And what is compelling as I speak, and I figured I'd just kick it off right at the front end, post-recovery from wildfire. When we think about investments, policies, engagement, how we interact with fire in the state, you'll see much of my presentation is about mitigation, readiness, response. And it's compelling because we stopped short of recovery. We made significant investments in the state following the 2020 fire season in the range of $1 billion in recovery. But the work you're doing and the research today will drive policy investments to the future about sustainable investments in recovery. We have to complete the circle of emergency management, which is mitigation, readiness, response, and recovery in totality. So I wanted to begin and start off the conversation about where academic falls on the front end of conversation, completing the circle, about how we are going to address more challenging, complex emergencies as we move for the future. As mentioned, Doug Graff worked for Governor Tina Kotek as a policy advisor on wildfire and emergency response. Prior to that, with Governor Brown as a wildfire programs director. And I'll be mainly focusing today on the wildfire programs and the investments from the legislature into the wildfire programs that was established in 2021 following the 2020 dramatic fire season. And what drove us to this spot clearly was the evolution of fire on the landscape. Of course, you can translate this across the West, but we'll focus here on Oregon. 2 decades ago, we were in the range of about 288,000 acres burned on an annual basis. What's compelling in this slide, these are I'll show 3 slides, 10-year increments. We see the first entry of mega fires once again on the landscape. Does anyone recall that fire, Southwest Oregon? Biscuit, 2002. Many of you are probably on the fire line. Some of you read about it. And it's good to have a full range of perspective on this. Definitely was an indicator for us, particularly as you look at the concentration of fires on the east side, enter large fires on the west side. But did that drive significant policy change? And of course, it drove conversation, but impactful, lasting policy change. I didn't see much of that following that. The next slide, I think, drives it home a little bit more as we're still in the space that we can manage this situation or control fire completely, as opposed to changing the paradigm of how we're going to live with fire more effectively. We're still in the mode of ability to snuff out every fire possible across the landscape. We absolutely, you know this, live with fire. It's on the landscape. This slide is about 342,000 acres. What's compelling here is the entry of fires in the landscape in southeast Oregon. Mega fires continuing. This is the beginning of our drought conditions in 2012, for those who recall that year. Burned just over 1 million acres in southeast Oregon. Eye-opening for that region. Established more suppression, readiness, response programs there with the Rangeland Fire Protective Associations. Over $1 million invested in those. It's the first general fund investment within that region since 1964, which was the establishment of those Range Fire Protective Associations. At that time, I think we had approximately 7 associations operating, volunteers, neighbors helping neighbors. We're at 25 now, based on that experience in 2012. The next slide highlights the current condition we're in. The past decade, we moved to 635,000 acres on an annual basis, burned across all lands, across all ownerships. Compelling, again, is the distribution of the megafires. I'm using megafires as 500,000 acres, 100,000 acres or larger. Prevalence across the landscape, particularly on the west side now. Impacting communities as you look through these slides, and I've poured over these for quite some time now. You start to think about fires of this size on the landscape and their interaction with communities. And then that drives public policy discussions and funding and program developments, which is why I'm here today in this position with you all. We must think about the true cost of wildfire, of course, and it's never just the suppression costs, but as we think about the evolution of how science influences policy and program development, we often looked at wildfire at just the suppression cost. And accumulating the loss is critically important. When you add all the factors on the left side, loss of infrastructure, cultural resources, tourism, etc., recovery, following the 2020 Labor Day fires I mentioned, multiple studies, in the range, I'm very comfortable saying 10x the cost of suppression. Changing the dialogue from what did fire season cost us this year? Oh, $20 million, $10 million, now to $80 million. It's far beyond the suppression cost, but that's how we've always talked about wildfire cost at the legislature, driving policies, budgeting, and programming. And the conversation certainly has changed when you add in all the other factors that wildfire is impacting these days as you reflect back on those maps. And driven by that reality, Oregon acts. Starts with Governor Brown initiating a council, 100 volunteers. I'm sure some of you in this room participated, 42 recommendations to advance fire protection in the state of Oregon. Consistent investment and program development in mitigation, readiness, and response. So I'll continue to leave that footprint for you all and inspire you that the future's coming and some steady recovery investments are necessary if we're going to set up the next generations to have a different relationship with fire on the landscape. How are we managing the landscapes? How are we reinvesting in those landscapes, readying our communities, et cetera? $195 million invested. You can see where that went, consistent with the National Cohesive Strategy, and that's landscape resiliency, fire-adapted communities, and readiness and response. And I would emphasize the ease to invest in response and readiness. The future where we need to be is in the mitigation side, community, fire-adapted communities, and consistent programming around recoveries to restore communities, develop communities in a different way, and the landscapes to be more prepared for the reality of increasing wildfire on the landscape for all the reasons you know. So we're in this evolution, and again, you play a critical role. On the academic side of the equation, I really appreciate the influence of science as we develop policies at the legislature. I definitely lean on the universities as I do my work in that advisory role. Trying to inspire you all at 8 in the morning. How am I doing? All right? Okay, I see a few hands up there. That's great. Okay, significant investment. Not uncommon across the West, certain California and Washington in particular, significant investments across the West to advance fire protection. And that's where we put our dollars. Of course, very effective work on the wildfire suppression investments continued, but with a new reality that fires are integrating with communities, intersecting with communities far greater than in the past. I think the reality of wildfire on the landscape has moved from a natural resource conversation to more a larger social conversation. And that's really important to understand, and where we need to focus our attention on program investments. And driving, following the National Cohesive Strategy, in my mind, still remains the right strategy with the landscape resiliency, community adaptations, and response. Electrical systems was a significant conversation in terms of investments. We saw this first year, 2022, where we shut off power with public safety power shutoffs for the first time with intentionality during the Labor Day events of 2022, which you do not read about in the papers, largely because of this effort here. Before we turn power back on, much of this along the west slope of the Cascades, you look at these photos, trees and limbs in the power lines, remove the limbs, trees, restore the power before we turn it back on. These seem like obvious decisions to us now, but it takes some effort, some dedication and energy to build programs, policy, and laws to establish this types of behavior, which is absolutely necessary in our future. One of the most compelling investments in Senate Bill 762, which passed to advance fire protection in Oregon. So this is a crisis avoided because of good program policy investments and leadership in the Public Utility Commission. Does anyone remember 22 Labor Day events? Did anyone have, wake up in cold sweats like myself in early September and seeing an east wind event coming at us again? Some of you. Okay, sorry about that, but critically important work. And to do this right, and I appreciate bringing the human element to this, is supporting Oregonians during this experience. I was really proud of the utilities, lots of opportunities for communication and engagement. So I feel like they did this right. Landscape resiliency, significant treatments across the landscape. This is on the mitigation side of the equation before the fire begins. Your world is post-recovery. And, they're very related in many ways. Looking for ecological balance, mitigating, taking out the catastrophic nature of wildfire by reducing fuel loading, focusing our attention where it matters most in and around our communities and moving out across the landscape. Lots of discussion around efficacy and mitigation at this time, so keep up the good work and understanding there. There's a big story to tell and understand to maintain future investments in this landscape. Prescribed fire is a significant part of this conversation and has to be. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on the public health side of the equation. How do we get to scale on these treatments and be effective across the landscape? But significant interest, $25 million, small woodlands and large landscape scale projects. And you can see 2 times the amount of applicants for those projects for the large scale work. And then the small community work, 80 projects requested, but only 20, ability to fund 20, even with that significant investment. So there's certainly an appetite here. Local folks understand how that works and are interested in more of that landscape resiliency work. They'd rather do it pre-fire, for sure. And the post-fire is reactionary, of course, in your world, and we have to set up the landscape for the future. But let's get to that work on the front end. Another investment, very proud of this, frankly, and you won't see this across the West, but Oregon invested in public health. We knew we could not have a conversation about increased prescribed fire, living with the reality of more fire on the landscape without protecting and having conversations around public health. Our investments included community response planning through Department of Environmental Quality. We looked at air quality systems in public spaces through Department of Human Services, and then Oregon Health Authority with residential smoke filtration system programs to the tune of about $12 million investments across the board in Senate Bill 762 on that front. Critically important, 1,000 residential smoke filtration systems were sent into Oak Ridge this year with fire just east of that town. And critically timed, another 4,000 were deployed across the state, and another 5,000 residential systems will be deployed this spring. So durable and sustainable investment programs, we need to understand the efficacy of these investments and the work around public health, but absolutely critically important to succeed long-term if we're going to be ready for increased fire across the landscape. Again, very proud of Oregon's work here on this front. Conservation Corps is another shining spot within the investments, and I'm hoping you're seeing the comprehensive conversation around investments in Oregon here. I don't have enough time or enough slides today to walk through this, but I'm highlighting a few of the key elements as we have a comprehensive approach to addressing wildfire in the state of Oregon, and investing in our youth and investing in community fuel reductions is a clear example here, under Higher Education Coordination Commission, $10 million invested in youth programs to reduce fuels around our communities. These folks are doing great work. I met with several of the crews, inspiring. They're engaging in the communities. Folks want to do more of this work and understand how they can protect their individual homes and be part of a neighborhood effort. And what better way to inspire that through development of youth into the natural resource space. This program has been exceptional. Investments in community protections, of course, was a big focus in the first investment here with Senate Bill 762. I just wanted to list a few of the grant programs, well, more than a few, quite a bit of investments, and I wanted to just show the expanse of those investments. Just over somewhere in $100 million, including the suppression and readiness components, are focused in and around our communities. Lots of lessons learned across the West with the intersection of fire in our communities. So proud of these investments, and I'll pause there. And I did that without bringing up my presentation. I had it on the table, but decided to roll with it. So my apologies for turning my head a few times there to keep focused. But I will take questions. We have 5 minutes left. Thank you. Okay, I didn't seed any here, folks. Should I have? I don't think so.
Can you stand up and speak loudly or move to a microphone so we can capture what you have to say better? Anybody?
Cass?
Right. Can you talk a little bit about the lessons learned from the power shutoff and particularly how you all, the communication was clearly great. We heard about it a lot as sort of in citizens, but how are you thinking about the people who can't live without power and how you do those kind of mitigations the way you've done in the smoke space?
Yeah, the question is how can we improve the public safety power shutoffs? How well did we do? There were the communication I thought was very solid, and the utilities, from my experience and the feedback I've received, and I'm happy to hear otherwise, but outreach to all the consumers was absolutely key. So 95% of the work on the public safety power shutoffs was readiness, and that was communication with the consumers. My experience with that is the three investor-owned utilities within the state have significant resources and did a very good job at that outreach. I think the consumer-owned utilities may need to work with those closer as they do their work and ensure they've got the resources to be supportive of all the consumers. Temporary shelters and centers were set up for those who couldn't live without power for some time. So in my mind, I felt like we hit the mark, and the question of putting the humanity in the conversation, starting with Oregonians, are we serving Oregonians well during this time of no power? I felt like we hit the mark, but I'm definitely interested in hearing from folks, their personal experiences and what we can do better. Got a question over here?
Yeah, can you speak a little to the grants and if they're for individual landowners or for like groups to apply for other landowners? Can you speak a little bit to that process?
I'm assuming the small woodland program, or for landscape management.
Yes, yes, exactly. Thanks. I didn't clarify that well.
Yeah, no problem. There's at one time I think I had 7 rulemaking processes going concurrently with about 8 new grant programs providing support and coordination for. So a lot of investments there, and one of them was a small woodlands program, and that's meeting small woodlands who largely own the landscapes in and around our communities, and in many ways are the first line of defense around our communities. Are we managing these forests and range landscapes effectively in the face of increased wildfire to reduce that catastrophic nature. And that's what I mentioned in the slide is the place to go to talk about the grant programs. A significant portion of it was FireWise programming development. So where communities are establishing FireWise programs or looking for further investments in those programs, and individual forest landowners who are used to working with, say, NRCS, for example, for those type of thinning and forest management programs, had another program on the docket with Department of Forestry, and a huge appetite for that work, frankly. And I mentioned 80 applicants with only 20 funded for that particular program of $5 million. So certainly an appetite with small woodlands to do continued work. We've got one in the middle and then on the side, and I don't know who's first.
Yeah, one quick question and one quick comment. Do you happen to know the name of your counterpart in the state of Washington?
Of interest, I do not have a counterpart
Okay,
yet.
that's why I couldn't think of it. Quick comment or policy recommendation. I operate a little bit more in Washington, but also in Oregon, and I don't know if the landscape has changed here, but a lot of this audience are agency personnel, but there are a lot of academics and students, and it has been really challenging for folks not getting a paycheck from an agency to get fire line certification, red cards. And I don't know if there's something that could even be done at the state level to allow students, college students, graduate students, researchers, academics who are not employed by a state or federal agency to have an easier time getting certified to help with the efforts. It also made it really challenging to have the academics swell the ranks to help do monitoring and response immediately following the fire. So policy recommendation, make it easier for people to get red carded who aren't getting a paycheck from an agency.
Thank you for that. I love it. I cut my teeth in fire in Southeast, which is obvious, right? Born and raised in the Southeast, right? All right, I'm from Boston, but I studied natural resources in Florida, and I exited that program with the basic fire programs. And of course, light years ahead in terms of prescribed fire use down there. Of course, they're living in a different landscape than we have here. We build our communities in bowls as opposed to a flat, open landscape with ocean on either side, more opportunity. But for the programming, I know OSU has expanded the fire program, and my understanding is, you know, there's lots of opportunities, and I'm seeing some professor heads nodding to come out of the programs with those basic firefighting skills to be ready and employable. I would encourage that, and that's a great comment. I think it set me in my motion where I am today. I knew fire and natural resources was, forest management was such a huge intersection. I just chose the discipline of fire as I continued my career. But I don't look back, and I look back to those opportunities early on.
And I believe Clackamas Community College also has a program, so let's not forget the community colleges who may not be here today.
Thank you. Outstanding. Okay. I will be around for a bit. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I think that's a great big picture. As someone who applied for many of those programs and was sometimes in the 60% that didn't make the cut, 60 out of the 80, it was nice to know that they were there, and we certainly did get into the mix as often as we could. So we actually have a Northwest Youth crew coming to work on our little 11-acre small woodland here this next month, piling and not burning, not running big chainsaws, but they're going to do what they can do and take the load off my husband and I. So moving on. We realized as we pulled together the agenda that we did not have a significant chunk of time devoted to air quality. And if anything touches the human environment and condition during wildfire, more than anything, if you're not actually in the fire, is the smoke. No matter where you are, it seems like in the state anymore, there's no escape, even if you go to the coast. I know, I've tried. So we pulled together a group of folks under Jim Marquise's direction with the EPA to spend some quality time talking about air quality and what we're learning in the monitoring. And I think we heard from Doug quite a few of the types of policy sorts of reactions we can have to that particular issue. So I'm going to turn it over to Jim to run this group of people. Help me welcome Jim, everybody.
Thanks, Cheryl, and thank you all for showing up. I'm very excited about this distinguished panel that's going to speak with us about what the state of Oregon's doing for air quality in regard to wildfire. And I really appreciate Aaron Borisenko in particular for saying we need more air talks in this huge symposium, and so we were happy to oblige. Thank you for the conference organizers for making the space for us to get up and talk about the exciting work we're doing. So I'm going to introduce each speaker coming up, but a quick overview. We'll first hear about after-action review of Forest Service smoke operations from Rick Raw with USFS. And next, how did the community of Oak Ridge endure 37 days of unhealthy levels of smoke from the Cedar Creek fire? And that's with Steve Dietrich of El Rapa. After that, we'll hear about Oak Ridge community-focused after-action review, and that's Holly Smith and Heidi Huber-Stearns. Next, we'll hear about providing real-time air quality data at a scale for public health decisions making during wildfires, and that's with Tom Roik of DEQ and Carol Trenga of OHA. And then lastly, we'll wrap up with community wildfire resistance and the role of regional smoke research centers in understanding smoke impacts, and that's with Kyle Chapman and Cass Mosley. So let's give a round of applause for our distinguished speakers, and again, as they come up, I'll introduce each one in a little more detail, and then they'll give their presentation. We're going to be clipping through this fairly quickly. It's about 10 minutes for each group, and hopefully there's some time after. I'm not really holding my breath that there's going to be a ton of time for a panel discussion, but we'll entertain as many questions as we can. So thanks panel members. And if we can cue up Rick's talk. Is that up? Yep, great. So Rick Raw has been an air quality meteorologist for the past 36 years. For the past 16 years, he's been the air quality program manager for the U.S. Forest Service Pacific Northwest region, focusing on reducing the risk of smoke from wildland fires. Recently, Rick's research has been published in the International Journal of Wildland Fire on strategies to reduce smoke from wildland fires in southwestern Oregon. Rick, come on up.
Great. So how do I advance the slides? Is this push forward it?
This, you can do that,
Okay.
and then that's more the point.
Right. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to just skip here as I only have 10 minutes. So I want to begin with this figure here on the left side of the screen, which is a summary of the number of days in each community that has a smoke monitor in which the air quality index exceeded the unhealthy for sensitive groups or worse rating. In working for the Pacific Northwest region, I look at all of Washington and Oregon here. And as previously mentioned, Oak Ridge was the community that was impacted the most frequently with 37 days, 9 of which were in the hazardous ranking. Another area that was pretty hard hit by smoke was up in north central Washington with Wenatchee and Leavenworth. Had about 3 weeks of smoke up there. And on the west side there, over in Darrington, Washington, they had 18 days with unhealthy conditions as well. Some of the nice things that occurred this last year, Klamath Falls, one of the usually highly impacted communities, 0 cases of poor air quality during the wildfire season. The Rogue Basin only had about a week worth of smoke. Bend didn't too bad. And so why do I show you this? Well, what are we doing at the Forest Service? Well, during the wildfire season, we could look at these and understand about or after the wildfire season, I should say, understand which communities got impacted, which fires caused those impacts, how were those fires managed, were there any opportunities we missed in terms of reducing the smoke from those wildfires? What about were air resource advisors assigned to those fires to help the community understand when to expect smoke and how much smoke? And one of the lessons we learned up in Washington, up in northwestern Washington, we didn't have air quality advisors assigned to those fires throughout their duration. Many of them occurred in October. We had a big high-pressure system sitting us over the Pacific Northwest in October, and it really caused poor ventilation and really bad air quality. So that was one takeaway I have from this. But as we continue to look at this, we're going to look for opportunities. This next slide was prepared by an intern of mine, Claire Scholart, who's a PhD candidate with the University of Washington School of Public Health. And Claire and I have been working together to create a new way of looking at some of the air quality impacts. And the top figure on the top right of the figure there illustrates the air quality monitors overlaid on the Social Vulnerability Index that's prepared by CDC. So this is a way of understanding communities at risk in the smoke impacts in those communities that help alert us to those issues and see what opportunities we have to make it a little bit easier for those folks on the landscape. Also, on the lower part of the figures, you'll see some different ways of displaying the air quality. And I want to point your attention to the figure on the lower right. This is something that I've been very interested in looking at, and that's what I call the cumulative smoke impacts in the community. And here you see it for Oak Ridge. And you can see as the curve really steepens, you're going to have a lot more smoke accumulating that people are exposed to. And I think this hopefully will drive some questions and some answers in terms of public health and what those long-duration smoke impacts does to an individual. And as we make this information available on a clickable website where you could just click on a community and these graphs pop up, each one of you could kind of get a sense of what kind of smoke you've been exposed to and how your body responds to that. How long does it take to recover from that? Do you ever recover from that? So, new ways of looking at some existing problems. This is more to drive some questions than we have answers for, but I like it because it shows me what my body might be exposed to if in a community as I go through wildfire smoke season. It's also nice to prepare these graphs and compare them among different areas. It also helps us understand how much smoke a community's been exposed to during the season. And then when we think about doing prescribed burning in the fall, maybe we could get an objective stance at approach to understanding whether or not we want to risk putting any smoke in that community during prescribed burning during the fall or not. So this is another way of helping us with that. Another thing I've been working on is creating these frequent air pathways into communities during wildfire season. And what each of these kind of colorations that you're seeing there, they represent the frequency of the air movement into a given community during the wildfire season. So there's a color scale there. It goes from black to yellow, yellow being less frequent than the black. But what I want to point out here is I've overlaid the wildfires from this last year on top of this. And there's a couple key things I think that this type of information is helpful. When I get a fire start on the landscape, I could plot it along with this information and get an idea whether or not we're going to have long-term impacts of smoke into a community looking at that. Well, that might drive some different health messaging along the line. It also might help us think about how we want to assign resources to fires. So if we know we're going to get long-term impacts into a community, maybe that's going to be of a concern to us. And maybe we could do something about that. Additionally, I think we could use this type of information in terms of planning our fuel treatments on the landscape. Because right now, if we were to put a fuel treatment in an area where we have along a frequent air pathway, when a wildfire does come along and intersects with that fuel treatment, we know the flames are going to drop from the canopy down to the surface. It allows us to more directly engage with the fire, we're going to get probably less smoke from that fire into that community. So this is an approach we could use as a consideration among many other risk considerations on the landscape in terms of reducing smoke in communities during wildfire season. And I did an analysis for southwestern Oregon, and it showed we could reduce air quality impacts by 40% into a community. That's significant. So I'm excited about this. And lastly, as we talk about how are we going to increase pace and scale prescribed burning as we bump into air quality standards and keeping communities safe, what I've been hearing mostly from people is that we have a risk trade-off. There's the risk from the wildfires, there's a risk from the smoke from the prescribed burning. Each of those has a probability associated with it, right? So here's a path forward that I'm thinking about here. One, if we could define how much prescribed burning is needed in a given locality, and let's say that number is like we need 50,000 acres accomplished, and we get the NEPA assigned, and let's say that NEPA has a shelf life of 10 years. So we've got 50,000 acres divided by 10, we got to go 5,000 acres a year on average. Then let's take the elements from the burn plan that describe the meteorological parameters to get the fire behavior we want. Let's query the nearest weather station and see how many opportunities we actually have to get that burning accomplished. Maybe that's 10 in a whole year. Well, if we take advantage of that, that means we got to do 500 acres at a shot. Is that really realistic or not? Well, if it is, let's proceed. If it's not, then it's our opportunity to collaborate. And I want to point out we're doing some great collaboration right now over in the West Bend project area with EPA, the state of Oregon, DEQ and ODF, as well as the Forest and Forest Service research. And I'm really excited about what we're seeing there and some of the collaboration. But if that fails and we cannot meet those, and we know that the risks from the wildfires are worse than the smoke, then I would propose we need to change the regulations. And that's not going to be an easy pill to swallow. That's a long uphill battle, but I think we need to make room in the regulations for allowing risk trade-off considerations, which currently don't exist. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks, Rick. Next, I'd like to introduce Steve Dietrich. He's been the Lane Regional Air Protection Agency's Executive Director for almost 2 years and has been working in air quality since 1996. Steve's experience working on impacts from wildfire smoke includes time in Wyoming and Oregon and the unique challenges of maintaining compliance with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for particulate matter emissions. Steve, come on up. I guess you just got it.
This was the clicker. Good morning. I'm glad to be here on the second morning of your symposium. And today I'm going to concentrate on air quality and the smoke impacts during the Cedar Creek fire. LRAPA is the local air agency, the only local air agency in Oregon. And we administer all of the air rules, just as DEQ does in Lane County. So 2022's wildfire season in Lane County was dominated, of course, by the Cedar Creek fire, which was ignited on August 1st by lightning strike, 15 miles east of Oak Ridge. In September, a level 3 go now evacuation order was given by the Lane County Sheriff's Department for the city of Oak Ridge. The evacuation notice lasted for nearly 3 days. Meanwhile, the fire burned over 127,000 acres of national forest land. That doesn't seem like a big ask for a go now, but you have to remember that people in Oak Ridge tend to be more of the senior citizens that can't relocate that easily. The photo on the right there is Waldo Lake looking to the southwest in the afternoon on September 9th. Smoke from the Cedar Creek fire, and I know Rick touched on this a little bit, smoke from the Cedar Creek wildfire had significant impact on air quality in Oak Ridge beginning in September as the fire grew and intensified. The graph and table shows a little bit more detail of the 24-hour air quality index in Oak Ridge from September 1st to October 31st. In total, Oak Ridge and West Fair communities, as Rick said, endured 37 days of air quality at or above the unhealthy for sensitive groups on the AQI scale. The worst day of air quality in Oak Ridge was on September 10th with a maximum 24-hour AQI of 385, which is hazardous. I've circled it there for your convenience there on the graph. So what did we do on community emergency response? In response to the intense smoke, a local nonprofit, Southern Willamette Solutions, operating under Oak Ridge Air brand, was able to distribute over 1,100 air purifiers into the community. These air purifiers were provided by the Oregon Health Authority, who had funding to purchase air purifiers following the passage of Senate Bill 762. However, the bill did not provide direct support as was necessary for local communities to conduct the work of receiving and distributing the air purifiers. Despite this, Oak Ridge Air carried on the duties to receive purifiers from a warehouse in Salem and distributing them into the community. The nonprofit even took the task of verifying individuals' Medicare or Medicaid status before providing the filter, which was a prerequisite to get the filter. The Oregon Health Authority, unfortunately, could not provide that service. It's important to note that Oak Ridge and West Fair residents described significant health effects from the ongoing smoke. Headaches, nausea, sore throats, difficulty breathing, coughing, depression, and other mental health challenges were reported by those in Oak Ridge and West Fair throughout the 2 months of excessive wildfire smoke exposure. Also, the Oak Ridge Air program was already established in the community due to the Targeted Airshed grant provided by EPA through LRAPA, which was awarded in 2019, to reduce wintertime PM 2.5 pollution and help bring the community's air quality into attainment with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS. This fact emphasizes the importance to support local nonprofits and other partners in the smoke-sensitive receptor areas, or SSRAs, to be ready to do this work each and every year that this occurs. A little more detail on National Ambient Air Quality repercussions. The EPA sets the NAAQS, as everyone knows, for the 6 criteria pollutants for the U.S. For years, LRAPA has worked as a partner with the City of Oak Ridge, local nonprofits, and other stakeholders to improve wintertime PM 2.5 pollution associated with wood stoves and fireplace use. These efforts have seen success with continued improvement to the community's air quality, as shown in the graph on the left, with its downward trend below the horizontal red line, which is the current PM 2.5 standard. However, with more frequent, larger, and more impactful wildfires on Oregon's landscape, which most of you are familiar with, the reduction efforts have been undermined, and the Oak Ridge West Fair communities today are exposed to even greater level of harmful particulate matter pollution that exceeds air quality that was observed as far back as the 1990s. The graph on the right shows how quickly wildfire smoke can override the work being done by agencies and communities to control anthropogenic causes. And looking forward and finding solutions, wildfires are becoming a greater presence and affecting greater populations in Oregon. In Lane County, wildfire smoke dramatically deteriorated air quality in 2017, 2020, and also 2022. Much work is needed to protect the health and well-being of our communities for our future years. Listed here are some goals for everyone to consider. You're probably already talking about some of them, and what LRAPA believes are needed to bring Oregon and the Pacific Northwest closer to accomplishing these goals. To highlight a few, on the goal side, supporting the community efforts in smoke-sensitive receptor areas to mitigate their wildfire risk. Develop community-based programs that communicate air quality information and distribute help like air purifiers in preparation of smoke intrusions related to wildfire smoke. And build relationships between public and private landowners to coordinate fuel reduction work. And then on the need side, prioritize forest management work that reduces fuel loads on private and public lands near SSRAs. Some of this work's already being talked about and already taking place. Assess wildfire smoke impacts on SSRAs and adjust fire suppression tactics to protect air quality and public health. I think Rick and a few others were going to be meeting to talk about some of those ideas next week. And then engage with community-based organizations to develop and fund programs that protect indoor air quality during smoke intrusion events, because not everyone can easily relocate. And if you do relocate them, there's no programs in place of where you're going to take them to. And then eliminate obstacles and costs which discourage and the utilization of new technologies and other alternatives that remove fuels with less air emission generation. Arapa issued its first air curtain incinerator permit a couple of months ago to the BLM. So now they can take that piece of equipment and strategically get rid of some of the fuel on the forest floor on public land. DEQ is also trying to do the very same thing. Sometimes regulations are more of a burden than the common sense solution. But so we've got to work through these issues to make them not only economical, but easily to permit and actually do the work. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thanks, Steve. Next, I'd like to introduce Holly Smith and Heidi Huber-Stearns. Holly's an associate professor of science and environmental communication in the School of Journalism and Communication at the University of Oregon. Heidi Huber-Stearns is an associate research professor and director of the Ecosystem Workforce Program at the University of Oregon. So please come on up.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having us today. So we are going to talk a little bit, following up on Steve's talk about the actual experience on the ground in Oak Ridge for the Cedar Creek fire, for both the evacuation and the air quality. So we were invited, we actually had a pre-existing relationship. We work with Oak Ridge Air on other research projects. So we had a pre-existing relationship with Oak Ridge Air. After the Cedar Creek fire, we were invited to facilitate an after-action review, which we went down on December 5th and facilitated that for the city of Oak Ridge, people in Lane County, and anyone who was involved in the emergency response for both the evacuation and the air quality event. So we focused on what went well, which is what I'm going to talk about, what could have gone better, and some recommendations, which Heidi will talk about. So again, we did focus on evacuation and air quality. We thought about separating the two since this panel is just focused on air quality, but they happened together, so we wanted to talk about both. So as was mentioned, there was 37 days of air quality that was unhealthy for sensitive groups between August and October. We're just gonna focus a little bit on the timeline for the community response here. So around September 6th is when multiple cleaner air spaces were opened within the community. September 9th and 10th when a level 3 go now evac notice was issued. Again, about 3 days later, that was downgraded to a level 1. September 14th and 16th, the mobile pantry opened and the shelter closed. So many people, when the power was shut off for public safety, they lost all of their food in their freezers. So there had to be mobile pantries for the community at this time. Around September 19th, purple air monitors were put in schools in Oak Ridge. So the Early Learning Center, the elementary school, and also the high school in the gymnasium. So multiple purple air centers were actually put indoors to monitor the air quality indoors. Purifiers were also lent to the schools to put in the classrooms because this was an extended air quality event. They were put in classrooms and also sent to a local healthcare provider to go home with patients. A little bit after that, the purifier distribution of the 1,000 air purifiers began in the community, and different community members became eligible for purifiers at different points in time. So again, starting with vulnerable populations, and then around October 13th or 14th is when anyone who didn't have an air purifier in their home became eligible for an air purifier. You could just go and pick it up through this purifier distribution process. So by end of October, again, 1,000 air purifiers had been distributed to the community, which is actually a substantial portion for a community like Oak Ridge, and all of the remaining evacuation notices were canceled. So what went well? So the community was actually anticipating the public safety power shutoff. That had been communicated successfully. So they were actually able to print all of the evacuation signs and put those up in advance before the power went out. So they really thought about this also for cleaner airspaces and printed all of the signage and all of the communication in advance of the power going out. They also said that the evacuation was successful because the community had been through this before. So they have evacuated before, and they said about 75% of the community actually evacuated from the city of Oak Ridge and surrounding area. Many people actually said that residents had left in advance of this, actually before the level 3 was issued, because the air quality was so bad. Again, people actually said that communication was fairly strong in terms of social media, signage throughout the community, and also word of mouth. Again, Oak Ridge Air did exist in the community, so there was infrastructure there already in place, which I think was vital to the success of this. And also the availability of public transportation for the evacuation. There were more buses available than they actually used. In terms of the smoke, more than 1,000 air purifiers were distributed to the community. This actually took about 500 staff hours, but also more than 500 volunteer hours. And they estimate that because they did actually have to verify eligibility, that it took 1 hour per purifier to be distributed in the community. So it was a significant lift for those staff and volunteers. At this interface, there were people who were coming in to pick up their purifiers. The majority of people who got a purifier signed up for a text messaging service that was run through El Rapa, and so they were actually signing up to receive additional information, which was a huge win. People knew where the cleaner airspaces were and utilized those, so that was a big success. People also saw the installation of indoor air quality monitors as a huge success for their community as well. And the last thing is, people were reporting because of the extended nature of the event and the fact that children couldn't go out to recess and they couldn't play outdoors. Toward the end of this, there was a field trip that was organized, and children were actually bussed out to a space where there was clean air. And that was a big success that the community said was actually needed in advance. We needed more of those. And also there were recreational passes given to Willamette Lane up in Eugene where air quality was better, so families could come up and actually recreate. So those are the things that went well. Now I'll turn it off to Heidi for things that could go better.
Thanks, Holly. And I think congratulations to whoever organized this panel, because I think we were set up really well to talk about this as the third section of what happened. And I think I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the recommendations. So for time, we're skipping over the what could be done better and rolling it into the recommendations. But just a couple things to maybe step back from this and say, we know these events will happen. We know both smoke from prescribed fire, smoke from wildfire, as well as evacuation. And so thinking about how we are increasingly living in these smokier environments in Oregon is something we all know is the reality. And so, to Doug's points, how we communicate, coordinate, all of that prep time is really what a lot of this comes down to, and a lot of what our recommendations are about. And in all of these, not just in Oak Ridge, but Oak Ridge as kind of an example of a rural place with prolonged events, with a high population of medically vulnerable and less mobile individuals, as well as different types of communities needing different types of culturally appropriate communication. This is something that we see across communities in the Pacific Northwest. And harder to access populations. A lot of the population does not have access to cell phones, internet, or landline. And so thinking about kind of that combination of things when you're doing things like evacuation or smoke communication is really critical. And also thinking back to Rick's maps of social vulnerability and where some of the air quality challenges were, we know this is something that we're going to be living with. And so thinking about how we take the lessons from this community, not just for them, but to other places to consider the things that can be done moving forward, all of which take funding and resources, as we know. So keep that in mind when we go through some of these. But to start, one of the big recommendations was about an internal and external communication plan. So again, ahead of time, really establishing a central communication hub so that when an event happens, you know where the information is going to be posted for external stakeholders. Also identifying roles for who will be doing what, both at the city and county level ahead of time. Some of this, of course, is in some of the plans that they already had, but really getting clear about some of that, as well as where and how to conduct community briefings. One of the things that we know is it was really hard on community staff members to try to communicate in all the places that they needed to be while also being responders. And so thinking about how to streamline some of that, having multiple communications channels that go beyond social media and emails, where signs are posted, reader boards, but those only work if you have power, so thinking about how you navigate some of that. Also planning for multiple scenarios, planning to have power and to not have power, and planning to have a disaster declaration or not, which can change the resources available to a community. And then even things that sound basic but become really critical in the moment when staff are stretched thin, like drafting web pages and email templates for different scenarios ahead of time, so those are essentially pre-populated and ready to go. Other recommendations were around increasing staffing and resources, obviously, for community emergency response and planning, including, again, planning with and without electricity and with different levels of support from the government. This idea of how much does the local community need to be able to do, and having tiered plans that respond to that is really critical. Having paid positions, ideally, to expand and oversee emergency community response ahead of time is a critical part of this, as well as including things like being able to take the list of people that signed up for air purifiers, a list that included people that had no other direct contact or way to learn about smoke and evacuation events, and using that to do other community outreach ahead of time was another part of this. Also designating roles for briefings. Again, the clear role piece is really important here. And establishing an emergency operations center was another key recommendation for this area, with a backup generator, fuel, and other supplies. And again, with all of this being able to pivot, Oak Ridge went from printing signs directing people to clean air spaces to flipping that around to say level 3 evacuate now, right? So being able to be flexible in that space is another key part of this. And then the air purifier distributions, just having clear eligibility. This was definitely a learning space for everyone as far as who was eligible and who met the definition of vulnerable populations. Also, by the time most of the purifiers were distributed, people without text messages found out about them, but most of them were gone at that point. So thinking about how you navigate getting that information out to people in these types of urgent situations. Also, just things like which air filters have better functioning over time. And the cost of air filter replacements can be a pretty big cost for individuals. So having those available, or making sure people know that that is something that needs to happen with filter replacement. There's also some lessons learned around it's better to have models that have the AQI listed on it. People prefer that. Certain models worked better than others, and so thinking about what's going to work best for the community ahead of time and be more effective for air purification. And then again, access, just reaching people without internet in particular and landlines. And then this other piece that Holly mentioned too about increasing support for public schools. I think we cannot underestimate the costs of these prolonged events on mental health, physical health, well-being for everyone, and including in schools. Not having, I think as Steve mentioned, not having indoor air quality regulation means the guidance that schools have about what they're doing and where they're doing it and how is pretty limited, and providing more resources and support for that is another key part of what Oak Ridge would like to do moving forward. And then again, just anticipating, how do you create these multiple plans and resources and know that you might be navigating prolonged smoke events and or evacuations at the same time? And then the final one is just providing additional training and capacity for mental health impacts and community trauma, like we've just been talking about, and thinking about ways to do that, and particularly supporting local organizations in that space. And I'm going to end there and just let you know where our contact information's up here. Our partners are reviewing this report that we've put together for this after action review, and so happy to share that or talk more about this and learn from you all. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Holly. Thanks, Heidi. Next, I'd like to introduce Tom Royk and Carol Trenga. Tom's the Air Quality Monitoring Manager, 30-year veteran of the Oregon DEQ. His team works out of the laboratory in Hillsboro. I mistakenly said Portland yesterday. Sorry about that. And maintains a network of over 70 air quality monitoring locations around the state, collecting criteria, pollutant, air toxics, and of course, wildfire smoke information statewide. Carol Trengo works with the Oregon Health Authority in the Environmental Public Health section. She provides subject matter expertise for the development of public health policy and program evaluation, analyses of human impact or health impacts of environmental pollutants and climate change. Carol's interests include applying environmental epidemiology to help identify disproportionate impacts, inform risk communication, and community-based decision-making and interventions. Great. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Carol.
All right, thank you, Jim, and good morning, everyone. So I'm going to focus on DEQ's expansion of our PM2.5 air monitoring network with wildfire specifically in mind. And then Carol's going to come up and talk about using that PM2.5 information to do exposure assessment and look at health effects from that. There we go. So forecasting for poor air quality and issuing air advisories is a big part of what we do. We have an interagency group of folks that get together during wildfire season, and we evaluate both weather conditions and wildfire conditions and put that together and decide if we should issue an advisory for poor air quality in different parts of the state. So the more lead time we can do, the better forecasting we are, and the more lead time we can have, the better off those local agencies are, like the folks in Oak Ridge, and they can get out in front of that and take actions to protect people's health. But it all starts here with the Air Quality Index. So this is the main tool that we have for sharing air quality information across the state. So it's a map of the state of Oregon with all of our air quality monitoring locations on the state. It provides PM2.5 as well as the color-coded air quality index, which is based on health effects at different levels. And this is my shameless plug for the Oregon Air app. So we do have an app for the AQI. You can download that on your phone and absolutely free have air quality information at your fingertips. So to expand our network of air quality monitoring locations, we actually developed our own in-house PM2.5 monitoring sensor equipment. We call it the Sensor, or the Sensor Oregon. What this is allowing us to do is at lower cost, expand our network. We have more locations across the state, but it's giving us at DEQ the data quality objectives that we need to actually share information with the public as a state agency. And we're trying to account for conditions like this. And what I'll point out is September 2020 wildfires, I think a lot of you folks have probably seen this, is how much the coastal areas were impacted by smoke during these events. From a DEQ perspective, air quality is actually really good on the coast most of the year and most days of the year. So there really isn't a need to do air quality monitoring along the coast with the exception of wildfire. So that's just one example of why we're expanding our network with wildfire smoke in mind. So looking back to 2017, each dot is a air monitoring location for PM2.5 across the state. At that time, a couple of the drivers, and historically the drivers for our network is population density. So where are people living that are impacted by poor air quality? Portland metro area and the larger cities along the I-5 corridor. And the other driver is wintertime conditions when we have stagnant air events and smoke from burning wood to heat homes accumulates in some of those communities. So Klamath Falls, Lakeview, Burns, Oak Ridge, and others. So we've expanded the network. Here we are in 2022. So we actually had about a little over 30 PM 2.5 air quality monitoring locations around the state back in 2017. And we've actually doubled the size of the network now. We have over 70 locations across the state. And you can see in 2022 here, we have 5 locations along the coast now that we didn't have previously. We expanded all the way out to Ontario, the far east side of the state, and some other locations in the Willamette Valley. And the last full legislative session, we received resources to actually expand our network again with an additional 20 locations around the state. So we have proposed locations for expanding the network, and we have a survey out right now to get public input on where we should go. But there is an overriding question about where should we be going next when we expand our network. Are there parts of the state that we're actually underserved in terms of DEQ's monitoring network with environmental justice in mind in particular? So we embarked on what we're calling the Polygon Project. We're actually looking at the spatial coverage of every one of our air monitors across the state. How well are they covering the state? And we're calling this the Polygon Project because we're basically ascribing airsheds to the air monitorings we have at those locations. And this is, again, helping us look at the state and where we can go next in terms of expanding our air monitoring network. We collaborated with the Oregon Health Authority on this project, and we very much appreciate our collaboration with OHA. So the DEQ side of this is where do we want to expand our network, and the OHA side of this will be looking at health estimates, and I'll hand it over to Carol for that.
Carol. Take that off your hands. Great. All right, thank you, Tom. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting OHA to participate. And I also want to acknowledge colleagues, Tori Clemens and Eric Main at OHA for putting a lot of effort into this project. And also Aaron Fellows, oh, I'm going backwards, sorry about that, at DEQ. For a lot of technical assistance with the Polygon project. So today I'll be talking about applying airshed data from DEQ's Polygon project to improve PM 2.5 exposure estimates for wildfire smoke impacts on health in Oregon. So this set of maps gives you an idea. We're still refining some of the Polygon data, but these maps show admissions to hospitals from 2016 to 2020 aggregated, and these are rates per 10,000 residents. So the map on the left is hospital admissions. The map on the right is emergency department visits, and these are for an entire calendar year, so all those years complete, for people who had respiratory, cardiovascular, or cerebrovascular conditions. So this gives us an idea of what's the burden of illness in the communities by airshed. So it was a little tricky to estimate populations by airshed because they don't conform to regular boundaries. But thanks to some good demographic and geospatial expertise, we were able to do that. And we see a wide range of rates in these different airsheds, from 128 to over 1,000 hospitalizations per 10,000, and then from about 196 to over 3,000 emergency department visits per 10,000. So those are some of the considerations that we're bringing into conversations with DEQ about monitor placement. And this is just kind of a high-level overview of the data we have. We also have underlying information on demographics to address the EJ concerns and disproportionate impacts. So a continuation of the work with the Polygon project is to enable us to create exposure estimates from monitored PM 2.5. So part of that project was to overlay a 4x4 grid on the whole state of Oregon, so 4x4 kilometer grid. And we're applying scaling factors based on the assigned monitors within each airshed. And using those scaling factors, we can estimate people's exposures. So we have people, all the visits and all the hospitalizations have been assigned a scaling factor to estimate that person's exposure. And so, as Tom showed, DEQ's greatly increased their monitor coverage. So with the monitor coverage as of 2021, we can assign monitors and scaling factors to nearly our entire study population. I think it's about 98 or 99%, which is fantastic. Previous years aren't quite as high. In 2020, we were able to assign about 91%. And you can really see, as you go back, you can see the impact of having fewer monitors. I think it's about 60% for 2018 for the hospital admissions. So we're really happy to see the coverage increasing. And then some of the planned work that's coming up soon is looking at occupational-related illness, and also, as Rick mentioned, the importance of cumulative exposure, what people are exposed to over time, both within a season and eventually over years. And this work enables us also to look at additional health conditions and comorbidities, and we're also planning to look at mortality. So this is a slide that covers some of the near real-time work that we're doing. Tom mentioned the interagency smoke calls, as we call them, where the air advisories are issued, and several state agencies and local public health jurisdictions come together to talk about smoke impacts. And both of these graphs use syndromic surveillance data, which includes a PM 2.5 feed that's from Sonoma Tech, which is the AirNow data that comes right into our Oregon Essence system. So with that system, you can see the graph on the upper left. You can combine the PM 2.5 measures. This is daily in September 2020, so 24-hour average on the bottom, and the asthma-like illness visits on the top. And you can see how closely those visits track with PM levels. The lower right just shows that you can also differentiate the emergency department visits with the urgent care facilities. And so along with that kind of information, we include demographics, mental health visits, and several other measures. So anyone interested in hearing more about that, I'm happy to talk with you later. And we're updating that template to improve risk communications and continue to target disproportionate impacts and communities across the state for this upcoming wildfire season. So thank you for your attention, and I will turn it back over to Jim to introduce the next speaker. I won't walk off without that.
Thanks, Carol. Thanks, Tom. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce our university representatives of Kyle Chapman and Cass Mosley. Kyle's a director of Oregon Tech's Air Center and an associate professor of sociology and population health. Kyle leads a team of researchers tackling issues related to human health and the environment in Southern Oregon with a specific focus on air quality. Cass Mosley is the vice provost for academic operations and strategy at the University of Oregon. She chaired the USDA Forestry Research Advisory Council and was UO's chief research officer, where she oversaw most multidisciplinary, multi-strategic research initiatives, partnerships, research centers, and institutes. And she's going to be talking about UO's Smoke Center. Great. Cass, Kyle?
All right, thank you, everyone. So I'm Kyle Chapman. I'm a professor down at Oregon Tech in Klamath Falls. You've heard it mentioned a few times. Rick pointed out we had a really good year last year, so super happy about that. So I am just going to introduce you a little bit to a new research center that's been developed down in Southern Oregon. I know the focus here is mostly Western Oregon, but down in the south and into the east, we still have lots of issues. So we essentially got some funding. We were lucky enough to get some congressionally directed funding last year to tackle a project that had been developing for a while related to hospital burden and air quality, much like the OHA has been investigating. And we've sort of used that platform to kind of expand into the region because there just are not as many resources down in Klamath Falls area as some other parts of the state. So I just want to give you an overview of some of our goals and things like that. So first, we really want to invest a lot of time and energy to understanding the unique characteristics and things that we experience related to air quality in Southern Oregon, and particularly in the Klamath Basin. We have poor air quality a lot of the time, even in the winters. We're one of the only regions, if I remember, we're still out of attainment. We're getting closer, but some of the interventions that have worked in other parts, like mentioned in Oak Ridge about the reduction of wood stoves, haven't been quite as effective in our region. And you know, combine that with widespread wildfires, and we have pretty poor air quality consistently. So we want to identify a range of environmental threats, particularly with a focus on air quality, and then some of the key health risks. One of the difficulties of trying to understand health in a very rural region is that you just don't have a lot of cases, and so you have to put years of data together to understand what's going on. And when you do that, you have a big variety. Some years we have really good air quality. Some years it's really, really terrible. We also, the sort of goal of the Research Institute is to work with local and state agencies to try to develop a more robust monitoring system related to air quality. We have secured some funding to try to develop more of that type of monitoring systems, not just PM 2.5, but chemical composition as well. So we now have some filter-based systems that are going to reside on Oregon Tech campus. We're going to have indoor air quality filter-based systems as well to better understand not only the concentration of PM 2.5, but the chemical composition as well. And that's about as far as a sociologist can get talking about chemistry or biology or anything like that, so I'm going to stop. But we do want to develop a more robust infrastructure in Southern Oregon that we can then lend and work with organizations like the DEQ or agencies. And then, our big focus is then applying those pieces of information that we get. We're a polytechnic university, so everything we do is really applied, give our students experiences working in these areas. We've already, we have a lot of engineering students and allied health students that are getting involved in these projects, and they never thought of public service as maybe an avenue that they wanted to go, or environmental issues and solving problems as a direction that they might want to take their career. And so that's a really important piece for a school like Oregon Tech. And so we're just going to continue to do that. I wanted to just briefly show you a list of some of our ongoing projects. So the things that we've been focusing on for the last few years is estimating hospital burden regionally. So we've been working with Asante hospitals in the Medford, Grants Pass, and Ashland area, and then also with Sky Lakes Medical Center, which is the primary hospital in the Klamath Falls area. And so we've been looking at respiratory conditions for a while, but we've now added cardiovascular conditions and cerebral vascular conditions, so stroke and heart problems that are associated with the exposure to smoke over time. And we're trying to look at historical trends and then also pre and post fire trends. We've started off our campaign. We've had our outdoor and indoor chemical composition campaign has taken a little bit longer than I'd like to get off the ground, but that we have started to make really good progress there. So we'll have some really good information, especially because Klamath Falls in itself is in a basin, and there's a lot of topographical differences between people who live on one side of the town or another side. And then some of the socioeconomic differences that exist within the community as well are important, type of housing and how porous their house is, and all of those different factors. We'll have a lot better information here in about a year on what that looks like. So we hope to share some of that. And then some of the sort of planned projects that we want to look in, just like everybody else has been talking about, prescribed burns, right? The risk assessment of prescribed burns and how to communicate that with individuals, trying to get a good idea of what communities think about prescribed burns. It's pretty interesting that some communities are really on board with them and some aren't, and it seems like they're for different reasons. So we want to understand where regionally where we sit. And then there are some other projects that on post-fire vegetation that we've got people interested in, and then some fire risk assessment using LiDAR. Those are really student-driven projects that we hope to sort of build out and to use as kind of a paradigm for teaching more students about these types of issues. So that's really all I've got. If you want to contact me, stuff up there. We have a new website. It's pretty bare bones, but it's up, and you can search it. So thanks. Yes.
It's somewhat fitting that the person who's batting cleanup has no PowerPoint, so.
You can skip if you want to.
Oh, do I, is there?
Or you can leave me
You know,
up
then
the
everybody
whole
knows how to
time.
get a hold of you, and it'll be awesome. Okay, so thanks everyone for being here bright and early this morning. I was reflecting on some of the things that Doug was saying, and remembering that maybe 20 years ago when we were, after the National Fire, when the National Fire Plan got created and the cohesive strategy got first created, we were really, really focused, there were 4 dimensions to it, but really, we were really focused on fuels reduction and improving our suppression response. And I think that Doug's talk this morning really represents a pretty substantial change in how we think about fire, and so that fuels reduction continues to be a key component. Those of us who work in the woods tend to think of that first, but the reality is that when we're living with fire, we're thinking about evacuation, smoke, power shutoff, home hardening, lots and lots of other things. And so the Center for Wildfire Smoke Research and Practice is really trying to get a handle on the smoke dimensions of wildfire and learning to live with smoke. And we've heard from many of our panelists, there's a lot of people in the state really focused on improving the quality of our modeling, smoke predictions. Our focus is really on the community preparedness and response to smoke events. And this, like Kyle's, this center is being started thanks to Senator Merkley's leadership because it's a congressionally directed project with funding that will come from the Environmental Protection Agency. We don't actually have the money yet, so we're a year behind you guys. And we have a number of strategies, and my colleagues, Heidi and Holly, are key partners, among others, in this project. One of them, so the overarching goal really is to think about, again, how do we support communities and households in being better prepared to respond to smoke when it comes, right? Because fire and smoke are increasingly connected, both near fires and far away. So identifying the opportunities for communities and households to prepare, looking at how communities and households get their information. Are they getting clear, high-quality information? Are they able to respond to that information? Do community strategies of communicating to their population really work? And you heard some of that discussed in the after-action review work that Holly and Heidi just described. Really doubling down on how do we communicate smoke risk and allowing people to take proactive actions. Certain kinds of populations need different kinds of information. Where is that consistency coming from? Is there 27 apps and you can't tell which ones to use? Is it clear? How's that working for people? And what role do communication networks play in disseminating information out to communities? And then another major dimension really is about the effectiveness of emergency response planning and recovery. And this is actually, just to point out, this pilot project that Heidi and Holly just talked about was actually a pilot of what we plan to do, one example of the kind of research we plan to do in this center, where we're going to be able to go and do after-action reviews in close collaboration with communities in order to both help those communities be better prepared for next smoke event, which we know will come again, but also help us at policy levels to identify lessons learned that people like Doug can take back to the governor's office and the legislature to improve things at multiple scales. And I think one of the things that undergirds all of our work, which is something that is critical to all the work we do at the Ecosystem Workforce Program, which is a longstanding organization that Holly and Heidi and I are part of, is making sure that this work is intimately tied to the work of communities and their agency partners. So we will have an advisory group made up of those agency partners and community leaders. We will be developing materials and communications that engage with those communities and are driven by their needs, and what they tell us is the kind of information and resources and tools that they need. And what I think will be interesting about this center is it really sits in between a lot of the other kinds of efforts that are already going on at EPA and OHA and Department of Environmental Quality and ODF and the Forest Service, so that we are really filling a gap in a very dynamic and rapidly changing research practice environment. So I'm going to stop there because I think we are like minus 2 minutes. So thank you, everybody.
Jim warned you there probably wouldn't be time for questions, but I do really appreciate the quality of the information you folks just put out. The title of this workshop was Research and Monitoring. There's a tremendous amount of really important monitoring going on out there, particularly in the human environment, that we all need to be aware of and think about how it interacts with the biological, the dirt, the bugs, the trees, the water, other stuff that people are studying so intensely and reporting on here. So thank you guys very much. Moving on then to the next talk will be Michelle. I'm not going to say your name right. Bonavici. She's going to be talking about examining wildfires from other regions and fire regimes yields insights into future patterns of burn severity in Western Cascadia. So help me welcome Michelle to the stage.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Michelle. I'm a graduate student at the University of Washington. And today I'm going to be talking about examining wildfires from other regions and fire regimes in order to gain some insights into future patterns of burn severity in Western Cascadia. So to start, I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors on this work. Dan Donato and Josh Holofsky are with the Washington DNR. Maureen Kennedy is with the University of Washington Tacoma, and Brian Harvey is with the University of Washington. I'd also like to acknowledge the funding sources for this work and the support provided by lots of different people. So the focus of this research project is the infrequent high-severity fire regimes west of the Cascade Crest in western Washington and northwestern Oregon. So this study region is highlighted here. We're calling it Western Cascadia. And it's a focus of a number of ongoing research projects that my co-authors and I, along with a number of collaborators and partners, are working on. So as the potential for fire increases in Western Cascadia, the goal of these projects is to gain a better understanding of the characteristics of wildfire in this region. So as you all know, due to the infrequent nature of fire in this region, fire has been characteristically rare in recent decades in Western Cascadia. However, the 2020 fires really highlight the role that fire has historically played in these landscapes and the role it will continue to play in the future. So as climate continues to warm and area burned in Western Cascadia potentially increases, there's a lot of ongoing research parsing out the climate drivers of fire size in this region. So it's generally understood that small to medium-sized fires may be driven by increasing drought conditions, whereas the largest fires we see are generally driven by strong, dry east wind events coinciding with those drought conditions. So some of our collaborators are currently working on evaluating these drivers and determining the relative likelihood of small versus large fire events moving forward in Western Cascadia. And it's really important to consider the size of future fires, but it's equally as important to consider the spatial patterns of those fires and what they might look like. So the size and also the shape of high severity burn patches really sets the template for post-fire forest recovery. That's primarily because the interior portions of those large high severity patches can potentially be really far from unburned live trees following fire, and therefore really far from seed sources. Because of this, these high severity patches are often where management intervention is most needed. So things like replanting with tree seedlings, also landslide hazard assessments, because these areas are really prone to erosion and debris flows. And while these patches are a real concern for managers working to protect forest health, it's also worth noting that these areas are where complex early seral pre-forest habitat forms. And that habitat is critical for a wide range of wildlife species. Indigenous communities in Western Cascadia historically used fire to manage these landscapes and promote that pre-forest habitat because it supports a number of culturally important plant species, including huckleberry, which is shown here. So all of this is to say that anticipating the spatial patterns of burn severity in this region, and in particular those high severity patches where most trees are killed, is really important, not only because it impacts forest health, but also because it impacts a wide range of ecosystem services. When it comes to anticipating these patterns, however, the challenge is that predicting spatial patterns of burn severity for a given landscape is really difficult. This is because spatial patterns of burn severity are driven by a complex mixture of drivers, so things like vegetation and fuels, topography, and fire weather, which can be highly variable. More generally, however, thinking about the spatial structure of fires, you can imagine that as fires increase in size, the potential for large high-severity patches also naturally increases or scales upward. So we refer to this as a scaling relationship, and when paired with projections for overall area burned and fire size distributions, these scaling relationships can be used to infer potential future fire impacts. So understanding the range of patch structure that might be expected across a range of fire sizes in Western Cascadia is going to be really useful for anticipating and planning for those impacts. Going back to this figure, however, the challenge is that we have really limited data for the spatial structure of burn severity in Western Cascadia. So using the satellite fire record, we have only 31 Western Cascadia wildfires for which we're able to characterize those spatial patterns of burn severity. This really limits the statistical power that we have to describe these spatial patterns and how they might vary with increasing fire size. So fortunately, we can look to a broader geographic region. So here we have the forested ecoregions of the broader Northwest US, where fire activity has been much more frequent within the satellite record. So by comparing the limited data that we have for Western Cascadia to these other forested regions, we can evaluate whether the spatial patterns of wildfires in Western Cascadia fall within the range of patterns we're seeing in these other regions, as well as other fire regimes. So as many of you know, fire regimes vary widely across the Northwest, with those infrequent high-severity regimes being fairly prevalent both in Western Cascadia as well as in subalpine forests of the Northern Rockies, for example. So if burn severity scaling relationships in Western Cascadia appear comparable to these other fire regimes in the Northwest, then data from those comparable regimes can be harnessed to supplement the really sparse empirical record that we have for Western Cascadia. So that brings me to the questions we're working to address, which are first, how do burn severity scaling relationships in Western Cascadia compare to other fire regimes across the Northwest? And then building on that, how might the range of burn severity patch structure in Western Cascadia vary depending on the size of future fire events? And I'd really like to emphasize here that the goal with this research is not to be able to predict specific spatial patterns that we might expect in specific landscapes, but rather at a broad regional scale to put quantitative bounds on the type of wildfire patterns we might expect to see in this region. So getting into some of the data processing for this work, our broader study region, as I said, is the Northwest US. And we have assigned each fire event within that region the primary fire regime as mapped by land fire within that fire's perimeter. And then here are Western Cascadia fires for comparison. So for each fire, we're using Landsat satellite imagery to generate maps of RDMBR, which is a satellite index of burn severity. We're then using statistical models to classify that burn severity index into 2 burn severity classes based on the proportion of trees likely to have been killed. So we have our high severity class where most trees are killed, and then our low to moderate burn severity class. Combining each classified burn severity map with available land cover data, we are then generating maps of distance to potential seed source within the interior portions of those high severity burn patches. Finally, we're using our classified burn severity maps to calculate high severity patch size metrics for each fire, and we're using our distance to seed source maps to calculate high severity patch structure metrics. So what do I mean by that? First, thinking about high severity patch size, you can imagine that for each fire event, we have a distribution of patch sizes. So in this figure here, we have patch size along the x-axis, and then the inverse cumulative probability or proportion of patches along the y-axis. As an aggregate metric, we're using an area-weighted mean of all of those patch sizes, which is going to fall towards the upper end of that distribution. And then in addition to that aggregate metric, we are fitting patch size distribution shape parameters, describing the overall shape of the distribution, and in particular, the relative prevalence of small versus large patch sizes. Next, thinking about the structure of high severity patches. For each fire, we have a distribution of distance to potential seed. So here in this figure, we have distance to seed along the x-axis, and then inverse cumulative area on the y, both in terms of hectares, as well as a proportion of the total high severity burned area. As an aggregate metric, we're using the total area exceeding a distance threshold of 150 meters to define core area. That's because 150 meters is the probable seed dispersal distance for a lot of conifer tree species. Then in addition to that aggregate metric, we're also fitting a distribution shape parameter here again, describing the shape of this distribution, in particular how quickly it drops down to 0 with increasing distance. So getting into some of the analysis and results. First, to get you oriented to these spatial scaling relationships, here we have area-weighted mean patch size plotted against fire size, and I'll note these are both log transformed axes here. And then we have our 3 fire regime groups within the Northwest. So that frequent low severity regime on the left, our mixed severity regime in the middle, and then our infrequent high severity regime on the right. For brevity, in the next couple slides, I'm just going to be showing the aggregate spatial metrics and not those distribution shape parameters, but we did also evaluate those. So for each fire regime, we're fitting smooth curves to the relationship between fire size and each spatial metric, and we're using non-parametric quantile regression to do that. So the bold line that you see here in these figures represents the 50th percentile of the response. The inner shaded band represents the middle 50% of the response, and then the outer shaded band represents the middle 95% of the response. So this allows us to characterize the full range of variation in patch metrics across that range of fire sizes. So a couple of takeaways here before I show you how Western Cascadia stack up. First, as you can see, fire regimes across the Northwest demonstrate really clear and consistent scaling behavior. So as fire size increases, patch size also consistently increases. And then within these fire regimes, we found that these scaling relationships did not differ substantially across space or time. So either by geographic region within the Northwest or by year or time period within the satellite record. And while it's possible that these scaling relationships might change in the future, the consistency that we're seeing within the contemporary record suggests that they can be used to infer near future patterns of burn severity we might expect within these fire regimes. So how do our Western Cascadia data compare? Here we have the Western Cascadia fires overlaid over the broader Northwest fire regimes. And we can see that visually the Western Cascadia data appear really consistent with that high severity regime group. And we can confirm quantitatively that that high severity regime from the broader Northwest offers the best fit for our Western Cascadia fires, which is absolutely what we expected to find here. Then looking at core area, our core area metric, we have a similar story here as well, both in terms of the consistency of those scaling relationships. And then once we overlay our Western Cascadia data, again, we see that the high severity regime from the broader Northwest offers a really good fit, which we can confirm again quantitatively. Okay, so bringing it back to our first research question, what we have found so far is that the Western Cascadia data appear consistent with other high severity fire regimes in the Northwest. So this suggests that we can take data from those other high severity regimes to supplement the really sparse empirical record that we have for Western Cascadia. And what's great about that is that it enables us to do a simulation study exploring potential future fire impacts. So here we have the combined data set now for Western Cascadia and the Northwest high severity regime fires for our core area metric. So at any given fire size now, we can simulate potential outcomes by drawing from that range of variation that we've quantified in this scaling relationship. So we can simulate potential core areas for very large fires, say 100,000 hectares in size, or moderately large fires, say 10,000 hectares, or smaller fires, say 1,000 hectares, or really any fire size in between. And we can do that again by simulating from this scaling relationship for the combined high severity data set. So building on this, we set up a simple simulation study to help illustrate how the range of potential future fire impacts in Western Cascadia might vary depending on the size of future fire events. So we can ask, assuming 1 million hypothetical hectares were to burn in Western Cascadia, either in a really extreme fire year or a series of fire years, what are the potential impacts if this area were to burn as 10 very large fire events, each 100,000 hectares in size, or 100 moderately large fires, each 10,000 hectares, or 1,000 smaller fire events, each 1,000 hectares in size? Because remember, an area of active research is parsing out the climate drivers of fire size in this region and determining the relative likelihood of small versus large fire events moving forward. And this research is meant to be really complementary to that effort. So getting into some of the results from this simulation study. So here we have our fire size distribution scenarios along the x-axis. And then we have the total core area aggregated across those fire events along the y-axis. So looking at some of these results, here we can see that if those 1 million hypothetical hectares are burned in large fire events, either 100 moderately large or 10 very large fires, we're looking at a doubling or more in total core area as compared to that smaller fire size scenario. Remember here, our core area metric is that total area exceeding a distance of 150 meters or more to the nearest seed source. So in addition to that aggregate metric, we can also simulate the full distance to seed distributions using that distribution shape parameter that I mentioned earlier. So here we have distance to seed along the x-axis. And then inverse cumulative area, so the total high severity burned area exceeding each distance threshold along the y. So looking at these results, we can see that as fire size distributions increase, the tails of these aggregate distance to seed distributions become heavier. So looking at a distance threshold of 750 meters to seed, for example, we actually have a 10-fold increase in area exceeding this threshold, moving from the smallest fire scenario to the largest. Finally, we can also simulate patch size distributions, again using the distribution shape parameters that I mentioned earlier. And we can look at this a couple of different ways. So here we have high severity patch size along the x-axis, and then an inverse cumulative proportion or frequency of patches along the y-axis. So looking at these results, not surprisingly, we see the occurrence of increasingly large high-severity patches with increasing fire size distributions. However, it's interesting to point out that actually most patches by frequency or number are relatively small. So 90% of patches actually fall above this dashed line here. And the median patch size across all scenarios was close to 3 hectares. Another way that we can look at this, though, is that instead of considering the proportion of patches, we can consider the proportion of the total high-severity area contributed by those patches. So now we have, again, patch size on the x-axis, but this time we have inverse cumulative proportion of total high-severity burned area on the y. So looking at these results, we can see that in the moderately large and very large fire scenarios, the contribution of those large patches to the total high severity burned area is substantial. So on average, individual patches of high severity burned area exceeding 1,000 hectares in size made up around 50% of the total high severity burned area in that moderately large fire scenario, and around 70% or more in the largest fire scenario. So in these larger fire scenarios, the impact of these very large patches on the landscape is substantial. Okay, so wrapping things up with some key takeaway points. We found that burn severity patterns in Western Cascadia are comparable to other high severity fire regimes across the Northwest US. We demonstrated with a really simple case study scenario that scaling relationships can be used to simulate potential future burn severity patterns given projections in total area burned and fire size distributions. And then finally, we found that even if total area burned were to stay the same, shifts in fire size distributions towards larger fires will lead to increasingly large high severity patches with interior areas that are increasingly far from unburned seed sources. And that, of course, has really important implications for how we manage forests in Western Cascadia, both in terms of tree regeneration as well as early seral habitat in an era of increasing fire activity. So with that, I'm happy to take questions. If I have no time, okay, no worries. Thanks, everyone. Come find me later if you want to chat.
Michelle will be around to catch with questions on that really important talk. Big fires and baby trees, how do they intersect? It's a very interesting question for us all. The next very interesting question is going to be about the idea of reburns. And I think that fits in very nicely with the idea of living with fire, because we know we're not done. And these areas that have burned will probably burn again. And Jenna Morris with the University of Washington is going to help us understand that with her talk on impacts of forest structure and fire severity on reburn potential in Western Cascadia. So help me bring Jenna to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking around in this really exciting session that I'm being the bookend on. As Cheryl mentioned, my name is Jenna Morris. I am a graduate student in the Harvey Lab at the University of Washington, and I'm really grateful to be able to share with you some preliminary findings from my dissertation work exploring the impacts of forest structure and burn severity on reburn potential in the region. So I'd like to acknowledge that this work is in collaboration with my co-authors, Madison Laughlin, Liliana Rangel-Parra, Dan Donato, Josh Holofsky, and my advisor, Brian Harvey. Just like to take a moment to acknowledge and sincerely thank all of the support from my collaborators and partners, the people who have been funding this work, my lab mates, as well as the many field technicians who have helped us out over the last couple summers, and without whom this work would not be possible. So thank you to you all. And a big reason why many of us are here at this symposium this week is that within the last decade, recent fires have burned more than 500,000 hectares west of the Cascade Crest in Washington and northern Oregon, referred to here as Western Cascadia. In this region on the map, the region is shaded in blue, with the gray areas representing area burned in this region between 1984 and 2021, with the largest fires occurring within the last decade or so. In this region, forests are typically characterized by high severity, infrequent fire regimes, driven by climate and weather conditions, with those largest fire events being driven by these east winds that promote rapid and extensive fire spread. And until recently, there have been few opportunities to study post-fire forest response in the region due to the infrequent nature of fire events. However, these recent fires have created a chance to actually study contemporary fire effects and better predict future forest dynamics in the region. So while the research is limited, existing studies on post-fire vegetation response in the region have shown that generally, high-severity fires foster biodiversity through the creation of structurally complex early cereal habitats dominated by non-tree species. Studies have also shown that typically we've found a pretty prompt and abundant tree regeneration response following high-severity fires in this region. And I'll just mention that if you're interested in either of these two dimensions, be sure to check out the recordings from yesterday's lightning talks by Madison Laughlin and Liliana Rangel-Parra if you weren't able to tune in live. They're both studying these dimensions in a lot greater detail than I'll be covering today. However, growth and recovery of these live fuels may influence how one fire changes the probability and timing of reburning in subsequent fires. Under climate change, warmer and drier conditions may increase the potential of burning in these early cereal habitats where we're seeing vegetation and tree regeneration recover rapidly. So when thinking about reburns, a lot of our understanding comes from drier forest systems characterized by more frequent fuel-limited fire regimes, or systems characterized by much lower levels of productivity, whereas insights are missing on the drivers of reburn potential in more climate-limited fire regimes, higher productivity forests that we have over here in Western Cascadia. Thus, mechanisms and impacts of reburns are not fully understood in this region due to limited data on past fire events, presenting a critical knowledge gap. So as some presentations shared yesterday, there is historical precedence for these areas reburning following initial fires. So this map is showing area burned in the 2020 fires, shown here in red, as long as area burned in known historical fires from the early 20th centuries, including the Columbia and Yakult burns, shown in blue, as well as the 1933 Tillamook burns, shown in pink. Zooming in, here we have the Yakult burn on the top and the Tillamook burn on the bottom. These figures are showing reburns that happened in the decades following these initial fires. For example, 15 partial reburns within the 50 years following the Yakult burn, as well as 5 partial reburns within 20 years following the Tillamook burn. So clearly, historical evidence has shown that these forests have a tendency to reburn following an initial fire. So given these dynamics, a key objective of my dissertation work is actually focused on addressing uncertainties in the drivers of post-fire reburn potential in the region. And we're looking at this question in a few different dimensions, including how reburn potential is influenced by forest structure and fire dynamics, as well as how different types and timing of different management interventions, such as harvest activities or fuel treatments, might impact reburn potential. For this talk, I'll just be focusing on the first question, but please come find me if you're interested. I would love to chat about thoughts on the second question later. So to think about answering this question of how is reburn potential in this region influenced by pre-fire stand age and burn severity, we can take a look at this schematic of stand successional development over time since fire in the region, increasing in age from left to right. We can imagine that the effects of fire are going to differ greatly by the structures present at the time of fire, as well as the severity of fire experienced, with important implications for the post-fire fuel profiles and reburn potential. Thus, both of these factors become really important predictor variables in our analyses. So to lay out our general expectations, focusing on fuel profiles as one important component of the reburn question, we expect total fuel loads to increase with pre-fire stand age, given that older stands have more biomass at the time of fire. We expect an opposite relationship of total fuel loads with burn severity due to greater combustion of available biomass in higher severity stands. For live and dead fuel load, we expect a positive trend with pre-fire stand age, again, due to the dynamic balance of growth and decay of fuels over time. And we'd expect an opposite trend with burn severity between live and dead fuels as fires generally convert live fuels into dead fuels. So getting into a brief look at our data collection and analysis methods. In this broad collaborative project that many folks in the lab so far have talked about, we've been establishing a network of 165 post-fire monitoring plots across 8 of the notable recent West Side fires, shown here in this map. Our 1 hectare plots are stratified by both pre-fire stand age, binned into young, mid-serial, and late serial classes, as well as by burn severity, stratified into unburned, low, and high severity classes. For my analyses, I'll just be focusing on a subset of these plots from the following 4 fires, shown here in red, including the 2017 Norse Peak and Eagle Creek fires, as well as the 2020 Big Hollow and Riverside fires. This table shows the breakdown of all these different strata combinations for the 88 total plots that are included in this analysis. So we were able to sample a pretty good representation of all of these combinations, except for young stands burned at low severity, which we were not able to find and sample. So those will not be represented. To characterize reburn potential in the field, we measured surface and canopy fuel profiles 2 to 4 years post-fire in each of these 1 hectare plots using standard methods. Surface fuel profiles included biomass of fine and coarse woody fuels broken into their different size classifications, as well as ground fuel depths of litter and duff, all measured within planar intercept Brown's transects. We also measured the biomass of live woody and herbaceous understory vegetation to characterize the live fuel profiles in circular subplots, using species and region-specific allometric equations to convert these measures into estimates of biomass. Our canopy fuel profiles included crown biomass, available canopy fuel load, canopy bulk density, canopy base height, canopy cover, and published fire behavior thresholds to convert these field measures into biomass estimates. To compare these different fuel profile components across our different strata, we used generalized linear models to predict our fuel load components as a function of both of those categorical predictor variables, pre-fire stand age and burn severity. Again, each binned into those 3 different classes: young, mid-serial, and late serial pre-fire stand ages, unburned, low, and high severity burn severity classes. And before diving into our results, just a quick reminder of our expectations. We would expect total and live fuel load to increase with pre-fire stand age and decrease with burn severity, and dead fuel loads to increase with both of these predictors. So now I'd like to get into some of the highlights and preliminary findings from this work. I want to take a moment to walk us through the format of these figures, which will be the same for each of the response variables that I'll be presenting. So each of these figures has fuel load on the x-axis. Each of the columns represents a different response variable. In this instance, fine woody debris on the left, coarse woody debris on the right. Each of our panels represents a different pre-fire stand age, increasing from our young stands on the bottom row up to our late serial stands on the top row. And then within each of those panels, we have burn severity on the y-axis, increasing from unburned on the bottom to high severity on the top. So starting with surface fuels, again, here we have our fine fuels on the left and coarse fuels on the right. Fine fuels being our 1, 10, and 100-hour surface fuels, coarse fuels being our larger 1,000-hour fuels. The colored circles and lines on these plots are the model predicted means and 95% confidence intervals, with the gray dots representing our actual plot values from each of our replicates in these strata. Overall, we saw a positive effect of pre-fire stand age on total surface fuel loads, with older stands having greater surface fuel loads for both our fine and coarse woody debris. This matched our expectations, giving these older stands having more biomass at the time of fire. We saw a negative effect of burn severity, with burn stands having less surface fuel loads than our unburned stands. Again, this made sense given greater combustion of available fuels in higher severity stands. There appears to be, the relationship between burn severity and fuels appears to be more linear for our smaller fine fuels than for our larger coarse fuels, which may be due to coarse fuels requiring a longer time to actually develop and grow larger trees that can then be made into our coarse surface fuel loads, whereas fine fuels are pretty ubiquitous across stand development. And we saw that the strength of the relationships between pre-fire stand age and burn severity on each of these categories differed by the different fuel size components. So I'd like to dive into those a little bit, focusing first on our smaller fine fuels. Here we have our smallest 1-hour fuels on the left, 10-hour fuels in the middle, and 100-hour fuels on the right. And we saw that the strength of the positive effect of pre-fire stand age and negative effect of burn severity weakened as fuel size increased, with our 100-hour fuels being pretty similar across each of the strata. And one explanation for this is that these smaller 1 and 10-hour fuels are more available to combustion than these larger 100-hour fuels. We also saw a potential effect of greater 100-hour fuels in our high severity stands compared to our low severity stands, which might be a result of greater crown mortality in these high severity stands and branch drop from these killed stands that we might have not seen in the lower severity stands. So looking at the coarse fuels next, here we have our sound 1,000-hour fuels on the left and our rotten 1,000-hour fuels on the right. Sound being decay classes 1 through 3, rotten being decay classes 4 and 5. We saw strong positive effects at pre-fire stand age for both of these coarse fuel classes, but we found the effect of burn severity differed by decay class. For sound fuels, we saw a negative effect of burn severity that was only evident for the highest burned stands, whereas fuel loads for these sound coarse fuels were pretty similar between our low severity and unburned stands. And this may be due to the actual high intensity of fire that's needed to remove some of these sound fuels, that these conditions were just not generated in our low severity stands. For rotten fuels, both burned stands were more similar than unburned stands, having lower rotten fuel loads. And this is likely due to rotten fuels being more easily burned under a wider range of fire intensities compared to sound fuels. We also saw that this relationship may also just have more stochasticity in it than for sound fuels due to differences in decay rates and the actual identities of these rotten fuel structures between stands, and just generally measurements being more uncertain for rotten fuels than for sound fuels. Transitioning now from the surface up to the canopy, here we have total crown mass of branches and foliage on the left, live crown mass in the middle, and dead crown mass on the right. Overall, again, we saw a positive effect of pre-fire stand age on canopy fuel loads, with older stands having greater total, live, and dead crown mass than younger stands. This matched our expectations, again, giving these older stands having greater biomass, more complex and larger crowns, larger branches available to be representative in the canopy fuel profile. For total and live canopy fuels, we saw a negative effect of burn severity, with more high severity stands having less crown mass than both our low severity and unburned stands. This matched our expectations, giving greater combustion of fine branches and foliage in these higher severity stands. The similarities between the low severity and unburned stands is likely due to the fact that the low severity stands did not exhibit a lot of crown fire behavior, where we'd expect fire to be predominantly operating on the surface as opposed to the canopy. And for dead canopy fuel, we saw a positive effect of burn severity, with more severely burned stands having greater dead crown mass, again, due to greater overstory mortality in these high severity stands, actually converting the live biomass into dead biomass. So ultimately, these findings are contributing to a fundamental understanding of the drivers of reburn potential in this region. Understanding how reburn potential varies across burn severity, pre-fire stand age, time since fire, and under different management scenarios will help land managers develop strategies for promoting these ecological, cultural, and economic resources, as well as for mitigating fire risk using active management of these post-fire landscapes. These preliminary findings really highlight the dominance of these stand structural legacies in driving reburn potential in these Western Cascadia forests. And these photos below really help illustrate this, showing just how different the post-fire environment can look like following high severity fire, depending on the age that stand was when it burned. So noting the differences in abundance, size, arrangement, and quality of live and dead biomass between these different stands following high severity fire is really interesting to think about how these distinct fuel profiles might suggest differences in when and under what conditions we might expect these stands to reburn. So these are some preliminary results. There are a lot of exciting future directions on the way. Some of these include refining our linear models to include additional predictor variables that may be important to fuel loads and reburn potential, as well as calculating some of those additional response variables like the different canopy fuel metrics and our live surface fuel loads. We're also planning on doing additional sampling in the Labor Day fires. Currently, we've got over 30 plots ready to go in the Lions Head, Beachy Creek, and Riverside fires to help add to these results. We're also planning on using our field data and fire behavior models like the Fire and Fuels extension of the Forest Vegetation Simulator to actually think about modeling potential fire behavior in these stands, and then extending that several decades into the future using simulation models and incorporating different management scenarios into some of these model trajectories using some co-developed management options with some of our agency and tribal partners. So a lot to come, stay tuned. I'd love to chat about any insights or thoughts folks have on this. And with that, thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions if there's some time. Yeah, so the question was about, in the Big Hollow Fire, which happened in Southwest Washington, whether there was some reburning that went on this past summer and where that fits within our research there. And you're totally right, there was a small bit of reburn on kind of the southwestern edge of the fire. Thankfully, this was maybe a month after we had just finished sampling there, so in terms of our own operations, it didn't affect it at all. And it seemed like it was reburning in one of the little unburned island patches there. And so in terms of our work, it's pretty small relative to the size of the fires that we're sampling, so I don't know how it would necessarily feed into this work, but it would be really interesting to see. I think that was the Susan fire, I believe. But yeah, I think it was really situated in one of those unburned islands and kind of the puzzle piece behavior we see. Awesome, thank you.
Along those lines, you might talk to Peck and Babette, who are here. The Warner Creek fire, which had been studied for quite a while, reburned in the Clark fire this past summer. So that's a great opportunity for to looking at that reburn sort of situation. Thank you to all the speakers this morning. Great job, a whole lot of great information to put into your brains. It wasn't too much of a fire hose today like we had yesterday, but your challenge is to take that information out into the break, try to translate that information into communications about how you might be able to use this information in your everyday life when you leave this room later. We're at a break now. Come back, please, at 10:35. We'll have another talk and then a really great panel before lunch. So have a good break. really quick, but need to get people back in the room so that we can continue on. So that we can continue to keep up our track record of staying mostly on time today. Our next speaker, I'm pleased to say there's actually been a manager in the room who's been doing some monitoring and collecting the data and has a story to tell, which is actually very hard for a manager to do and work into everything else that they got going on. So I'm very proud of this guy. Jeff McEnroe is a fisheries biologist with the BLM. And he's going to tell you about the Rock Creek post-fire restoration monitoring that he's been doing. So help me welcome him up to the stage.
Hi, everybody. As Cheryl mentioned, my name's Jeff McEnroe. I'm a fish biologist with the Roseburg BLM. I'm excited to be in Corvallis here at my alma mater, getting to talk about this restoration project. There's a few things that I kind of take for granted in the COVID world, and that's the fact that it's really easy to give a Zoom presentation. You don't have things like nerves or having to change out of your board shorts and wear jeans, that kind of thing. So bear with me on a few of these slides. I'm going to talk about a post-fire restoration and monitoring project we did in Rock Creek, which is a tributary to the North Umpqua. It's a partnership effort between the Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers, USGS, National Aquatic Monitoring Center, and the BLM. So the focal area of this project is the Archie Creek Fire. It was one of the many catastrophic wildfires that happened after Labor Day in 2020 that have been mentioned multiple times, but the Archie Creek Fire is our footprint. I was out there, took that picture on the first day of the fire, and I spent the next 6 weeks on the fire as a resource advisor, so I became pretty intimate with it. Maybe. Okay, just a few images to kind of set context of the fire severity. This is our one of our day use areas right on the North Umpqua. This is looking down into Rock Creek through the Taylor Creek drainage, basically 100% tree mortality. This is where the North Umpqua complex of 2017 and Archie Creek fire overlapped. So you have an even higher burn severity in this area. This is looking down at the North Umpqua River. This is a tributary of Rock Creek, East Fork Rock Creek. What we found in the Rock Creek watershed was about 70% of the watershed had a high severity burn and nearly 100% tree mortality. This is moving lower down in Rock Creek. This is right near, up from the mouth a couple miles. Thing to notice in this photo is that old growth stand in the background that was 250 plus years old that had 100% mortality as well. So I'm trying to get at with these pictures and this image here is that this was what I call a catastrophic wildfire. It wasn't a mosaic burn. Nearly 100,000 acres had high severity or 90+% tree mortality. So this, looking at the old growth stands that were consumed, this is really like a once in centuries disturbance event, which was what really the driver behind a lot of the restoration and monitoring that we wanted to do in Rock Creek. So let's zoom into Rock Creek. It's a tributary to the North Umpqua, about 62,000 acres. It's right in the center of the Archie Creek fire. Like I said, about 70% of the watershed was consumed in the fire. And it's that classic Western Oregon checkerboard BLM private industrial land ownership pattern. One thing I want to emphasize about Rock Creek is that it's a fairly unique watershed in the North Umpqua. Most of the tributaries to the North Umpqua tend to be higher gradient, constrained type systems. Rock Creek historically was it is an unconstrained alluvial system, but historically it had large floodplains, lots of side channels, low gradient. So, in other words, it's actually got some of the best potential salmonid habitat in the North Umpqua. List of species that are in Rock Creek. There's a diverse assemblage of salmonids. We have spring Chinook salmon, coho salmon, summer and winter steelhead, 3 forms of cutthroat trout, and Pacific lamprey. So why do we even need to do restoration in Rock Creek? What's the driver to that? I think this isn't a surprise to most people in the room, but Rock Creek had a very abusive past. We cleaned it of all its wood, we bulldozed it, and we cleared out all the riparian vegetation. And this happened over and over again. Just a few photos. This is a mill that was actually in the watershed at the current Mill Pond BLM campground. So it had a mill like right in the middle of the watershed during the 50s. Here's some gentlemen strapping some cables to yard out a large log jam. Whoops. A bulldozer bulldozing out a large log jam in Rock Creek. And the result is something that looks like it came out of a World War II photo. So what is the legacy on the landscape from all of those impacts? And really what's happened is the stream is downcut 5 to 8 feet. It's disconnected from its floodplains and side channels. There's very little spawning gravel due to the higher energy of the system, fewer pools, and almost no woody debris in the system. So even though the vegetation has grown back, the legacy of those past impacts are still present in the watershed. So since this is only a 20-minute talk, I'm going to fast forward about 2 years through a whole bunch of fundraising, restoration design, permitting, NEPA, and then some implementation. Basically, we came in quickly after the fire and were able to implement a large-scale restoration project in the Rock Creek watershed. We utilized what's called the natural channel design concept. This is a design restoration method developed by Brian Baer with the Enterprise team, and it's really based on where wood naturally accumulates in reference systems such as like the Queets River or Washington. Part of the restoration effort involved, since we had some old growth trees to utilize, we were able to make these large channel spanning structures. We called them kind of legacy logjam structures. We We designed 18 of them and to capture wood in safe locations away from infrastructure and where wood would naturally accumulate, kind of planning for that woody input into the system. So just a few photos of the project, kind of just to give you a little slideshow. This is a 1,200-foot long side channel that we opened back up, added woody debris to, basically made it fish Disneyland. This is the core of some of those legacy log jams. You bury some logs in, Brian calls them Joe pokes, and that's kind of that core that holds that woody material in place. This is excavation of a floodplain pool that's going to function as both beaver and juvenile coho habitat. Wood was very abundant for this project. I guess one of the benefits of a catastrophic wildfire is we had as many trees with root wads that we could handle. The trick was getting them before they were cut down as hazard trees, which I could talk about at a different time. Finally, this is one of those legacy logjam structures on the left side of the photo, and we actually last summer started excavating some pools because they weren't developing as quickly as we had hoped. So the end result of these efforts was the largest post-fire restoration effort in BLM history. We were able to place 1,400 trees in 6.1 miles of stream and floodplain. We opened up over 10,000 feet of side channels and built 18 of those large legacy logjam structures I was talking about. And then we also excavated 87 complex pools in the main stem and side channels. So with a catastrophic wildfire, we have a large restoration project, and we're implementing new restoration techniques, at least in the Umpqua. We absolutely had to do some kind of effectiveness monitoring. But add into that, BLM aquatic staffing was at an all-time low, so it makes it very difficult. And one of the curses of being a land manager is you're spread very thin, and that it's very difficult to do monitoring. It's hard to find funding for it. It's hard to find the time for it. It's hard even to do the analysis for it. So, but we got very creative with some of our monitoring. We that's when one of our partners stepped up, the Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers. They really stepped up to help out. They hired a full-time technician to help with the monitoring, and they also did a partnership effort with the National Aquatic Monitoring Center to accomplish a project I'm going to talk about in a second. And then we also kind of got creative with asking help for other BLM districts to come in and help out with some of the snorkel surveys I'm going to talk about. So the first thing I want to mention on the monitoring was, I feel like is a pretty huge key piece to it, and that's BLM hydrologists and USGS staff worked in April of 2021 to get a real-time water quality and flow gauge put in at the bottom of Rock Creek. So even if we do nothing else, this is collecting data full-time for us. So, and it's also, it took a lot of effort in the front end and some expense, but it's an incredibly useful tool that helps all the other monitoring efforts we're doing. One of the really cool monitoring aspects that developed was, like I mentioned before, the Watershed Council teamed up with Utah State University and the National Aquatic Monitoring Center, and they developed a macroinvertebrate and water quality study. This is a 5-year study looking at water quality impacts of catastrophic wildfires, changes to macroinvertebrate communities, and the effectiveness of post-fire restoration efforts. Started collecting data in the spring after the Archie Creek fire. They had identified 15 sites. 5 sites were burned without any restoration that took place in the Rock Creek watershed. 5 sites were burned with restoration implemented, and 5 sites were actually in an adjacent watershed in Canton Creek and were considered unburned. The sites are sampled once per year from May to October, and the parameters collected are on the biological side, macroinvertebrates, organic matter, and epilithin. And physiochemical data is a variety of water chemistry variables, temperature, substrate size, and canopy cover are collected at each site. Still too preliminary to have any results from the study, but I thought I'd throw a couple pictures in of people collecting data. This is collecting the macroinvertebrates at one of the burned, restored sites. And here's collecting some macroinvertebrates at the unburned site in Canton Creek. All right, so as a fish biologist, I had to include some kind of fish monitoring in the project, and we're always getting questions from the public on, well, how many fish is this producing? So we attempted to maybe answer that question, and like I talked about before, we asked for help from other districts, and we got 8 to 10 fish biologists from the BLM to come for a 3-day camp out in Rock Creek each summer and snorkel 8,000 meters of stream. We decided we want to snorkel the entire restoration reach, go big or go home. And so we did that in 2021, which was the summer after the fire, and in 2022, this last summer, which was post the first summer's restoration efforts. So this next summer will be post all of the restoration. Counted juvenile coho, chinook, steelhead, cutthroat trout, and we also counted adults too. Just a few notes about the snorkel surveys I want to highlight is that we made an effort to collect this data in GIS. So every habitat unit was snorkeled and GPSed, and so you can look at this data at a variety of scales from the habitat unit all the way up to the reach or, watershed type scale. So there's many treatment versus control options depending on which scale you look at it. And finally, this was snorkeled by professional fish biologists with many years experience, not necessarily volunteers. Some real quick graphs to show you. I apologize for my third grade quality graphs. As a land manager, you kind of lose your skills in Excel. So anyway, if somebody wants to help me make some better graphs, I'd appreciate it. But one of the benefits of this restoration, kind of a side benefit, is you also get some habitat data. So we're counting the number of pools. So prior to restoration, we had 63 pools in that 8,000 meter reach. And post-restoration, we had 149 pools, so 2.5 times more pools. Here's a look at just the preliminary coho data. We jumped up 2.45 times number of juvenile coho in the reach post-restoration. Adult cutthroat jumped up 4 times in the reach post-restoration. And we just count adult cutthroat, not young of the year trout. We don't find a lot of juvenile Chinook in Rock Creek, but we did have the numbers jump quite a bit, 18 times. I think that's due to water quality issues in the watershed, so hopefully as conditions improve, we'll see more and more juvenile Chinook staying in the watershed. And then we really don't see any change in juvenile steelhead, but we don't count young of the year trout, so that's kind of expected. If we see a change, it'll be this summer. A few notes, as I mentioned before, this is very preliminary data. We're going to need longer term data sets to determine any kind of trend. And then a few missing components to this that I think we can sub in as like adult escapement. We have the Winchester Dam, which counts all of the adult salmonids over it every year, so we can use that as kind of a measure of what's coming into Rock Creek. And then we're also doing spawning surveys. I just don't have that data put together in the watershed. And then this data just shows the boost from 2021 restoration. We haven't seen that boost from 2022 yet. The other one would be control reaches. The graphs I showed you are that 10,000 foot level, the entire reach. And so as we zoom in, like I said before, we can pan out control versus treatment reaches. The final thing I want to talk about was some thermal and orthographic imagery that we had done in the watershed. This was to look at, we really didn't understand, hyperetic flow pathways in an alluvial watershed. We didn't understand if, post-fire restoration would improve cold water refugia in the watershed. We wanted to kind of understand some of that stuff, so we were actually able to pay NV5 to do these flights for us. So we flew over 11 miles of Rock Creek and its tributaries, collected thermal imagery, orthographic imagery, and bathymetric LiDAR the first year. We didn't collect it in 2022. We weren't able to get a pre-fire flight. We couldn't predict when the fire was, so we got the flight in summer of 2021. Some of the interesting things we captured with that flight, though, was it was the first summer post-catastrophic wildfire. It was the hottest summer on record, and it was also a 25-year drought. The second year, in 2022, we got the exact opposite side. We had like the wettest spring in 20 years, and so you look at the thermal images of the 2 years, and it's hot and fairly cool, and so we're hoping maybe this summer will be normal. I don't know. But we're planning flights in 2023 and 2024. We have funding for that, and hopefully we'll keep going with this. It's a really cool thing to geek out on. Real quick, get you on the color ramp. Purple, the fish are happy. Orange, the fish are stressed. Yellow, the fish are dead. And so here's a quick image. I got a few quick images to show you, and then I'm done. This is the mouth of McComas Creek. You can see the area in purple there. That's cold water refugia. Here's that same orthographic image. And then here's a photo I took during the heat dome of that same location, mouth of McComas Creek. That's about 70 Chinook salmon holding in about 2 feet of water, which they don't normally do. And it was 78 degrees or 26 degrees at the stream gauge downstream of that at the time of that photo. So I feel like without that cold water refugia, those adult Chinook would have perished. So this time we'll see if you can identify where the cold water refugia is in here. And there's some kind of subsurface flow or spring popping out right there. And so these images just give us areas to investigate on the ground. We haven't really fully taken advantage of them yet, but we hope to. And then finally, this braided channel section of Rock Creek potentially shows some subsurface flow there, popping out as cooler water in the side channel. There's an image of the orthographic image of that spot too. So with that, I want to just say we kind of threw this out there. A lot of it's very preliminary. We just want to let folks know that these data sets were out there in case anybody wanted to collaborate or had maybe a grad student they wanted to throw in to help analyze some of this stuff. And so with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Can you summarize the advantages from a broad perspective to restoration in a post-fire environment? I'm thinking if there was any differences funding-wise, permitting-wise, and then obviously hydraulically. What are the advantages that you saw doing this project in a post-severe fire environment compared to an unburned environment?
Gosh, that's a tough question. The number one that jumps to my head is the amount of materials we had to do the restoration. Normally we would have had to get a lot of wildlife clearances on the trees. We're able to just utilize whatever was in the riparian zones that was going to be felled as hazard trees anyway. So that was a huge, huge plus. I can't say we really noticed any benefit post-fire with like flows or anything like that, and funding-wise, we honestly didn't really get much funding like post-fire recovery money with this either. We had some prior to the project. We were actually planning a project in Rock Creek prior to that, so we had some, and we're able to utilize kind of that funding to go after more. I think maybe we had an advantage, on grant applications too, as far as, we're trying to recover this now so we can capture that post-fire wood and substrate that's going to come through the system versus coming in 5 or 6 years and potentially that stuff is gone. So the urgency is real. It's just we were very lucky in the fact that we already had some funding to do this restoration with. Hope that answered your question. No, great question. We actually had the U.S. Forest RATS team come in and assess it for the restoration potential. That's some of the things I couldn't talk about because the talk was short, but the short answer is we looked at this for like 2 years before the fire and tried to decide on what restoration method to use. The Forest Service team came in and looked at it. Rock Creek was too far down cut, and we didn't have any material to add to Rock Creek, and so Stage 0 was not an option. And the checkerboard ownership kept us from doing Stage 0 too. So their second method besides Stage 0 was to go with this channel design method, and so we pursued that. And it was really just to put the wood in and then hopefully allow that material to start grading over time and eventually get there. Good.
Great work. Thank you very much for coming and sharing that. I remember the first time I helped fund an airplane or a helicopter, I think, that took the temperature of a stream as it flew along the Mackenzie. It was FLIR imagery. So cool. Where all the hot springs are. That's a good thing to know. Not just for the fish. So we're going to shift gears just a little bit and bring up a panel. And again, it's a little bit more of a manager's sort of a perspective on things. James Dickinson, who is a fire ecologist with the Bureau of Land Management, is going to be facilitating a great panel for us, talking about, I believe, a paradigm shift. So how do we do that shift? What is that shift? Where have we been? Where are we going? I think those are the sorts of things they're going to explore. So James is going, yeah, I think you kind of got it, Cheryl. So James, come on up and introduce your group all at once. Is that what your plan is? Yep. Okay, I'll turn it over to James. Help me welcome him to the stage.
So good morning. I'm, as Cheryl mentioned, James Dickinson, state fire ecologist for Oregon, Washington, BLM. We're going to go into a better introduction for each of the panel members, but I want to start by thanking Cheryl Friesen, Angie Elam, Alex Rosen, who's my co-facilitator for the panel discussion, Andrew, Rebecca, Dustin, and Barb on the end down here. They've all gone out of their way to come participate in today's workshop. They've traveled, with the exception of Andrew and Dustin, they've traveled quite a distance to get here. And it speaks a lot to where this topic has developed and where it's going, and the natural inclination or the resonation that every time it comes up that it's having with my fellow land managers. This is definitely a different topic for all of us, and I think it's, I actually have to follow a script. When I typed in this title into my favorite essay writer with artificial intelligence, it popped out such an awesome product that I just plopped it right into my presentation and moved forward with it. But those of you who know me, it's really easy for me to get spooled up and get off topic, so I really wanted to set this up well for folks and go from there. So one of the reasons we thought this was important to present here in this particular workshop is that as a community of resource specialists, land managers, researchers, we have an obligation to constantly seek to do better, to get our lands, our ecosystems into perpetuity, right? This is our world, this is our earth, our planet. And so there's a core obligation for all of us to live up to that. So I'll go ahead and start into this. Today's presentation is part of an ongoing number of as yet informal discussions about where land management agencies need to go to better adapt to our contemporary world. This topic has grown from a slow accumulation of comments into occasional conversations and now frequent conversations. For me, the frequency of the offhand remarks gave way to willfully searching for opportunities to talk with colleagues after I presented to FEMA about the organizational impacts of climate change. In that presentation, one of the key messages that I arrived at was that any emergency response agency needs to continue promoting the mitigation of risk, but importantly, that mitigation to natural disasters has to happen throughout the management cycle, not just in the mitigation phase, but also during the disaster response and subsequent recovery phases. The same is true for land management agencies. Standing in a room with fire researchers, social researchers, and managers, I don't think I'm alone when I make the assertion that it's time for a paradigm shift within land management. For the sake of time, you will hear me use fairly broad language to introduce this topic. The specifics vary by organization, personnel, social, political environment, and ecosystem. But I believe the topic is ripe for discussion, and I believe it's apropos to nearly all land management agencies. I'll reference 3 generic phases of management. It would help if I move forward here. Apologize. I'll reference 3 generic phases of management. Green management, which is the day-to-day risk mitigation and ecosystem services work that we do, and then wildfire management and post-fire management. You can't speak at a fire conference if you don't have a triangle in your presentation, so I made sure to include a really cool snazzy diagram that's got this here. I'll go into a little bit more detail on this, but at each of the 3 points of the triangle is one of the management phases. Hopefully you guys can see that in the back. Green management, wildfire management, post-fire management. And then within that triangle is just this broader body of ecology that we in this room collectively develop and understand and interpret. And then outside of that triangle is labeled socioeconomics, but really that's the social envelope, the social license that we work through. In the current paradigm, we are focused on what, where, and how to treat in specific places so that we can protect resources in adjacent locations. Our protection paradigm requires that we utilize those treated areas to contain, control, and extinguish fires in order to protect the adjacent valuable resources that we're already invested in. Because rarely does our management alter the vulnerability to a hazard, merely the exposure. After we extinguish fires, we often are immediately focused on restoring that fire footprint to what it was before, after making it safe for ourselves and the public. Currently, at each decision-making phase, we are looking at the next phase in order. Apologize. Currently, we're looking at each phase, we're looking at the next phase in order. Green management is thinking about fire issues. Fire management is oriented towards first-order resource damage, and post-fire is thinking about immediate stabilization and getting personnel shifted back to the green management. The diagram on the left is intended to describe how the management phases align with one another and what I'll call this ecological license and the socioeconomic license. The current paradigm biases management focus with only some overlap of the ecological license, but a preponderance is within the social license realm. While each management phase is intended or desires to capture the ecology, it is often restricted by a variety of factors. In addition, all phases are narrowly oriented towards the next management phase. In effect, it runs quite sequentially, something like what is on the right here. The focus on green management makes some sense. It's what we do every day, and by and large, we've done for decades. But it doesn't make complete sense. In light of climate change, increasing fire frequency and size, altered ecosystems, and urban expansion, not to mention the cost to carry out any work and the difficulty of funding that work, in addition, the amount of impact, both positive and negative from fires, greatly exceeds our capacity to restore landscape function through this traditional paradigm with a green management emphasis. What can we do differently? What is needed is a realignment of perspectives from the next decision in the sequence. Instead, each phase of management needs to analyze and assess what is appropriate for both of the other phases of management. This shifts the questions asked to be more holistic. Where can I protect things, and where can I modify fire behavior to have better outcomes for my landscape? Where do I need to focus on protection of life and property, and where can I focus on having better post-fire outcomes and benefit for natural resources, all while reducing a risk to my fire personnel? What can I do before a fire to reduce classic post-fire risk to infrastructure, health, and well-being, increase landscape functionality, and promote better fire management options in this landscape? Interestingly, you can see in this diagram that each phase of management actually promotes and leverages the ecological and socioeconomic licenses of the other management phases. It becomes a much more holistic management model, one where the success of an action is determined by the relationship of the 2 other management phases. Of interest to the folks organizing and attending this symposium, in this new paradigm, post-fire management becomes the critical management point. In one discussion, somebody observed, so what you're really trying to do is deconstruct the post-fire landscape and manage for better outcomes across the future landscape, across the entire fire landscape. So this is another way of looking at the current paradigm. Green management, then disturbance, then green management. while the post-fire teams are scrambling to do the work necessary to stabilize the fire footprint so that they can get back to green management. We then typically push or allow that fire footprint to recover back to its pre-fire state, though more and more frequently we get another fire. The alternative is that we manage existing post-fire landscapes or the imprints of the fires on the landscape during the transitional period, shown in white up here, with the ecosystem processes in mind. There is still an important role for green management where managers mitigate risk to fix assets and extract ecosystem services, but the emphasis changes to post-fire management utilizing the fire footprint, stabilizing it, addressing fuel accumulations, revegetation needs, opportunities for habitat, etc. All the while, fire management is now a tool to modify fire behavior for resource benefit after protecting for life and property. From the second diagram, it should be obvious to many in the room that this new paradigm promotes an organization to manage with and for variability, one of the hallmarks of any resilient system, of which both landscapes and organizations benefit. In the long term, this new paradigm simplifies to a model that is very similar to the current paradigm, except now post-fire landscapes are being managed before and after fires with an eye towards fire being a part of them. Green management addresses risk reduction for fixed assets and ecosystem services, but with the outcomes being oriented towards landscapes with fire as a part of them. In effect, the old green management becomes synonymous with post-fire management because post-fire landscapes are recognized as the new pre-fire landscapes. Meanwhile, fire management remains responsible for protecting life, property, and managing the process of fire for desired ecological and social outcomes. The managers in this room are in the business of taking broad knowledge mostly about ecology and applying it to the ground. We do this by taking as much relevant information that you all here generate and defining a risk envelope for a decision maker to choose an action that is both socially acceptable and ecologically useful. However, in this room, most folks are contributing to the overarching body of knowledge surrounding sociology and ecology. The ability to shuffle information from the broader body of knowledge to the manager for developing these envelopes is critical, and that is why we are here in front of you today. I presented a lightning talk to you that basically says land managers recognize that there is a need to change. Our old management paradigm needs to shift. Only one person on this panel up here, Barb, has had any real exposure to this conversation as it began to develop early on. Yet every one of them instantly related to this conversation within a 15 or 20-minute introduction with one another. In the next 45 minutes or so, I've asked them to share their perspectives on where we have been and where we need to go. During this discussion, you might hear mention of place, which shouldn't just be heard as location. Rather, each of us has intimate knowledge of geographic place, social place, ecological place, cultural place, and organizational place. This idea of place is a key element in understanding and applying science. It helps us to reduce risk envelopes, to apply science and be better managers, in turn making more effective decisions, and by definition, making change. I am hopeful that some in this room today will benefit from exploring the new regions in this very, very preliminary diagram that I've included up here of this new paradigm. And from this panel discussion, which is really a fishbowl conversation of which we will invite participation from the audience as best as possible, it's a conversation amongst journeyman practitioners. We hope that you will gain some takeaways on where research, monitoring, and the places that you occupy might help all of us become better land stewards. So that's kind of the setup. Is we've been having conversations about this paradigm shift, and I invited this group of folks to come up and provide their perspectives. We're intentionally staying away from exactly what that paradigm shift looks like. I want to provide you the opportunity to hear that the principles or the values and the experiences that these folks have had, and likewise, we're interested in hearing from you now or in the future about what that looks like. So with that, when we first did this, it was going to be just a fishbowl conversation, but as we got here and realized that there was opportunities to actually interact with folks, the folks online and in the room, feel free to sign into Menti and using the QR code. and enter the code up there. You can ask a question, and Alex will be monitoring that. And as we go through, we'll do some opening remarks, and we'll kind of keep that conversation going as questions come in. If you have them, feel free to do it online. For those of us in the room, please step up to a microphone, and we will try and accommodate the questions that we can as this develops. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Andrew, but first just want to point out that up here at the top is that Minty connection information, so those of you online have an opportunity to participate. And with that, I'd like to introduce Andrew Perini, and I'll let you start.
Thank you, James, for organizing this discussion. I'm looking forward to continuing it, and thank you, all the presenters here, for all the information and data that you've presented. It's been incredibly interesting, and I appreciate each and every one of you. And I'm here to talk to you a little bit about traditional ecological fire knowledge. My name's Andrew Perini. I'm the Fire Management and Protection Manager at the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. And I started my career here at Oregon State studying forestry and science. I also drafted myself a script. I wrote it myself. One specific memory I hold on to was a quote from a professor here in this room today, go Beefs, talking about how, quote, my cohort would be the manager of impending megafires. Looking up to a person that tucked their pants into their socks when he went to the woods was tough, but I agreed. And I did look up to him. It seemed obvious facing more than a century of fuel accumulation from wildfire suppression and climate models predicting hotter, drier, and more erratic weather patterns that we would start to see more megafires. And it turns out he was right. I'm gonna tell you guys some stories about myself, and it's gonna veer away significantly from science and data, and I hope you enjoy them. I worked on a fire crew during the summer between terms and was dispatched to many wildfires, most of them here in the Pacific Northwest. One of my most memorable mega fires I was dispatched to was the Igley Complex west of Burns, Oregon. We were helpless in our efforts to slow the fire and effectively ran away from the flaming front during the heat of each day. I remember watching fire and dust whirls climb hundreds of feet above the mature forest canopy. It was exciting, invigorating, but heartbreaking. Throughout my career, there have been wildfires and prescribed fires I dispatched to that were perfectly managed, but also those that left me wondering if there might have been a better answer. As I became a forester and now a silviculturist, I often analyze fire management regimes and ask myself how to better protect, preserve, and even utilize the natural resources that we all care about. Working for the tribe, I often think about the numerous stories I've read and been told about how tribal ancestors managed the land well before European settlement, and how the use of fire for food management, primarily, is regularly the focus of those stories. Fire supplied game with supple browse, drove animals for hunting and harvesting meat, made gathering grasshoppers and tarweed easy, assisted fire-dependent plants such as bulbs and berries, helped cultivate species for basketry and tobacco use, was used to cook food sometimes in underground ovens, and most importantly, and I think what we're talking about here today, is thin the understory of dense vegetation and limited high-severity wildfire. I think back to yesterday, numerous similar slides of more recent wildfires where it exhibits low, moderate, and high-severity wildfire, and I think through the use of good fire, we can balance that graph better than we've done in the past. And taking those examples and learning from them, I think there's an opportunity to implement the tribal ecological knowledge that we have through history in order to balance that graph out a little bit. Back to my script. Fires were typically lit after harvest, in late fall, as a form of low severity, post-use cleanup with ecological benefits to show the following season. I personally envision fire practitioners on carefully constructed and placed foot trails with hunting implements at the ready, lighting camas beds, huckleberry fields, oak savanna and groves, and even upland forest ridges to implement backing fires to thin young understory trees and brush, and to protect the large mature conifer trees above. I also envisioned families back home waiting to hear stories of harvest and fire and to manage the freshly burnt and supple land that would produce food for the following years. I have a quote to read from the book Indians, Fire, and the Land in the Pacific Northwest, authored by anthropologist Robert Boyd, who writes, "The beneficial effect of understory and spot burning in several forest types is a preventative to wildfire, disease outbreak, and extensive forest burns, now so apparent to Northwest forest managers, have become timely because of ill-advised, unnatural practice of fire suppression. Likewise, Native Americans may not have understood contemporary ecologists' concept of edge environments, but the effect of creating more ecological borders through selective burning were the same, to increase the number and variety of species in any given area. Native Americans also were not concerned with species depletion and loss and overall biodiversity. These are problems of our own practice and times." So I came here today to express the importance of traditional ecological fire knowledge and to point out its effective use throughout the paradigm that James had mentioned, starting from green management all the way through post-fire management. And pre-settlement forest composition and historical anthropogenic prescribed burning regimes to maintain and protect forests are arguably the most important bits of natural history forest managers and researchers have at their disposal today. With lessons learned from the past, tribal land stewards, coupled with modern technology and science, the planning and use of fire fits well into all levels of forest management. Stepping away from reactive management and transitioning into proactive management is a necessary step at maintaining our natural resources for future generations. That's what I had prepared for today. Send it back to James.
Thank you, Andrew. And we're going to kind of work through these opening comments, but conversation will develop. But we just want to give folks an opportunity to share their experience right off the bat with you. So next up is Rebecca Lloyd from Montana.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for sharing your story. That was really powerful. Appreciate that. So I feel really lucky to be on this panel, maybe just kind of in the right place at the right time. And one thing that has really hit home with me that James also mentioned is it's fascinating to me how we've had very different backgrounds, the four of us on this panel, and very different career experiences and expertise, but we are all kind of converging on the same idea of this paradigm shift in management and this idea that collaborative management should be a part of that and may be the critical piece for bringing it about. So my experience on the panel has given me a chance to reflect on my career, such that it is. And I realized that since the very beginning of my career, I've worked on these novel collaborative relationships without any kind of intention. It's been a part of every job that I've done. And maybe none more significantly than the very early part of my career, the first decade of my career, working with the Nez Perce tribe, Department of Fisheries. And I'll share a little story about that. Like many of you, I started my career in natural resources as a seasonal. And when I was finishing my master's, I was a seasonal on the Nez Perce National Forest, which is in north central Idaho. It has some very similar landscapes to the Cascades in places, which is where I worked. And it was also at a time that the Nez Perce Clearwater was engaged fully in a flood recovery. A massive rain on snow event had occurred during the winters, and it was a Pacific Northwest-wide event. The scale of the damage was such that we had seasonal crews like myself just working on sediment mitigation from different areas of road failure, for example, And the Nez Perce tribe at the time had a very young Department of Fisheries, and they had put together seasonal crews, and we worked alongside each other together without much distinction in who worked for who, doing the same kind of sediment, I would call it sediment mitigation at the time. When I finished my master's, I was ready to try to start my federal career, which was my plan. And the Nez Perce tribe's newly minted director of a watershed division, which is under the Department of Fisheries for the tribe, called me up and asked me if I would be willing to come work for the Nez Perce tribe and help him start basically a watershed restoration program that was treaty territory wide, so across several states, 7 national forests. And I wasn't going to turn that down. It was an incredible opportunity and very generous of them to offer. And when the Nez Perce tribe approached the Forest Service with this idea of a partnership, they came into it with a very clear vision. Their vision was one of co-management, which is something that the Forest Service is careful to use the terms collaborative management. It's a subtle difference. And they also came in with a clear vision of moving from a sediment mitigation program into a watershed restoration program. Effectively, they were bringing their cultural paradigm of the connectedness of watersheds into this idea of restoring what had been forests that had been in places badly damaged by the legacies of past logging practices. And with that simple paradigm shift, the program became a partnership, and it's truly a partnership at that time between the forest and the tribe, and it changed everything. We went from a kind of point source sediment program, almost analogous to what James was talking about with fire, into a landscape scale watershed restoration partnership focused on ridgetop to ridgetop. And this was years before the restoration ecology literature really started to focus on restoring ecology, ecological functions and processes as the way to bring about change. That partnership also fostered a shared learning. We developed a systematic monitoring program. We monitored everything that we did new so that we could learn from our mistakes. We had a long-term trend monitoring as well as learn from our successes, and it completely transformed how we approached our restoration to making it, I think, some of the work that I'm most proud of that I've ever done in my career, and I'm fortunate enough that I can go back and still see the results 20 years later, which is hard to believe. So as it transformed the restoration approach on the forest, at least the watershed restoration approach, it kind of gave me a sense of what could be, but it also gave me a sense of what should be, being a part of that relationship between the tribe and the Forest Service. And I've tried to bring that ethic and that sense into every job I've had since. I've worked for a conservation organization, running a collaborative management program between Canada and the US, and I am now a Forest Service employee and have been for the last 6 years and still closely affiliated with the Nez Perce tribe programs. And so some kind of looking back, the partnership looks different now. It certainly had some challenges, and it's given me some lessons learned about what makes a sustainable collaborative management partnership, and we can talk about those lessons learned if you're interested. And also it's also given me some lessons learned about how to bring science into programs like that, and we can also talk about those if you have interest later, or you can even buttonhole me later. So thank you.
Thanks, Becca. Next up is Dustin.
Hey, good morning, Good morning, everybody. Thankful to be here, be in the company of so many people. They're invested in researching and understanding post-fire landscapes and coming together to discuss the future of land and resource management in this region. So I'm here. The question was, like, how does a new landscape and resource management paradigm emerge? I mean, I can offer a few thoughts that I've had from discussions, particularly with my team back in Grand Round in our Historic Preservation Office, and along with others in Indian country. and talk about kind of the intersection of like tribes' interest and wildfires and kind of land management more broadly. And a lot of these discussions began during and since the 2021 fire season, as I was out on fire and communicating with the folks I work with back home, which is a team of archaeologists within the Cultural Resource Department, and just kind of noticing, just bring up a lot of it brought up a lot of questions that I had, and we were kind of bouncing back and forth, and what we were thinking is perhaps, I don't want to say some like sort of blind spots, but things to consider, kind of questions. And I feel that I'm always in kind of odd company. I'm the one that studied philosophy, so I don't bring normally data and have the answers. Normally I bring uncomfortable questions to the table and leave them unanswered for other people to figure out. So that's kind of where we're at today. But I hope that I can bring a few things to the table that can perhaps be discussed further. One of the most important things, coming from perspective, especially within cultural resources and with tribes in a relationship to what's been going on in the landscape, is communication. And one of the things is being notified and consulted when incidences are happening, like within your jurisdictions. And this has been something that has been it's rather difficult, say, for a tribe to express what its values at risk are, and to be like into the conversation if they're not part of the conversation in the first place. And in talking about sort of like paradigm shifts, one of the things I think about is like, who are the people in the room that are having the discussions and like in making the decisions. So, one of the questions, how can tribes, as stakeholders and also as like historical and contemporary stewards of these lands and resources, communicate their values at risk? These values at risk, they can't be incorporated into mid and long-term management plans or into emergency incident action plans during wildfire instances unless those lines of communication are open. And I think it's important to say this again. Although it really does seem basic, that tribal perspectives, can't be included if there's not communication with tribes regarding like values at risk. And there's a little bit of a caveat here. I say with tribes and particularly our tribe. Andrew and myself, work for the Confederate Tribes of Grand Round. However, with these sort of discussions and these sort of consultations that we're asking for is kind of the recognition as one, that there's not just one tribe, that perhaps, will be many depending on what your jurisdiction is. It is something that needs to be consulted with, regarding what those values at risk are on that landscape. And additionally, within each tribe itself is going to be multiple departments and multiple programs that are going to be different. And when engaging in that sort of consultation and discussion with those tribes, is being aware of like what the organizational structure is of those tribes, in order so that you're communicating to the right people. I think a perfect example, again, of both Andrew and I both working for the same tribe, we both work in different departments. And like when consultation is coming to the tribe, it is coming to two different departments that have two different it's the same tribe, but different concerns regarding different values, whether it's natural, and then within our case, cultural resources, although it could be argued that are the same thing as I think what Andrew had just talked about within his talk. So continuing on with like kind of the consultation, one of the things that we noticed is like on incident itself is, one of the questions that I often have is like, have the tribes been contacted, or what are the threshold for the tribes to be contacted regarding that incident that happens? I perhaps may be a little bit more, maybe bullish on this, but I would think that just about any time there is a sort of wildfire incident, anything that has a P code, and I'm sure most of us know what that is, that there's some sort of contact that is going to be made with the tribe regarding what has happened, and if there's any sort of input that can be that they can have regarding that incident and how that's going to potentially be managed. And also, while the incident command team and the resource advisors attached to the incident will have access to sensitive archaeological information, perhaps to inform their decisions, they don't have all the information. Local tribes retain a lot of sensitive cultural knowledge about place and perhaps where things are at, and relying perhaps on resource advisors that are using standard databases like from SHPO or whatnot is not going to be sufficient information in order to properly protect the resources that are at risk. Let's see. Sorry here. So, including tribes, and this determined resource priorities and values at risk, I get, is one of the most significant, basic, messages that, that I could put out here, because there's not much of a conversation that is to be had if that is not being done. So as I talk to, as I'm on this panel and speak with everyone else here, is the question I would want to leave you with is that when we have these sort of instances that are happening on your landscape, have you contacted the tribes? And have you asked for what their input is on how that can be managed? So that we can have a better collaborative effort to actually be, take care of the particular incident in place, but also begin to have collaboration to be proactive in the future, which I think a lot about with this panel and what we're talking about is how can we begin to be more proactive and not reactive in our management, especially when it comes to wildfires.
Great, thank you, Dustin. I think one of the key pieces we'll probably build on a little bit here is that communication component of how do you change a paradigm, right? It starts with communication, but in addition, it's having the relationships ahead of time and developing those relationships. And just to bring some of that back into context here, right? We're all looking to do better land management or understand the ecology better. And there's a lot of untapped information resources out there for us, but it's about developing those relationships and having the conversations ahead of time and moving through that process. And we'll hopefully come back to that a little bit more. And with that, I'm going to move on to Barb Garcia and let you take it away.
All right, thanks a lot. It's really great to be back in the Pacific Northwest. I'm hoping I can tie in with some of you and give you hugs, because I haven't seen some of you since before COVID, and to be able to touch you and see you in person is a real treat for me. Super grateful to be asked to be a part of this panel, and really honored to be sitting up here with these folks here that have humbled me and give me faith and motivation in where we could potentially go into the future. So I want to go back to the objectives identified for this symposium. I mean, why did we all say we're going to take a week out of our schedules that we're all pretty swamped? Why here, why now? Why was this so important? So I went back and I took a look at what the goals were. And just to remind everyone, there are 3 goals. To provide an opportunity for scientists and managers to share what they are learning or hoping to learn from recent fires. To provide an opportunity for practitioners, policymakers, and deciding officials to begin, and I would add continue and amplify, discussions on how new discoveries can inform future decisions. And finally, to promote collaboration between institutions and agencies involved in fire research and monitoring. Now, James set the stage for us this morning with a really nice title here, The Next Pre-Fire Landscape, How Does a New Landscape Management Paradigm Emerge? He mentioned phrases like cultural paradigm shift and fire as a process. He offered a definition for a paradigm shift as a fundamental change in approach or underlying assumptions. So when I think of fire as a process, given my background as a wildlife ecologist, I go straight to biological and physical processes. But what we're talking about in this panel today is truly a social aspect and cultural change in how we manage fire on the landscape. James presented what he called, three, I think he said generic phrases, how we kind of view fire right now. And that is the green ecological phase, the fire management or suppression phase, and the post-fire management side, the end of that workflow. As you've heard today, there are many success stories, many experiences. I'm sure you guys have your own out there that you could share, and it would be wonderful to have time to hear those. I'm definitely carrying my own badges of valor, as well as my own scars of challenges and lessons learned over all the years doing fire. Today, I want to spend some time talking about how do we take smaller scale successes and tactics to a bigger stage. There's a lot of wonderful work happening on districts, on forests, on private land, but given where we're at in terms of fire and climate crisis here, how do we amplify that and get it to the bigger scale? I'm hoping that we can motivate each other to have stronger ties with our researchers, you folks out there, our practitioners, and our deciding officials. I'm hoping that we can have a language that we all speak that in turn can be applied in an operational and meaningful way. We all know that there's a social construct in terms of how line officers make decisions on the ground and policymakers as well, but research has to be the grounding of that. If we don't have a language that we can understand between all of us, we are failing in every aspect of our profession. I'm at the point of my career where I want to take what this young professional behind me learned over 24 years ago. That was my very first fire 24 years ago on the Idaho Panhandle. I'd like to apply that to the big scale, and I think this is a good start, people in this room. I think we need the right scientific and knowledge and research, practical experience, like some of the folks up here, and a prioritization to actually do it. Some of this may be uncomfortable, because growth always is. And I'm okay with discomfort, but I don't want to be punished either. So there's a balance in how we move this forward. Being bold and not discounting things like the ESA and other law and regulation that were created for very good reasons. But it does mean asking the right questions and being brave enough to change something when it is broken. Trust is a crucial piece of this, and to me that means knowledge, courage, accountability, and follow-through. So lastly, I want to share one of my experiences that is not a Pacific Northwest experience. This is during my time in Region 3 of the Forest Service, so that is, it was in Arizona on the Coconino National Forest. And this was a time of real growth for me. At that point in time, I was largely a fire wildlife ecologist. I did mostly fire all the time. So I think back to a night where a group of us were huddled up around an engine and doing an in-briefing, and everyone was extremely uncomfortable. You could feel it around everyone. And we were getting ready to put prescribed fire in a protected activity center, or PAC, for Mexican spotted owl, who had successfully fledged young that very year. It was very close to the core. The fire was a natural ignition, and we knew that if we had done heavy suppression activity, we probably wouldn't be able to catch it anyway, and there would be an enormous amount of damage to the ground that we would have a really hard time remedying after the fact. So thankfully, we had been strategizing with the Fish and Wildlife Service about how do we be more proactive during the green ecological stage to have better outcomes for listed species at the end. So we pulled it together and decided we're going to put fire on the ground in as best terms as we possibly can. That entire night, the engine captains and the 2 hotshot crews that helped us lead this effort kept checking in on me because I was either on the verge of fainting or throwing up at any given time, given what was happening. So skip ahead about 3 days when I was safe enough to go back in. We had, thankfully, a couple of long-term FIA plots within these 5 drainages, and the one in particular happened to be located very close to the core nest area for Mexican spotted owls. So we went in and we decided to remeasure those plots in addition to putting additional plots in using FIA protocol. And the reason I'm bringing that up is, again, this is where research and practitioners come together in a really meaningful way. The bottom line is, after we took those plots, the heterogeneity within not just that protected activities center, but 5 other drainages was beyond what we could have imagined. That fire burned the way that we had hoped that it would burn, a mosaic of nice patchiness, but the integrity of the core and the protected activity center itself remained intact. The next year, when we monitored the owl activity within that protected activity center, we noticed that that female had fledged three triplets. The next year, another 3. The next year, another 3. So I'm bringing this up again because it was really a success in the terms of how research practitioners and our partners all came together, and it really required a lot of trust on our part. And again, it was in a very uncomfortable, risky situation that we weren't sure what the outcome was. I also want to bring up the fact that in retrospect, we talked about what would have been our workflow had we not taken those tactics. We could have easily sat back and let fire go in and do what they do, put that fire out, do it at any cost so that it doesn't get any bigger. And we would have been, I would have been dealing with, over the next 2 years after that, pretty intense monitoring, mitigation, and probably a lot of conversation back and forth with the Fish and Wildlife Service about what we didn't do right. And that would have been 2 years of my time, as well as fire, as well as the line officers going to these meetings to negotiate that space. 2 years that we could have been putting into a green ecological program down the way that positions us even better. So I'm hopeful today, as we work together and we present these experiences to you, that we can take this to the next level. I mean, I feel right now we don't have any time to spare. Like, now's the time. If we're going to make this happen, we need to make it happen. So these guys tease me because I'm always talking about being bold and being brave, and again, that requires some discomfort, I think, in order to grow. But I would argue that if we continue to do business in a very siloed management way, we only work in this box for this period of time, and we don't think about the next box down the way, we are missing the mark as professionals in natural resources, and we are not managing these landscapes for the communities that value them, and I would argue that we are not representing our resources the way that we need to. I can think of no better group than our researchers to help us get there. I can think of no better group, hopefully, of the people that are joining us virtually. There's some practitioners and deciding officials out there. I see a few that I recognize. But at the end, I'm hoping that we can be bold and we can really think about this cultural paradigm shift in a bigger way than just at local levels. And I'm hoping you guys have some questions, comments, and we can engage in some dialogue now.
Thanks to everybody. Thank you, Barb, for bringing that final perspective to it. I'm going to pause 1 second and just give you guys an opportunity if you had any follow-ups based on what you heard from each other, but we do have some questions that we can ask otherwise. All right. Yeah, I think all of us were preferred to be able to interact with the audience, but so the question that we received on Minty was, is anyone at the tribe working with state and federal agencies to implement tribal ecological knowledge to utilize prescribed fire to decrease fire severity? If not, where should we start?
I'll take the question. Yeah. The answer, in a nutshell, is yes. We do collaborate with our partners. in implementation of tribal ecological fire knowledge and use. I think there's certainly opportunity to expand and specifically into the realm of research and science. We do not have partnerships on that end. It's mostly implementation partnerships. I hope that answers the question.
It does, thank you. Does anybody want to add to that from your perspectives?
Covers it.
Okay. One of the things that's come up in our conversations has been that, you know, in general, there has to be a shift of these management paradigms to better incorporate some of these relationships and to become more aligned at a broader landscape, right? Regardless of ownership. And we talk about that. We talk about all hands, all lands in various agencies. But I think it's critical that we have to recognize that all hands and all lands means different things to different people, and those priorities shift. And I think that, again, right, the challenge is how do you prompt that paradigm shift? Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Appreciate the presentation. You know, and I really appreciate the kind of crosswalk between management and kind of ecologists, right? And so my question is more on the management side, because I saw an opening when somebody mentioned P code. So my question is, to what extent do our standard business operations, such as the P code or an H code for bear, or the flow of annual recovery dollars or targets, you know, our standard agency business operations, how do those maybe hinder our intent to shift the paradigm into a more integrated idea of fire management, post-fire management, really the shift from that green fire, post-fire scenario to one that's more integrated? What are we doing now, and what can we do to kind of influence those business operations?
Yeah, I guess I was the one that mentioned the P code, and I bring that up because
Could you tell us what a P code means for those of us who have no idea?
It's a financial code for a fire.
Oh, a financial code for a fire, which I know, I guess would be different with, you know, state and federal, but at least with like federal agencies, you know, I see that as a federal undertaking, and like in something like that is normally that you would be consulting with, you know, a tribe regarding. So what could be different of a different integration? And I think I might have missed it in my comments, but I think it's just beginning to have a more participation, you know, especially at these sort of instances that that was bringing up. And I think a really good example is, you know, the resource advisors that was bringing up. And I know I'm saying this, and this is a capacity issue, and like I'm sure everyone here, there's not enough money and there's not enough people. Like we all feel that. But if it's not asked for, then perhaps it's not going to be like considered for the future to begin to develop. And I think that's one of an important step towards like an integration is beginning to have more, or at least be asking for, let's say, cultural or tribal resource advisors on their lands when there's a fire. I mean, I think it's like, it's just kind of like very basic. I would think that you would want somebody like whose lands it is, that they will be able to provide a perspective of what they have, what their values at risk are, and have a communication back with their government in order to bring that into whatever the incident management team that is there, or or the district that's there, or whatnot. And I think that's that could be like a step towards that sort of integration. And I think that fits in with the idea of the paradigm shift is we have people with different perspectives and what their values are brought to the table. Then we're going to have to shift what our actions are. And I think that's just one of a few ways that it could assist in that shift.
So that's an interesting question. I have a lot of challenges with the P code and what we do after, as well as the H code. But I will speak to my experience as a resource advisor on fires and trying to bring in the expertise of the tribes that I knew, because I had the relationships that James was talking about, and hitting complete walls. So there was no mechanism when I wanted to bring in expertise to talk about hydrology and fisheries. The incident management team sent me, we do that through the archaeologist. I'm like, well, that's not what I'm talking about. These are cultural resources, but we're not doing point protection. I want to bring in the local expertise about these streams. And it was, I was a little mystified and frustrated, because what it seemed so obvious to me, because of how I started my career, there was no mechanism to bring that in during the fire. And I think, just like what Dustin was saying, that needs to start before the fires ever hit the ground. Those kinds of relationships need to be built, and we need to, as Forest Service managers, stop siloing our thinking about what those relationships entail, like siloing this to just archaeology, or just this is what we mean, but really make an attempt to think larger about how we can build those relationships. And then when the incidents do arrive, then those relationships are already in place. And then, my idea, and this is probably naive, is that the mechanisms, the agreements that will follow once the relationships are there, if we just work hard enough and don't give up, we'll find a way to bring, that experience into the teams.
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name's Angela White, and I'm actually with the Pacific Southwest Research Station. And I just want to start by saying thank you. You all spoke to my heart in different ways, and I hope you spoke to the heart of this group here today. And the second thing I wanted to ask is, can I take you all out to lunch? Because I think you're bringing up such an important topic that really frustrates me in my field. So I'm a research ecologist, and I definitely think we need a paradigm shift in a lot of the ways that you're talking about today. And I'm wondering, as a researcher, I think that we need to kind of have a different paradigm shift in research. So we're talking about management paradigm shifts, but I think, and some of you spoke to this, like, what can we do as research to be more engaged in that conversation? So we're really doing studies that are co-evolving with each other so that we can learn as we go. I find myself in a lot of these talks thinking about the data we learn, what we're learning, and how that actually is helping address some of the uncertainties you face on the ground with what you want to manage. So I'm wondering if you see, I guess I see a need not only for a paradigm shift within management and how we address our partners, but even just that how researchers engage with those communities, both tribes or local managers, or even just, society in general. Like, is there a need for a paradigm shift in how researchers engage in this conversation?
Thank you for stepping up to the mic and providing that, and thanks for the pat on the back. We appreciate it. It's not always a glorious job, but we appreciate from our researchers that acknowledgement. I do think that there is room for a paradigm shift within research. And, prior to the position I hold now, I was the regional wildlife ecologist for the Forest Service here in the Pacific Northwest. And one of the most fruitful parts of that job that I miss terribly is the engagement that I had with the research community in terms of what is the knowledge that's being gained, what are the questions that we need to have answered, are we asking the right questions, and then are our data sets actually geared towards long-term maintenance and being able to answer those questions. Data for sake of data, it's not really getting us anywhere. So how do we work together, and then how do we communicate that information in a way that's digestible and we can operationalize it? So that bridge between the two is definitely room for improvement. I wouldn't say that there are pockets of real success that are happening out there. I mean, there's several researchers I saw on the agenda that are doing just that. And so kudos to them. And if we can, for lack, pardon the pun, let that spread like wildfire, then we're going to be sitting in a much better place in terms of our knowledge and feeling more anchored when we're making decisions as we continue to move forward and hopefully will be, you know, that key ignition source to moving us into that paradigm faster.
Anyone else from the panel want to respond? We move on. Yeah, if there's time. Okay. We're going to take a question from our virtual participants. How do you see management shifts corresponding with climate shifts? Is historic knowledge useful for future planning in climates that no human has experienced?
Who wants to take that one? Andrew? Do you want to go ahead? Have some time on the mic.
So again, I think the simple answer is yes, historical use of fire can be implemented in the face of a changing climate. I think, in fact, there could be additional opportunities to explore, and having a good scientific basis and some palatable information to work off of certainly is useful. I think of technology and our weather resources, and historically there was no weather forecast. So we can take advantage of specific environmental knowledge to implement good fire on the landscape, similar to how it was implemented thousands of years ago. Doesn't completely answer the question if somebody else wants to go.
Anyone else from the panel? That's a good question.
Yeah.
It is. It's sort of the elephant in the room, right? The whole HRV, FRV conversation. And I think that this is where I think we need to allow ourselves some grace, that there's an urgency out there for sure, what we're seeing in terms of these beloved places and critters within. But we also need to be calculated and give ourselves grace to learn. I think certainly historical perspectives give us an anchor point, something to maybe guide us. But we are in a changing world, and I think it would be foolish for us to just completely rely only on those data sets in order to manage into the future. But what does that look like? I guess I would ask that question to the room. Hopefully, you know, those are part of our dialogue, and how we'll work together is where is that sweet spot? How do we incorporate what we don't know yet, given how fast everything is changing?
Next, we'll go to the room.
Hi. Echoing the thanks to the panel, some wonderful ideas and good catalyst for future discussions. As I was listening to pieces and potentially riffing off this idea of increased engagement with researchers and changing the way we work, I'm going to take off my researcher hat and put on my educator hat, and thinking as a faculty member here at OSU, gosh, what can we do in terms of the pipeline of folks coming in, how we teach, how we train, how we learn and mentor, to catalyze even further this long-term investment of changing the paradigm. So it's kind of an observation, but I guess also a question. If anything comes to mind, how we, in the education of students, OSU more broadly, as faculty members and instructors, where you might see opportunities. I see a lot, but to engage and to change the way conversations play out from that earlier stage. So that's all.
Thank you. I don't want to dominate the mic, but you just got me super excited. I can see 50 million different ways to have success there. In the northern region, we are engaging in very similar conversations with the University of Montana, Montana State, North Dakota State, and University of Idaho, trying to figure out how do we help students as they move through to become professional natural resource specialists or researchers, wherever path they go. How do we bridge that gap from the onset and help communicate, you know, this is the real world. These are things in books and you're going to learn and they're important. You need to have that technical background. But when I got my master's thesis and I got my first job at the Forest Service, boy, it was a rude awakening for me. I didn't know what I didn't know. And I had wished that I had a little bit more of that anchoring within my graduate program as well as in my undergrad to be a little bit better positioned to move the mark quicker than I was able to do.
guess I can add one thing, and I don't think this will be controversial within this audience of discussing that we need to put, in many ecosystems, put fire, back in it, right? I don't think that's controversial here. However, stepping outside this room and talking to the general public, perhaps that may be, and we got quite the work cut out for us in order to do that, to convince the regular person out there that we want to burn this land that's next to where they live, and that we want to do this on a regular basis. And so when I think of kind of like the educational aspect is what can we be doing to not just be talking amongst ourselves about doing these things, but how can we be talking to our neighbors or the other people out there that are not exposed to this sort of research. And that's perhaps going to be ultimately one of the big pieces of red tape that holds back, let's say, something like putting more fire down on the ground. And I don't have an answer to that. And I know that there seems to be some headway since, I first got into fire between, talk about prescribed fire, 10 years ago and where we are now. It seems like perhaps it's more acceptable, more people are talking about it, but there's still a lot more work to do, especially considering how much more fire needs to be put down. I can't remember what the number was, but I think we were discussing something like a few million acres a year needs to be burned just to maintain the natural state of things. That's a lot of people convinced, and that's also a lot of people to hire. So, yeah.
Thank you. We're going to take one more question from our online participants before lunch. Do you anticipate any pushback from the public or non-land management stakeholders towards incorporating fire as a management tool and constant landscape feature?
You just kind of mentioned that.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Of course, but.
Yeah. I think the answer is certainly yes, and the follow-up is to continue education. Educating public, educating students, and putting it in terms that are palatable to the public as well. It's a difficult task that is, we're basically, like James was saying, it's an obligatory task, and it's important that we communicate the science and the management level implications of the actions that we're proposing. I'll also jump back to the question about climate change. I think I did say my answer was yes, I see opportunity moving forward to continue implementing fire as a tool in the face of climate change, and I'll elaborate on that and say that I think it's crucial that we continue to implement fire on the landscape in the face of climate change in order to mitigate the effects. And I'll talk again about the slide that we looked at yesterday several times, which was the low, moderate, and high severity kind of breakout of recent fires. And through using fire, I think there's opportunity to balance that to bring balance to that graph in the future, and I think it's necessary in the face of a changing climate.
All right, and with that, I do want to just add one piece to that climate change question in terms of, or not climate change, sorry, the social pushback. I think that's where everybody in this room collectively is a massive and important piece of the puzzle, right? As managers, we take the science and the knowledge and the experience, and we make those decisions for social and ecological reasons. You guys provide that information, you guys being researchers and researchers. The key here is that, right, it's those social envelopes that are both constraining and empowering. And understanding how to communicate that science not only to me as a professional who does nothing but read science and apply it, but then applying that through, to the public in digestible ways that shape that conversation and allow us to move forward is a critical part of that. And that's, that diagram I put up there, I was dumbstruck, or dumbfounded rather, at what it says in that diagram to me, which is, it's not just the ecology, it's not just the management, it's the social envelopes, it's the world that we live in. And to make that paradigm shift, it takes all of us to make it happen. So with that, thank you very much for staying the last 10 minutes. We wanted this to be a very useful conversation. I am more than satisfied at how it turned out. I hope you are as well. I hope that you will exclude my presentation and focus and remember what these guys brought to you in the conversation. And some of us will be here at 6:30. Cheryl asked if some of us would be willing to continue a conversation. We will be here, at least a subset of us, for that presentation this evening. We will try and be here at 6:30 if you all, or any of you would like to have further conversation. And with that, please thank the panelists, and thank you.
You guys want to just stay there for a second? That's fine, yeah. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. I think the power of storytelling is sort of one of the takeaways from the session we just had. Be back here at 1:30 for a really great afternoon that we've got teed up for you. See you in a bit. And our first speaker that we're going to bring up is Laura Six. Actually, it's a group of folks from NCASI, National Council on Air and Stream Improvement. And they're going to be talking about riparian vegetation dynamics 2 years after mixed severity fire in the Western Cascades, Oregon. So help me welcome up Laura to start.
Okay. Thank you. It is actually just me. I'm Laura Six. I'm a forest ecologist at Weyerhaeuser, but this project is collaborating with Ashley Coble and Jake Verskyle at NCASI. And this project is actually part of a larger research effort with NCASI looking at both aquatic and terrestrial dynamics after mixed severity fire. But this presentation will be on the riparian vegetation 2 years after our mixed severity fire. And I should plug too that Ashley and Brooke Petaluna will be talking about the aquatic side of this project in a few more talks. So just to give a little bit of context, although we're all really familiar at this point, but we're in the kind of managed side of the Western Cascades with this work. This is productive managed forest land. About half of the state of Oregon is forested, and we have multiple landowners in play. So about 17% of Oregon is in privately owned forests. And so our NCASI partners are working together on this. In 2020, we're all very familiar at this point, but wildfires went across this landscape. So not only did we have this dynamic of forest mosaic of different intensively managed, less managed forests, different age stands, but we now have this mosaic of mixed severity fire overlaid on top of it. So yeah, multiple fires of varying intensity, and one early estimate from the 2020 fires in the Northwest in general, so over the larger area, was about 700,000 acres were burned. But this is one of the more severe areas that we had. So we decided to lay out some research. That's one silver lining, I guess, when you own a lot of land and a lot of it gets burned is, well, let's at least study it. That's one good outcome we can have. So we wanted to look at the riparian area response to fire, and there are a few reasons why specifically we wanted to look in the riparian area. We've learned a lot the past couple days too, but what is well understood relatively is upland vegetation response to fire. That's where fires tend to occur, is in upland drier forests. So we have a pretty good handle on the vegetation layer response to fire in upland forests. We also have a fairly good understanding of riparian overstory response to fire. So we have a fairly good understanding of what happens to the trees after fire and how those recover or how slow they are to recover. But what is less known is what the response of the riparian area vegetation is to fire. So the multiple layers, not just the overstory, but what about the shrubs and the understory, what happens after fire? And how are those layers of vegetation impacted by post-fire management, so salvage and replanting strategies? How does that impact vegetation recovery? And we really wanted to ask if riparian and understory vegetation was critical to recovery in riparian areas. So how can we get back to this? And can the understory layers aid in recovery when the overstory is burned? So our study, we chose 24 streams, basically by choosing 24 watersheds first. So these are watersheds across the Riverside, Beachy, and Holiday Farm fires. And within each of those watersheds, we chose a stream reach. So we had 24 total. They were small perennial streams. So these are perennial fourth order fish-bearing streams. These were laid across multiple landowners, and because of that, multiple management intensities. So we had private industrial landowners all the way to state and federal land that was less actively managed. And we stratified on the watershed scale, so across these delineated sites by burn severity. So we had buckets of none, minor, major, and complete burn across the whole watershed. And by mean stand age, which we used as a surrogate for management intensity. So stands were either the watershed scale, so mean stand age was either younger than 85 years old, or we can think of that as our actively managed areas, or older than 85 years old, so that's our less active management. And then, so at the sites themselves, again, we've got 24 study sites, which were 100-meter stream reach. Our site-level data collection at the stream, we had things like canopy cover, light, and stream temp, and I'm not showing that with this talk, but Ashley will get into that in a few talks later this afternoon. We focused on the riparian management zone. So at each site, we laid out 4 transects. On each transect, we had an overstory plot, where within that plot, we collected data on every stem, whether it was live or dead, and the species and diameter. And then on each transect, we collected data on shrub cover and coarse woody debris using line intercept methods. And then along those transects, we had 1 meter square quadrats for the forb-layer vegetation, placed at the stream edge at 0 meters and then going out up to 50 meters. And we alternated either side of the stream so we could look at the full kind of suite of buffer vegetation. So we collected data in 2021, so that was the first field season we had after the fires, again in 2022 last summer, and our plan is to collect each year for 5 years and then think about what longer-term data collection we want to do following that. And then we also have some photo points too, and I'll show you some examples of these sites in just a sec. And then our analysis primarily were generalized linear mixed models, using age and burn severity as a two-way interaction. And then for transect level data like shrubs, we use site as a random effect. And then for plot level data like the forb-layer vegetation, site and transect as a random effect. So to show you an example of what burn severity look like in these riparian areas themselves, we're going to start with the 0% burn. So if anybody's not familiar with a riparian forest, this is what they look like. They're really shrubby, really thick vegetation, really shaded. There's a couple field crew personnel in the photo laying out the transect tape. They're not that far away, but it's hard to maintain a visual in these really thick sites. But this is our norm, typically. Our minor burned watersheds, so this again was calculated at the watershed level. So these were less than half of the watershed was burned. So it ended up being anywhere from 3 to 45% of the watershed was burned. But at the site, this is what they could typically look like. You see a little bit of bare ground, perhaps. You're losing a little bit of vegetation. There's a more open canopy, so you're seeing higher light conditions. The major burn sites, so over half of the entire watershed burned here. So at the site, that ended up being like 55 to 92% of the watershed burned. But at the site, you're really seeing a difference now. So you're seeing a lot of bare ground. You're seeing evidence of char, so there's burned tree trunks, more missing overstory, less shrub layer, less forb layer. You can see exposed soil in some cases. And then our complete burn sites, over 99% of the entire watershed has burned for these. And it's very obvious at the site level. There's virtually no overstory at this point. It's very brown, very charred. The shrub layer and the forb layer look almost absent. And I should note too, all of these photos were taken at the stream edge at each of these sites, looking out through the buffer. So this is the visual of the entire width of the buffer. Okay, so going from the visual, how did that actually translate into the data? We're going to first start with canopy cover. So this is a shade provided by the overstory. And we're splitting it between the young stands. So these were the more actively managed sites, so less than 85 years old, and the older stands. In the young stands, we are seeing greater canopy loss after fire. So we went from virtually 100% canopy cover at the no burn to about 30-35% canopy cover in those complete burn sites. And I've split the data into year 1, it was the green data point, and year 2 is in yellow. Compare that to the older stands. There's less drastic loss in canopy cover, but there's more change 2 years following fire. So there's a bit of a delay in the older stands or the less managed sites in that loss of canopy cover, where the young stands saw that loss right away. So going from the canopy cover, so the shade provided by the trees, to the actual trees themselves, split again between the young and the old. Young stands showed high mortality with fire and some increase, like further increase in mortality after 2 years. So this corresponds to what we're seeing in the canopy cover. There's no mortality in a no burn. You have healthy trees, healthy stands in the riparian buffers. up to like 75% loss of the overstory in those complete burn sites. Compared that to the older stands, a lot less mortality. In the complete burn sites, maybe half of the trees are dead, and it's fairly steady between year 1 and year 2. And then this is more descriptive than anything, but we wanted to look at the overstory by species just to tease out a little bit of differences. So now this is just the older stands so far. The top figure is year 1, so that's 2021 data by species, and the bottom is 2022. For these older stands, we're seeing higher mortality in coniferous species than deciduous. So things like western red cedar and western hemlock have higher mortality than what is common also in like red alder and big leaf maple. In the younger stands, again, year 1 is on top, and then year 2 on the bottom. We're seeing high mortality with high severity fire in general. We're losing just across all the species, basically. And there's increased mortality in year 2 following high severity fire. You see on that complete burn site, year 1, there's quite a bit of mortality, but by year 2, virtually everything is dead. And it was interesting being out on these sites. I remember one, we're measuring, like a big leaf maple. It's charred year 1, but you look up, there's 2 or 3 leaves that are technically there and new and alive, but by year 2, that just wasn't enough to sustain it. So it's calculated dead by year 2. So it's interesting that we're seeing that delay, and that other folks talked about yesterday, that delayed mortality. We're seeing that even in through the riparian buffer too. So now going from the overstory, working our way down to the understory. In the absence of the overstory, so in this stream reach, for instance, when you lose a lot of the canopy, what's the contribution of the understory to provide habitat and stream shade, or do they? Or at what point do they? So we're going to start with the shrubs, and we classified shrubs as anything woody taller than 1 meter, but not part of the overstory canopy. So trying to get that middle ground of the woody species. So 2 years after fire, both shrub cover and shrub species richness decreased with fire severity. So just kind of across the board, with major and complete fire, we lost not only the cover of species, but the number of shrub species as well. And the most common species, just to give you an idea of the composition, in year 1, the most common shrub species across all our sites were things like vine maple, salmonberry, big hazelnut, Indian plum, rhododendron, very common, typical shrub species in riparian areas. In year 2, we're still seeing vine maple and salmonberry, but now we're seeing tree species in the shrub layer come in. So these are at least 1 meter tall, but not in the overstory. And so commonly we're seeing big leaf maple and western hemlock seedlings, and then also huckleberry, which had always been around, but I think more common as other shrub species were more susceptible after fire. And then working our way down even further to the forb layer, this is anything herbaceous or non-woody, or woody species that were shorter than 1 meter, so just real small starts and seedlings. For forb species cover, I split this between streamside and upland, so we've pooled the forest age at this point. But since we have plots based on distance from stream, we wanted to tease out some riparian differences. So streamside vegetation versus upland vegetation. And we're seeing an increase in both stream and upland vegetation plots with high severity fire 2 years later. So not a year after, but 2 years after, we're seeing an increase in cover. Forb species richness, so the number of species around, streamside species richness increased with high severity fire only in year 1. By year 2, we've lost some of those species. And upland species richness increased with fire, and that remained consistent. And the differences are not very drastic, you can see. They're really subtle, but there's some differences in time since fire. And then again, to give you an idea of the composition of these sites, the common species varied by burn severity and year or time since fire. So commonly at the no burn sites, so this is just what we would commonly see in a riparian buffer, things like sorrel or oxalis, trailing blackberry is everywhere, sword fern, miner's lettuce, piggyback plant. These are all species really common in a forested buffer. They are adapted to high shade, wet soils. They're just very, very typical. After 1 year after fire, the most common species in the foreblayer across all our sites is fireweed. And we're still seeing trailing blackberry and miner's lettuce, but now we're also still seeing like ragwort and starflower. And these species I've highlighted were not common at all pre-fire. And now they're some of the most common species across our sites. 2 years later, we're seeing firewood again and trailing blackberry, but now also small willow herb, fringed willow herb, hairy cat's ear, or some dandelion species. We're seeing even more of these species that are not typical in a riparian, like streamside buffer area. These are typical of high sunlight, highly disturbed areas. We see these typically after a forced harvest, for instance, but now we're seeing them all the way down to a stream. Okay. So our very early conclusions, obviously we're still working on this, but we're seeing a real complexity in the vegetation response. Overstory and shrub layers are negatively impacted by fire. Some species richness in the foreblayer increases in response, but maybe temporarily. We're seeing the composition of the vegetation community change with fire for sure. And you can see in this photo from this site, this is right at a stream edge, and we're seeing foxglove and fireweed, looks like just starting to flower, just getting ready to flower. And that's usually not what you see next to a stream when it's a forested shady buffer. And we're definitely seeing that the time since fire impacts vegetation layers differently. So we're seeing some flux in the foreblayer, but less in the shrub, and that delay in the overstory, and perhaps they're interacting with each other. But I think that highlights the need for further study for this. Our plan is to look at longer term changes with time since fire. I remember there was a talk yesterday saying they were seeing the foreblayer change a lot 3 to 5 years since fire. So we're only at 2 so far. So we do plan to keep going on this work. And then we really want to tie into the impacts of post-fire management. So these landowners are sharing their information with us on their salvage and replanting, and we can tie that into the recovery of the riparian area and how those decisions impact recovery. So with that, I really would like to acknowledge all the landowners. This has been a unique opportunity with NCASI and Forest Industry Partners to work together and share study sites and information. And we've been working together with a lot of partners. And we have got some great statisticians in-house. I really, really want to highlight how awesome our field crews have been. And I would like to plug that if you are a student or recent grad or know of recent grads, we're going to be flying our job posting for this year's field crew in the next week or two. So please reach out if you have any interest. It's a great project. With that, thank you. I think a couple of minutes. Yeah, a little bit of time for questions.
You said you pulled the older and younger form data together. Was that because there was no difference and you just wanted to get the statistical strength?
Yeah, so there wasn't much difference yet in 2 years, and so just for brevity and for being able to tease out some of the differences from stream edge, I just decided to present that. But yeah, we'll be doing more of that down the road. Yep.
I'm not much of a botanist, but I had the impression, perhaps incorrect, that some species like foxglovers and dandelion, the foxglove at least is an invasive or a introduced species, and I'm wondering how you think the seeds are getting there, whether it's hikers or land management activity or just coming down the stream.
Yeah, so should I repeat the questions? Yeah, so some of these species, yes, are invasive. Those photos are from more of the managed side of things, so harvested areas, clear cuts are not far away, and those are very, very common on the landscape, so I think they're just filtering down from the nearest cut area. I don't think we're seeing them in the same amounts if we're teasing out between old forests and younger forests. Yeah.
Really nice job on the sort of spatial distribution of all that veg data, but just wondering for that longer term, do you have any plans for some of the soils data, soil nutrients, soil water?
Yeah, so because we had to jump on this so quick, we don't have soils directly tied to this work. which is unfortunate, and that's always what comes up. So it could be something that we could add to later, but we did not do it right at the beginning, no. Yeah, oh, sorry. So we're wondering if there's, some of those species were there already in the system from, if we look at historical data. Yeah, it's certainly possible, and the seed banks are there, and this, you know, in the mosaic too. I think that's incredibly possible. We just haven't done that work yet. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a note for some of you who are involved in this botanical plant sort of work. The Regional Ecology Program has developed plant association guides that cover every national forest in Oregon and Washington. And in there you can find indicator plants and what you might expect to find. There's also a really good document having to do with riparian classification systems in Western Oregon. So what you might expect to find under different sort of climatic conditions are also available. If you go to the EcoShare website, you will find those documents there. So feel free, they're free. Moving along, continuing this riparian water quality theme is David Roon with Oregon State University. He's going to be talking, well, he's going to be quantifying the effects of wildfire on water quantity, water quality, aquatic ecology, and fish in the Hinkle Creek Watershed Study Revisited. So help me bring up David Roon.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. In today's presentation, I'm going to be sharing some preliminary results from the Hinkle Creek watershed, which is a watershed in the Umpqua River Basin in southern Oregon. And before I get into the presentation, I'd just like to take a second to acknowledge our collaborators. So Kevin Bladen, Dana Warren, Kate McCready, and Jansen Ivy. Both Kate and Jansen have posters in the hallway, so if you guys are interested in learning more about this research, go check that out, and then also take a second to thank our funding sources that have helped make this research possible. So thanks to the College of Forestry's Fish and Wildlife Habitat Managed Forest Research Grant Program, thanks to OFIC and NCAUSE, and then thanks to Roseburg, the landowner that is allowing access to study watersheds. So wildfires are widespread natural disturbances that destructure forested landscapes in many regions around the world. We heard a lot about this in part of the symposium on yesterday. And wildfire regimes are currently shifting. And this is due to the combination of natural resource policies that have suppressed fire activity on the landscape, changes in climate and forest conditions, as well as an expanded human footprint that have all interacted and led to fires that are burning at increased severity, frequency, and across broader spatial extents. And we're seeing this especially in parts of Western North America over the course of the last 40 years. And so not necessarily relative to historical fire regimes set by Native Americans. And so one question that managers frequently want to know is how fish are going to respond to fire. And the thing is that it's complicated. Fish responses can be highly variable and context dependent. It can vary depending on the severity of the fire and the ecological context of the watershed. And so it's difficult to predict fish responses to fire, especially if we don't have an understanding of the mechanisms driving their responses. And this understanding of mechanisms can be illuminated by whole system studies that can tease apart the different drivers that might inform and lead to how fish respond to a disturbance like fire. And this is important because it helps us not only understand how, but also why fish might be responding to fire in their environment. So the 2020 fires in Western Oregon present themselves as a really unique research opportunity for a couple different reasons. First, the effects of fire remain poorly understood in Western Oregon. From these fire perimeters that you see in this map, We simply haven't seen a lot of fire in this region over the last 40 years. Secondly, one of the other factors that limits our understanding of fire is that we don't often have good pre-fire data. Fires are inherently random. We can't predict where they're going to take place on the landscape. And without an understanding of the conditions before the fire hit, we have limited capacity to make inferences about what actually changed after the fire took place. And so in 2020, as we all know, there were huge fires, 5 mega fires, that burned collectively over 1 million acres in this part of Western Oregon. And one of the places that burned was the Hinkle Creek watershed. Hinkle Creek burned as part of the Archie Creek fire in the Umpqua River Basin, which burned over 130,000 acres. This was a pretty high severity burn. Over 75% of this fire burned at either moderate or high severity. And some of the areas that burned included the subwatersheds from the original Hinkle Creek study. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar, the Hinkle Creek study was part of this watershed research experiments that took place in the early 2000s that included Hinkle, Alsea, and Trask. And the goal of these experiments was to understand the effects of contemporary forest management practices on aquatic habitats and fish. So the Hinkle Creek watershed is located northeast of Roseburg. It followed a classic paired watershed design where the North Fork of the watershed is a reference watershed and the South Fork was the treatment watershed. And there were 2 rounds of timber harvest. The first set occurred up in the headwaters, while the second round occurred along the lower main stem. And what's really cool about this study was that they measured a whole suite of variables to characterize different aspects of physical habitat conditions, as well as invertebrate populations and fish and amphibian populations as well. And since that study took place, we've seen this dramatic shift in landscape conditions. So this photo on the left illustrates what the watershed looks like after the original Hinkle Creek study, where you see this carpet of Douglas fir trees with some patch cuts up in the headwaters and along parts of the lower main stem. And since the Archie Creek fire, we see this dramatic shift in landscape conditions where you have this mosaic of different burn severities covering the watershed. So it raises the question of how fires are affecting fish and their habitat. And the thing is that fires can influence fish through a combination of physical and biological pathways. Fire can elicit a whole suite of different effects in a watershed and in a forest, and then that can translate into a series of effects on both physical habitats that support fish, but then also the biological processes that support the resources that are supporting fish. And so this understanding of these multiple pathways that can shift after fire are really important. And the thing is that if we look at a similar linkage diagram highlighting the complexity that between fire and fish, and Jason Dunham would call this a horrendogram, when we look at this horrendogram, we realize that in the original Hinkle Creek study, they actually monitored a lot of these different variables. And so this is such a great opportunity. We've gone back and tried to repeat a lot of this monitoring and to try to capture this whole system perspective. So the research objectives for this study are first to quantify the effects of fire on water quantity, water quality, canopy cover, and stream temperature, all aspects that make up the physical habitat that support these stream fish. We're also looking at how the aquatic ecology is responding, and then we're tracking fish and amphibian populations that are occupying the study watersheds. And then second, because of this pre-fire data set, we can leverage those data from the original study to make these pre- and post-fire comparisons, as well as tease apart the relative magnitude of the effects of forest harvest and fire in the same study watersheds. So the experimental design for our sampling, we're focusing our energy in the South Fork watershed. Basically, both the North Fork and the South Fork burned as part of the Archie Creek fire, and so the North Fork doesn't serve as a reference any longer. And so we're focusing our energy on the South Fork along the main stem and the contributing tributaries. And we're measuring a whole host of variables in that South Fork watershed. So first I'm going to focus on how fire affects the physical dimensions of aquatic habitats. And so we're measuring a series of different parameters to understand habitats and how they might be shifting. So first, we're tracking stream flow, and to do this, we are replacing the flumes that were originally in the watershed, which are basically artificial channels. We're taking physical discharge measurements, and we've deployed pressure transducers that we can develop rating curves to get estimates of continuous discharge at multiple locations through the watershed. To measure sediment inputs into the watershed, we're using ISCOs, which are basically an automated water sampler. And if you're interested in this component of the project, Kate McCready has a poster on this out in the hallway. For water quality, we're collecting water samples that we're analyzing for nitrogen, phosphorus, and dissolved organic carbon. For canopy cover, we're using hemispherical photography to assess shade. And then for water temperature, we're using digital temperature sensors. So moving in to some of the preliminary results that are starting to emerge from the watershed, contrary to what we expected, we're not really seeing post-fire sediment concentrations change after fire. I realize that it's going to be impossible for the people in the back to see the font, and so I'm just going to walk you all through this plot. Basically, each row is a different site, and the column on the left is pre-fire conditions, and the column on the right is post-fire conditions. On the y-axis, we have turbidity, and on the x-axis, we have suspended sediment concentrations. Both of those are just different expressions of sediment concentrations in water. And the thing that I want you guys to notice is the fact that the distribution of values along the x-axis, representing suspended sediment concentrations during the pre-fire year, include larger values relative to the post-fire year. And this really surprised us because sediment often increases after fire. And so we have had 2 relatively dry years that might have limited sediment inputs into the watershed, but because sediment is such a frequently expected response variable after fire, the fact that we haven't seen that yet, especially after last year's wet spring, was surprising to us. For nutrients, we're seeing variable responses in phosphorus concentrations in the watershed. So we have, depending on which site we were sampling, we see some places where phosphorus concentrations haven't changed, and some places where we might have seen a small increase. And so in this plot, I have phosphorus concentrations on the y-axis. This is a time series graph, so all the blue box plots represent pre-fire conditions, and the pink box plots represent data from our 2 post-fire years collected so far. And you can see, depending on which site you're looking at, the post-fire concentrations are often within the range of the variability of those pre-fire years. So we haven't really seen major changes in phosphorus yet. And that makes sense because phosphorus is usually tied to sediment. However, we are seeing some pretty substantial increases in post-fire nitrate concentrations. So again, this is a similar time series plot with nitrate concentration on the y-axis. And in several of these sites, especially this lower South Fork site, so this is the outlet of the watershed, this is our lowermost sampling site, we're seeing nitrate concentrations that are 2.5 to 3-fold higher than pre-fire levels. For riparian canopy cover, we're also seeing substantial reductions in canopy cover after the fire. And so with that pre-fire data set that we have from the original Hinkle Creek study, we can see that pre-fire shade was really high in these watersheds in the mid-90s, approaching almost 100%. And we did see some post-harvest reductions in shade, but we're seeing much, much larger reductions in shade after the fire. And what's really interesting is that we appear to be seeing slightly different trends in shade conditions depending on if you're on a main stem or in one of the tributaries. So associated with that reduction in shade, we're also seeing large increases in water temperature. And so this is a time series with summer maximum temperatures on the y-axis. And you can see that during, we have temperature sensors deployed throughout the watershed, but here I'm just showing 2 locations to illustrate the magnitude of the temperature response that we're seeing. And you can see that during the pre-fire years, that temperatures were relatively cool in these watersheds on the order of 15 degrees in the summertime. And we saw some increase in water temperature after the harvest on the order of 1 to 2 degrees Celsius. But then after the fire, we're seeing water temperature increases go above 20 degrees, which is often considered a cold water threshold, going up 5, 6, 7 degrees to 20, 21, 22 degrees Celsius. So big bumps in stream temperature. Okay, so moving on to the biotic responses to fire. We're using 3 responses to track this. First, we're looking at stream periphyton and primary production levels in this watershed. We're using a bentho torch, which uses fluorometry to get an estimate of chlorophyll A concentrations on the stream bed. And we're validating those bentho torch estimates with measured biomass on natural and artificial substrates. We're collecting macroinvertebrate populations, both on the stream bed and then in predator diets to get a sense if the prey resources supporting the fish and amphibians in these watersheds are shifting after fire. And then last but not least, we're tracking fish and amphibian communities using backpack electrofishing. And this was a large focus of the original Hinkle Creek study, so we actually have really good fish data from these watersheds that we can then make those post-fire comparisons. So our lab work on this is still very much in progress, but one very preliminary result that I wanted to share with you today is some of the benthic algae information. Now, they didn't measure this during the original Hinkle Creek study, so we have no pre-fire comparison. But even in the 2 post-fire years that we're sampling, we're starting to see periphyton levels go up. During the first year after fire, we see that median values were actually below this EPA threshold for oligotrophy, which just means low productivity. And that makes sense because these headwater streams in the Western Cascades tend to be pretty low productivity. But then another year after fire, we're seeing that periphyton levels are going up even further, transitioning into more of like a mesotrophic state, which means like moderate productivity. And this photo on the left illustrates some of the conditions that we're seeing in the watershed where there's so much algae on the stream bed that it's glowing green. And this is probably a function of the reductions of canopy cover interacting with increases in temperature along with those increases in nutrients. Moving into the fish results, we sampled fish at 2 different spatial scales. The first approach was a reach scale, and here we were really trying to get a sense of whether or not fish would be stressed out during stressful periods of time. So we repeated our sampling, take a step back here, both at the beginning and the end of the summer. And we wanted to see if their population densities declined during the summer when temperatures would likely be high. And what we're seeing so far from these reach scale surveys is that not only did cutthroat trout and the other species that occupy the study watersheds persist over the summer, but then they were also able to persist another year after fire. So we're starting to see some preliminary evidence of initial persistence after fire, both for cutthroat trout and for the rest of the species that live in the study watersheds, which include juvenile steelhead, sculpin, and coastal giant salamander. We see this response both for density and then also for biomass. All right, so the watershed scale pool surveys was the approach that the original Hinkle Creek study took to assess trout populations in these watersheds. Basically, they would start at the bottom and sample all the pools longitudinally within the watershed. And so this is where we can actually start to make pre- and post-fire comparisons. And these results are part of Jansen Ivy's thesis work, so if you want to learn more about this, check out his poster in the hall. And so first, starting with cutthroat trout density, and again, cutthroat trout were kind of the focus of the original Hinkle Creek study. We see that pre-fire densities range from 0.1 to 0.25 individuals per meter square, but then our sample from last summer showed a pretty big increase of a mean density of 0.4. And so we're starting to see maybe some evidence of an initial post-fire increase in fish numbers, but then we're seeing an even larger increase in post-fire fish biomass. And this is what really surprised us. So again, these pre-fire data are all from a paper by Doug Bateman characterizing the cutthroat trout data from the original study, and then relative to what was documented in these watersheds during the original study, which averaged anywhere between 2 and 4 grams per meter square, Last summer, we saw a mean response of about 13 grams of meter squared, so a 3 to almost 4-fold increase. And this is really surprising because, again, we saw these massive increases in temperature, which we would have assumed would have stressed out these fish and potentially would have negatively affected their populations. And so this was such a surprise to us that we decided to write up some of these results in a paper that Dana Warren is the lead author on. And basically, despite what this figure is showing is despite these elevated temperatures, we're seeing fish persist through them. And we want to figure out what's driving that response. And so what are the mechanisms that are driving how fish are able to cope with these sudden changes in their post-fire environment? Is it prey resources? The amount of food can mediate how fish respond to changes in temperature. Are there pockets of thermal refugia in these watersheds? Or are there other things that we're not capturing? And so if people have other ideas of things that we could look into, either ask a question or get in touch with me after the presentation. So next steps for this research, we're going to continue our monitoring for all the variables that I mentioned. We're going to use that information to quantify these pre- and post-fire changes. And then we're going to hopefully use that information to both track these initial responses and try to get a sense of how do they play out over time. We're also starting to monitor some other effects that we didn't anticipate as in the original study design, where this winter we're starting to see a large amount of large wood entering the stream system. And so it raises the question of, how are this could be another post-fire change in habitat that might be affecting these fish populations. So in conclusion, within the context of this study watershed at least, we're starting to see some really interesting preliminary results suggesting unique post-fire responses in these watersheds to aquatic habitat and fish. But we really do need longer-term data to see how these initial responses play out over time. Again, I hope that the results that I was sharing today illustrate the importance of providing this whole system perspective to better understand the mechanisms that are potentially driving fish, amphibian, and habitat responses to fire, especially in this working forest landscape. And then again, the importance of leveraging data from the original Hinkle Creek watershed study to get these really unique insights of how things might be changing after fire, both in terms of the effects of fire and post-fire management, and then how does that compare to the timber harvest that took place in these watersheds. And again, this whole system understanding is going to be crucial to help us better understand the effects of fire in parts of Oregon where we haven't seen a lot of it yet. So with that, I want to acknowledge everyone that's helped make this research possible. This has really been a team effort with our funding sources, the landowner, everyone that helped collect data in a really brutal post-fire, high-exposure landscape, the Fuse and Warren's labs, and then everyone that was involved with the original Hinkle Creek study that helped make this research possible. And so I don't know if I have any time left. I think I used it all, but I'd take a question or two. Cool.
Question for David, we have time.
I have a question in the back.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think the last bullet point kind of alluded to it, but maybe I missed it. Did you compare was there any comparison between pre-log to log to burn too? I think the last bullet point alluded to it.
Yeah, sure. The question is whether or not we're making comparisons between the pre-harvest, post-harvest, and post-fire in this study. Is that the gist of it? Yeah. With some of those response variables I shared, we have the data worked up where we can look at those patterns right now, but that's definitely going to be a really high priority for the subsequent analyses that take place. Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure.
You had said that you didn't see a sediment response, that there had been kind of a fairly dry year except for a spring. Do those spring storms rainfall events, or what was the frequency of the spring storm? Do you know?
Yeah, we had a really wet spring. We have pressure transducers that are going to be able to tell us, how high up, the flows got within those watersheds, and we're just in the process of working up that data. But yeah, so far, like, we haven't seen any evidence of like erosion or deep, like shallow slope erosion or like debris flow events that would typically, lead to an influx of sediment post-fire. And so far we're seeing elevated, or there could be higher flows, especially with that spring, but like we haven't seen that translate into higher sediments at all. Question in the back, if there's still time.
Thank you for your talk. I have a question for you about turbidity, fine sediment delivery, et cetera, et cetera. You didn't describe the channel conditions, whether paired left-right floodplains exist, if the channel is confined, moderately confined, or unconfined. Could it be that there's no turbidity or fine sediment delivery response because of interception of fine sediment in floodplains that are fragmentary or continuous?
Yeah, that's a good question. So basically the question was, are we not seeing changes in sediment concentrations because of the channel morphology, basically? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are lower order, more kind of headwater systems. It's not a lower floodplain system. So we don't see a lot of the channel geomorphology that you would expect in like a floodplain type system. So this is like higher gradient, not as much of a floodplain context that we're working in.
It's really just a comment. I don't know if you noticed, there's also a poster out here looking at where the National Forest has data pre and post fire based on the aquatic riparian and effectiveness monitoring they've been doing for 20 plus years. And I think there was like about 131 sites where they have pre and post data, so might be some good opportunities for collaboration.
Yeah, the comment was about the ARAMP data set that's the Forest Service and BLM coordinate, and so like a long-term physical habitat monitoring program that has some pre and post-fire data. And yeah, it would be really interesting to connect the results that we're seeing to other pre and post-fire data in other fires in the region. I think that would be a really interesting next step for this work for sure. Yeah.
And as was mentioned, I think there's a poster still out in the hallway on the ARAMP program, so you can take a look at that as a break. But before the break, we have one more talk, not fish habitat, but human habitat. Drinking water is going to be the next talk with Kurt Carpenter with USGS. He's going to be talking about post-fire hyperspectral surveys for periphyton to protect drinking water quality in 3 Cascade Range rivers following the September 2020 wildfires. So help me bring up Kurt to the stage.
Great. Well, hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having such a great compilation of talks. And we have been drinking from the fire hose, but it's been really great to get the full 360-degree view here. So I'm going to try to round that out with a talk here today on periphyton, which are benthic algae. There we go. So just before I start, I wanted to acknowledge all the different folks that have been involved in this project. All USGSers from different water science centers across the country that bring different aspects of this project. Different folks involved with remote sensing and flying drones and processing of data and microscopy and other aspects of the project. So periphyton, again, are attached benthic algae that can cause some pretty significant issues in our rivers already, actually. These include filamentous green algae. We've seen some pictures in some of the talks already where you see stringers of green algae. Here's some photographs. Another real common type of periphyton are stalked diatoms. You're probably familiar with the regular flavor of diatoms, but the stalked diatoms are kind of a unique organism related to Didymosphenia that you might have heard about that causes big high biomass blooms in New Zealand and in Idaho and other rivers. They call it rock snot. Well, we have a really similar organism, Cymbella, and also Gomphoneus, that are similar stalked diatoms that cause the middle picture on the bottom there, a pretty impacted habitat. You don't find very many invertebrates with these stalked diatoms, and so we're tracking those. They're some of the largest diatoms. You can actually see them with the naked eye if you look really closely. And then also the cyanobacteria, right? So cyanobacteria we can thank for all the oxygen that we breathe, but they also can cause some pretty significant issues with taste and odors and disinfection byproducts and cyanotoxins. This spring or early summer, I'll release a report and a data release on an extensive study of cyanotoxins in the Cascades. Suffice to say that we find them pretty much all over the Cascades. So ask me about that maybe later. So these benthic algae can have significant effects on higher trophic levels, like benthic invertebrates, by affecting the habitat, food webs, and then the high pH, which is an issue that, that I've recognized and talked about for years, but we still haven't fully gotten to the bottom of it. So one of the reasons for studying the periphyte beyond the obvious list and impacts to drinking water and food webs was the fire. So I've been tracking periphyton growth with the drinking water providers, eWeb, and the Clackamas River water provider, City of Salem, for a number of decades now. And you know, we see year-to-year variability, of course. The nutrient levels in the Cascades aren't very high typically, but after the fires, we saw very large increases in nitrate levels. And normally when we go out and measure nitrate in streams that have periphyton, we don't find any. It's the levels are below detection oftentimes. And but after the fires, and the top graph here shows the 4 streams where we focused some studies right after the fire. We stood up some continuous stream flow monitors and then also some continuous water quality monitors looking at pH, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, and those sorts of things. And so we have 4 different tributaries, Little North Santiam, Fish Creek in the Clackamas, Gate Creek in the Mackenzie, and then also Rock Creek, which we heard about earlier today. And what you see here is average concentrations coming in at about 0.5 milligram per liter, which is quite high. When you compare, you know, less than maybe 20 or 30 micrograms per liter during the growing season, and now we're seeing, you know, 0.5 milligram with peak concentrations getting up to 1.5. And you see these 4 tributaries. So these are all heavily burned watersheds, 75+% had high severity burn, but what you see is pretty similarly high concentrations in the peaks. And what's interesting about those peaks is that, you know, we have auto samplers out that collect samples over the course of the storm, and, you know, we see the turbidity and the dissolved organic carbon, which we're also looking at peak. And then as the sort of the storm peak goes away, the nitrate stays. Those highest nitrate concentrations are in the aftermath of the runoff. It's really that recession, the receding limb, and that can go on for quite a period of time. And so as that happens, the water's clearing up, and that's just ideal conditions to grow algae. So you see similar situation with phosphorus, you know, much elevated concentrations of phosphorus, but you know, we have high levels of phosphorus in the Cascades, right? The high Cascades are a natural geologic source of phosphorus, and you know, I think there's some evidence that the land management can transport phosphorus to the rivers, but you know, the source is natural. You know, that erosion can bring some of the phosphorus in. But you add the nitrogen plus the phosphorus, and then also the light environment. We've heard that quite a bit today about how the riparian disappears. And so, you know, the productivity, which tends to be, you know, in the lower parts of these watersheds, think about, you know, Van Note's continuum concept. And as these headwaters have burned and middle reaches of these rivers have burned, now I think the productivity can march up into those tributaries. So we're really interested in tracking periphyton. So as I mentioned, we see large effects on pH. You know, pH is a really important variable. You know, our cells are all designed to produce a, you know, homeostasis, right? We don't like changing conditions. And yet look at what these organisms, you know, fish and other life in the rivers are up against here. We see fluctuations of pH, approaching 2 full pH units each day. So that's quite a challenge, and I would say that's something that has not really been fully fleshed out in terms of the effects on the fish. And these measurements, in this case, taken from the lower Clackamas, are in the middle of the river. So the little fish in the margins where the periphyton is growing are probably experiencing even higher pH. Now, the pH levels get so high partly because of the alkalinity levels are very low, so we don't have a lot of buffering capacity to be able to withstand the fluctuations in pH. And if I didn't mention it, that's because of the photosynthesis by the algae. As they take the carbon dioxide out of the water during the day, the pH goes up. And then when the sun goes down, they continue to respire, and all of the collective stream metabolism brings the pH down. And you can see here exceeding the state standard quite a bit. And this shot here is of some green algae from the Mackenzie River in 2021, so after the fires. So as I mentioned, a lot of different cyanobacteria. Here are the main ones. We have lots of nostoc in these rivers, a couple different forms. Here's some microcoleus, non-nitrogen fixing mats of cyanobacteria that make, among other things, anatoxin, microcystin, and other toxins. So we're closely tracking this microcoleus, and it's also probably responsible for the many dog deaths that we've seen in recent years. Another common form is oscillatoria. And sometimes we see them, and here's what it looks like under the microscope on the right here. Sometimes we see them on the rocks or on soft sediments, but they can flake up like this. Do I have a laser beam here? This guy here, they can pop up to the top, and then it floats downstream, eddies out, and that's when it can cause some real problems. So one of the challenges of sampling the periphyte is that, especially in a river like the Clackamas or the Mackenzie and the Santiam, is that these rivers are only partially wadable. And so we've been trying to develop some new tools, and here's where the hyperspectral data come in, to be able to sample larger areas, right? Getting a representative sample in an unwadable river can be really challenging. So in this case, we're using satellite data, airplanes. Pretty soon, took a little while to get the FAA permission on the airplane, but I think we've got that now. So hopefully that will be added to the quiver this summer. But then using drones and some other techniques here. So here's Paul Diaz from our Science Center getting ready to fly in Clackamas. And so he's got a hyperspectral camera that, and I'll give you some specs on that in a second here, but that he's flying to be able to collect imagery. He also has just the standard, RGB, red, green, blue, high resolution, and then also a FLIR camera that we now have capability to put onto his drone there. So the sort of centerpiece for this hyperspectral study is a hyperspectral microscope. So this was put together by USGS colleagues in Reston that partnered with the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST. And so I'm going to talk about a related study first, and then I'll bring it back to the periphyte. So in this case, back in 2022, we published a data release for cyanobacteria that grow in the water column. So these are blooming cyanobacteria that grow in reservoirs and lakes. And this graph over here shows the 12 different genera that we were able to image. And what you can see is that the spectra are similar, but they're different, and they're different enough, which is the key. Here's about half of the 12 you can see, different colors and different shapes. And so for the hyperspectral data, we're looking at the reflectance, right? It's not like fluorescence, it's actually just what light bounces off of these organisms. And so, we see these different types of signals across a pretty large swath of the spectrum. And, And so the exciting thing here is, when we can tell, let's say, a particular organism here with the hyperspectral microscope, and then if we can collect data from, say, a satellite or an airplane or one of these other platforms, we can compare those and potentially identify the type of algae that grow in a lake or reservoir. And so part of that is building this reference data set. So we've been doing that. And now we're expanding that into periphyton. For the phytoplankton and sort of the more typical classic harmful algal blooms, this slide sort of summarizes the whole process, and we call it SMASH, or SMASH algae. I mean, how great is that, right? It stands for Spectral Mixture Analysis for Surveillance of Harmful Algae, okay, SMASH algae. So what it does is, we've got the spectra here, and then we've been working with the space station camera. Here's this DASIS camera on the space station. This is, and they are like super excited to be working with folks on the ground. They're kind of lonely up there, but, and so Carl Legleiter with the USGS Modeling and Integration Division in Golden put together a workflow process where space station can look at the lake, gets a spectra, it gets compared to our library, and we go, ooh, we think it's species A. And so in this case here, we've got, and there's lots of the lakes that are being monitored by different partners. In this case, USGS has a program with the Bureau of Reclamation where we go out and we collect samples here. And anybody knows Upper Klamath Lake, it's a phanomenon, right? All day long, it's a phenomenon in Upper Klamath Lake. But actually, no. Look at this picture here. This shows many different, each of these colors is a different genus. So it's more complicated than we thought. But the very awesome thing that we discovered was when they went out and they collected a sample from this point, used the space station data to put it all together, all lines point to a phenomenon. And when we discovered this, we were like, wow. That was like, we were so incredibly excited. We went right to work on the paper because for a long time we've been able to say, yeah, there's a bloom happening in that lake, but now we can say it's a phanomenon bloom, or it's a Delicospermum bloom, or it's a Microcystis bloom, or maybe it's a harmless green algae bloom. That's going to be a game changer. And so here, this really sort of dials down into kind of the comparison here. So here's what the space station sees when it looked at that pixel, and here's what the microscope sees. So pretty close correlation between those two spectra. So bring it back to the rivers here. So as I mentioned, Carl Legleiter in Colorado, he had conducted a study in the Buffalo River, Arkansas, where they used some worldview satellite data to try to map out the biomass. And so we're wanting to take that one step further by actually collecting a variety of spectra from the periphyte to now see if we can bring this technology to the periphyte. Here's a table that shows the different instruments with the different wavelengths and ranges and number of bands. It's a really, really rich amount of information, bands that, compared to the 3 bands that we have on our phones. One of the things we'd like to do is simplify this down. Maybe there's a subset of 10 or 15 different metrics or either wavelengths or ratios that we can use to better identify, in this case, periphyton. But this technology, I think, can be used to study invasive macrophytes, health of trees. If we can see stuff in the water, imagine what you could do on land with these data. And then again, this summer, hopefully, we'll have the Civil Air Patrol on board. So we're conducting what we call these riffle-scale hyperspectral surveys. We flying the drones and collecting rocks, collecting spectra above and below the water, scraping the rock, and then getting another image after we scrape the rock to just get that sort of natural substrate spectral signals. And so we've been conducting these different surveys in the Clackamas, in the North Santiam, and in the Mackenzie. And, one of the things that, I'll digress here just for a second. It doesn't look like I'm running out of time yet, but is that, some years we have a lot of algae and other years we don't. And, I think there's a common misconception that, it's really those low water years where it's really warm. That's really when we have the worst algal problems, but it doesn't really work that way, I don't think. And one of the things I was hoping that we would be able to do from this project eventually would be to fly the Civil Air Patrol aircraft and collect data on the distribution of the periphyte in different years with different flows. You can imagine a very low water year, the flows might all be contained within the channel. And then maybe there's just not a lot of habitat, and it's kind of moving along pretty fast in the channel. Contrast that with a year where we have a little more water. So the groundwater system's now charged, which I think is a real important source of nitrogen, especially. Post-fire may be a little different. We've got a new source out there now, but before, I think it was mostly coming through the ground. And when you have the sort of intermediate rainy, especially the spring seasons, is when we tend to see, maybe more habitat, because now the water's out of the channel and now it's covering the riffles, and that's just like ideal habitat to grow a lot of algae. So the idea over time would be to develop an IFIM, an in-stream flow incremental methodology type of an understanding of the periphyte, so we could better track the trends, because really the trends, I think, are very tightly connected to the flow and precipitation. So just a couple of examples here of the different spectra in the organism. So at the end of the day, if I can tell the difference between green algae versus diatoms versus cyanobacteria, wow, that's a victory. If we can actually use the spectral library to identify the species or the genus level identifications, be so happy for that. What we see are, with the different spectra here, and again, this is for Eulothrix. It's one of the real common green algae, filamentous green algae that grows in these systems. Here's kind of what the spectra look like, and I've got the chlorophyll A and chlorophyll B absorbance, so not the reflectance, but here it's the absorbance. And basically, we see low reflectivity here and then here, partly because the chlorophyll A and B are absorbing light in that part of the spectrum, right? Moving to the stalked diatoms, and then we've got field spectra above here, and then the microscope spectra on the bottom. Pretty similar shape, so we're looking at both the magnitude and the shape of those curves in order to make the comparison. So SMASH kind of uses both of those information pieces in order to develop the regression to try to identify what it is, but pretty good agreement there. And then with the cyanobacteria, it's pretty variable. Sometimes we see mats like this in the upper left here that are green, but oftentimes they're brown, or less often, kind of greenish blue a little bit. But oftentimes the spectra are flatter. And I don't know if they're just absorbing so much of that light. That's a possibility. Very efficient light harvesters. Cyanobacteria can grow deep in a lake. They just don't need as much light. Partly they're heterotrophic at times, but they can also just, they've got chlorophyll A, carotenoids, phycocyanin, phycoerythrin, that really gives them a very broad spectra that they can utilize for their growth. So yeah, efficient light harvesters. So the goals of the study are to characterize the different periphyton types using hyperspectral data, expand this reference data set beyond just the planktonic forms into the benthic forms, and we're well on our way to doing that. And then, as I said, use these data and different scales and try to determine, can we just fly the airplane? Do we need to go out and measure with a handheld spectrometer, or can we just do it all with the satellite data? DASIS has some limitations, so that's the International Space Station camera. It has pixel size of about 30 meters, so it's pretty big, So as time goes on and the satellite technology gets better, we should be able to get smaller and smaller and smaller. So maybe we'll be able to do this, from our desktop, from our offices someday, and be able to look at the trends over time. So hopefully I left myself a couple minutes for questions. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hi, Kurt. Yeah, thank you for your work. This is really interesting. I'm wondering if the stuff you learned, say, from the South Santiam can be taken, out of the box and applied to the North Umpqua without additional field work per se, or would it require a lot of boots on the ground field work to apply kind of the spectral stuff you've learned elsewhere and apply it elsewhere? Additionally, like stuff from Upper Klamath to Diamond Lake and a lake system.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, thank you for that. So the question was, can we transfer? What's the technology transferability here? So Umpqua is a great example. So I've actually done periphyton studies, a number of them in the Umpqua, and we have a lot of the same organisms: Cladophora, Epithemia, a lot of this, nostoc, tons of nostoc in the North Umpqua, and actually. A couple summers ago, we deployed some devices to look at the cyanotoxin, same situation in the North Umpqua that we see in the Santiam and the Clackamas and the Mackenzie. So definitely very transferable. Yeah, and same with Detroit, with Diamond Lake. So there's, even though we have a number of different organisms that bloom, it's a pretty short list. There's probably 4 or 5 on that short list, and as I said, we're well on our way to having all those characterized, so we should be able to do that. And actually, I've been working with James Watson at Oregon State here on operationalizing this SMASH. So the idea would be space station or other satellite is collecting data, sending data back, it runs through the SMASH algorithm, and then we get notified, hey, there's a bloom in Blue River Lake, and it looks like it's still spermum, which is a toxin producer. Maybe we need to get out there. So, hopefully with time we'll be using that data and information to guide our research. I'm very excited, very exciting times we're in right now. Another question? Yeah.
I was curious about the elevated nitrate that you mentioned, and why is it staying elevated longer than the obvious particulate pulse that comes with an event?
Yeah. So question was, why do we see the nitrate elevated the way that we do, and not kind of dissipate after the peak in the turbidity might have gone by? I'm thinking it's probably the groundwater, right? It just takes the flow paths. It's probably coming through the groundwater, and some of these cyanobacteria are nitrogen fixers and some aren't. The microcoleus that I'm more concerned about in terms of the antitoxin and say dog exposures don't make their own nitrogen, so they need an external source of nitrogen. And so all of the nitrate and the phosphate is certainly potential to cause more growth. And actually, a lot of these toxins are pretty nitrogen rich, so that has implications for the amount of toxin that could be produced. So, all right, well, thank you so much.
I've always found USGS people to be really good-natured. And I think it's because they get to work with stuff like SMASH algae. And my favorite from your talk was rock snot. Anybody else pick up on that? Maybe I'm too easily amused, obviously. So let's take a break. Come back at, let's see, 3:05, please. And we'll jump back into some more riparian and water work. Thank you. come on back. We are going to go ahead and get started. We're going to be continuing along this pathway of talking about riparian and water quality and stream habitat. And we have a couple of sets of paired talks in order to do that for you this afternoon. The first will be with Ashley Coble with NCASI, National Council on Air and Stream Improvement. I'm going to be happy with myself to keep getting that right. And Brooke Penaluna with the U.S. Forest Service PNW Research Station. They're going to come up and talk to you about fire and streams. First, Ashley with forested streams, fire and large wood across a gradient of fire severity and forest stand age. And then Brooke about what happens to fish when their forest is on fire. Answers from 24 Oregon streams. And they'll take questions after both of their talks are done. So help me welcome them up. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you. So first I want to start by acknowledging my co-authors on this work, Brooke Penaluna of the Forest Service, Laura Six from Weyerhaeuser, and Jake Verskyle of NCASI. So I'm primarily going to be talking about large wood. So I want to start by talking about why large wood is important for streams and for their function. So depending on the placement of large wood within the stream, it can be functional, meaning that it has the potential to alter channel morphology and also alter flow regimes. And so it can alter flow velocity and increase heterogeneity within the stream channel itself. These are some images showing you examples of pool formation, for example, but also in these cases, then large wood also has the capacity to enhance sediment storage within the stream channel. And collectively, what these can provide areas of refugia for fish and amphibians that can be very essential during certain times of year. Before I get too far, I want to talk a little bit about sources of large wood and terminology that I'm going to be using as we move through this data set. So this is a continuum of vegetation and river corridors as defined by Ellen Wool's book in 2020. So where does large wood come from? It starts as a tree. That tree is live, standing tree. Eventually it dies. It becomes a dead, standing tree. When it falls over, it becomes coarse wood on the forest floor. And I'm going to be using the term coarse wood to try to differentiate this wood when it's in the riparian area from large wood when it's in streams. But I'm using the same size class for both of those components, which is greater than 10 centimeters in diameter or 1 meter in length. So to think about what the expected response of large wood is to fire, we can look at Kyle Martin's 2020 review paper on large wood. And here I've tried to highlight in red the expected response to fire. And so after a large stand replacing fire that it affects the entire watershed, we expect to see an increase in the amount of wood that occurs in streams. And so that increase occurs during this stand initiation phase of forest successional stage. Eventually, as you move into canopy closure, then that large wood can get pushed out of the system. And so we start to see a decline in the total amount of large wood in streams. Eventually that returns to baseline, but continues to drop because there's no longer a source of large wood in the watershed. But here in the Pacific Northwest, there's a very complex history of large wood, specifically with respect to historical harvest practices. So it was common practice to remove large wood from streams, as we heard earlier with those BLM examples. So large wood was actively removed, also with log drives and splash dams led to the removal and channelization of streams. And historical practices were to clear cut the entire watershed, not retain a buffer, and also broadcast burn the entire watershed. So as you can imagine, that leads to this trajectory where we're in a situation of having a dearth of large wood, and that was the situation prior to these 2020 wildfires. So we're effectively superimposing this red line of the response to fire on top of this historical legacy effect of large wood removal. So you heard a little bit about this study earlier in terms of the vegetation response, but I'll just rehash the study design a little bit. So we opted to use a stratified random sample of pre-fire stand age and fire severity to identify 24 fourth order watersheds. And we were focused on 3 fire boundaries. So Riverside, Beachy Creek, and Holiday Farm. And we opted to include control watersheds that occurred within 6 kilometers of the fire boundary. So all of these are at fourth order watershed scales. The age was younger than 85 years on average at this scale, or older than 85 years on average at this scale. And the reason that we wanted to incorporate age is we wanted to also incorporate pre-fire management activities that will also influence not only fire severity, but also the aquatic responses in the post-fire recovery period. So initially, first selection, we used overlap with the fire boundary. So we had reference conditions, we have watersheds that are completely within the fire boundary, and then we had those that were majority and minority burned. But for the purposes of this talk, I'm gonna be using fire severity as a predictor. And so the fire severity I'm referring to here is this rapid assessment vegetation condition. And so this is a remote sensing derived metric that estimates overstory mortality. So bright red represents 90 to 100% mortality, going down to blue, which is 0% overstory mortality. And so this is a raster. We were able to average that for the entire watershed. So this is borrowing data from Laura Six, who presented earlier, just to understand what's happening with the riparian overstory. And so we were interested in overstory mortality, but we wanted to look at burned versus unburned riparian areas differently. And here, burned areas are referring to when the riparian zone where we're measuring it had a soil burn severity greater than unburned, essentially, so low or moderate or high severity burns. And what we found is that there was no difference in mortality for species in unburned sites, but for burned sites, we did see significantly greater mortality rates for Douglas fir and western red cedar than red alder. So it was 6.8 times greater in Douglas fir and 5.5 times greater in western red cedar than red alder. We did not see a significant difference for big leaf maple or western hemlock. Importantly, across all of these watersheds, red alder is one of the most common tree species that occurred within our riparian areas. So as we move into thinking about volume of wood, so we're going to start with this coarse wood volume. So this is the wood, down wood in the riparian area itself. And here on the x-axis, we have our fire severity metric. This is that rapid assessment vegetation condition. The key on the top is showing you that condition from 0 to 7, with bright red being the most severe. And then you can also see the symbology for pre-fire stand age with circles representing the younger on average watershed stand age and the triangles representing the older on average watershed stand ages. So what we see with the coarse wood is that we do see a significant difference in volume with fire severity. And so as we move from our reference sites on the left, we have relatively high wood volume occurring. It declines as we move into moderate severity burns and then increases again as we move into higher severity burns. So we're seeing this U-shaped response for volume in the riparian zone. As we move into the stream itself, we no longer see a pattern. So we don't see a significant difference for volume of large wood that's occurring in the stream with fire severity. But next, let's think about size. So in terms of size, we can look at diameter. Now we're starting with our vegetation continuum. So these are live and dead standing trees. So live are represented in green and dead are represented in the black filled circles. There's no significant difference with DBH in live or dead standing trees within this riparian data set. As we move into coarse wood in the riparian zone, we again see a significant response, and it's still that sort of U-shaped response where we're seeing larger diameter wood in reference sites and also in more severely burned sites, but it's lower in the moderately burned sites. And that pattern, of course, was similar to what we observed with volume. As we move to look at large wood in the stream, we do see a significant response, but it's different from what we've seen in the riparian area. And here, we're seeing a significant decline in the size of large wood as we move to more severe fire, or more severely burned watersheds. And so what this suggests is that there's potentially younger fire-killed trees that are occurring only in these most severely burned watersheds. And so this bottom panel is slightly different, x-axis. This is really just to compare our diameters in our riparian zone to in the stream. And so on the x-axis, you have the coarse wood diameter in the riparian area. The black line here represents the 1-to-1 line. And so we would expect, of course, larger diameter wood to occur in the riparian area before it's transported into a stream. But we have 3 watersheds where we actually have larger diameter wood in the stream than what we observed in the adjacent riparian area. And importantly, these are all triangle symbols, which indicate that they're older on average watershed stand ages. And specifically, these are quite a bit older. These are all 115-year or greater watershed stand ages. So this suggests that there is a source of old, larger wood somewhere upstream of our measurement reach. And so the wood directly adjacent to our measurement reach is slightly smaller than what is potentially available upstream of our sources here. But for the most part, what we see is that there's larger wood in the riparian area than in the stream. And this does indicate future recruitment potential and potentially the ability to improve in-stream habitat. So I wanted to focus primarily on large wood for this talk, but I do want to acknowledge that we have quite a bit of other data available. And so I just quickly want to introduce you to how our large wood is relating to all of these other metrics that we know are correlated. So to break down all of our data into fewer components, we used a principal components analysis, and then we took each PC axis and related those to either fire severity or pre-fire stand age. And so we found that fire severity explained the majority of the variation. This explained the variation in our first principal components axis. And what this suggests is that in more severely burned watersheds, we have higher tree mortality, greater light availability onto the stream channel. We have greater salvage, both at the watershed scale and also in the riparian areas. And we also have higher dissolved organic matter concentrations as both carbon and nitrogen. Less severely burned watersheds were more associated with higher overall canopy cover, larger diameter large wood, more macroinvertebrate diversity, and also higher fish density. Our second PC axis, which explained less of the variation in the data set, was significantly related to pre-fire stand age. And so we find that the watersheds with the older on average watershed stand age were more associated with higher elevations and mean annual precipitation and lower mean annual temperature. And so in contrast, our younger on average watershed stand ages were more associated with mean annual temperature, which also is reflected in stream temperatures as 7-day maxima. We also saw higher phosphorus concentrations as both total phosphorus and inorganic phosphate, and then also saw elevated SUVA 254, which is an indicator of carbon aromaticity. And so that suggests that there's greater, more terrestrially derived carbon occurring in these younger watersheds than what we're observing in some of those older stand age watersheds. And so, clearly here we have some confounding factors with elevation and climate that may be controlling what we're observing here. So while we're using pre-fire stand age as this predictor variable, it's certainly encompassing other ownership histories and other factors as well. So to wrap up, so our tree mortality data did speak to that there may be an important function of red alder in these fire-prone landscapes. And that's not necessarily to suggest that it's going to provide a great source of large wood, but to suggest that it's going to provide some shade because it has greater survival in our riparian areas. And so that will limit the temperature increases, at least in the near term, following the fires. We also see from our coarse wood responses that it does indicate some potential future recruitment of larger diameter wood and also volume in some of those most severely burned watersheds, at least in the near term. Of course, with this story, we have to acknowledge that any removal of coarse wood from the landscape, whether it's in riparian areas or uplands, is going to influence future large wood recruitment for decades. And so that's an important consideration as we're already looking at a potentially reduced large wood on long-term timescales across all of these fire boundaries. So we worked across landscapes, we worked across ownerships. These are the many landowners that provided access for our study sites. They've provided salvage and post-fire management information. We have quite a crew to thank, both in terms of the field crew and also lab technicians that have helped analyze some of our data. And with that, well, I would take questions, but I think we're going to move swiftly into the next talk.
So I'm in the coveted position in that I'm the last one in our group project that gets to talk. And so what I'm going to talk about builds directly on everything that Ashley's presented and aspects of what Laura presented earlier. So just to kind of review what I'm going to be talking about, I'm going to be talking about what happens to fish when their forest is on fire, and I'm going to be incorporating different aspects of some of our freshwater responses in context of fish. And as Ashley and Laura discussed, we have 24 watersheds from the Cascades of Oregon where we're answering that question for. So again, kind of building on what our speakers talked about yesterday and even into this morning, there were strong winds in Western Oregon that ignited many small fires, and they led to the ignition and expansion into the widespread landscape. And what you have here are fires across multiple ownerships. And so these Oregon Labor Day fires of 2020 spread across federal lands, state lands, and private lands, offering an exceptional opportunity for us to understand some of the freshwater responses in this broader context. So if you look here on the left, you see our study design that they've both talked about, and in black is where our watersheds are selected. And on right is just an example of what one of the burned sites looks like for Elkhorn Creek. And I want you to look at that photo for a moment and think about it from the perspective of a fish. So think about, what it's like to be a fish in that water. And so the different responses and aspects that I'm going to talk about are, in some cases, it's indirect responses, and in other contexts, it's direct responses influencing, fish habitat and fish themselves. So I want to talk a little bit about what's in the literature and what's known about, the links between fish, forests, and fire. We have a lot of literature out there on what are the links between fish and fire. A lot of our work comes from the Rocky Mountains or from the east side of Washington, Oregon, and into Idaho, now down into California. The response that's most looked at in response to freshwater responses is stream temperature, followed by sediments. Those are the big things that people look at in response to fire. And in general, what's been found is that generally temperatures increase in response to fire. Temperatures increase in response to fire, sometimes with sediments. It depends on, based on the context in that site, the delay or the timing of when that sediment arrives to the stream. But what is less understood is some of the responses directly to the biological responses. For the biological responses, macroinvertebrates are the most well-studied of all of our taxa, followed by fish, followed by amphibians. So what's known about fish directly in response to fire has essentially been that we have mixed responses. And so what that essentially means is in some of the streams, we see our numbers of fishes go up. In some of our streams, we see the numbers go down. In some of the streams, some of the fishes are getting bigger, and in some cases, they're getting smaller. And it depends, and a lot of times, a lot of those indirect effects of some of the other things in the context of the stream themselves as to what's kind of playing out in some of those different responses. So going into the study, we wanted to make some predictions about the freshwater responses to fire. And so this is a study from Gresswell in 1988, where he essentially looked at different aspects of aquatic responses and made some hypotheses about what we might expect to see. So on the far left side, you're looking at a normal year, that the different responses, what it would look like in a normal year. In the middle is that first year post-fire. And so you're looking at the different seasons, and in some cases, so if you look at fishes at the bottom, the bump goes up in spring into summer, saying that in response to fire, we should see that increase. That was the hypothesis. And then years after fire, we should have a drop, and then again, an increase again. But there's aspects of looking at this figure and thinking about predictions and knowing what some of the other studies have shown that shows, or that points to the context specific that's not included in these generalizations, as well as there isn't anything about fire severity. So it's not clear here, and it's not necessarily clear how fish in general respond when the fire is a low severity fire versus a high severity fire. So again, we looked at 24 watersheds in the Cascade Range. We stratified, did a random sample design in the 3 different fire boundaries, and we studied 4th order streams, which are fishy streams, and we looked at it over a gradient of watershed stand age and a gradient of fire severity. And we measured various freshwater responses that include physical and chemical responses, and I'm gonna dig into the biological responses, and I'll touch a little bit on the physical responses in context of the biological responses. And I do want you to note that all of the data that I'm presenting from here forward is year 1 data. So again, the fires were Labor Day fire of 2020, and we're measuring the following year during seasonal low flow. So we're measuring in the summer following, so it tends to be 8 to 11 months later. We have that range because, for example, our temperature measurements are, over the course of that seasonal low flow period. So looking at the link between fish, forests, and fire, I want to orient you to this figure that Ashley introduced you to. And I want you to notice that the y-axis is driven by watershed stand age. So those responses that you're seeing over there are most influenced by aspects of watershed stand age. And our x-axis here is most influenced by fire severity. And what you're able to see in context of fire severity is that our severe fires burn overstory vegetation, and that's related to increases in light. That's related to more tree mortality, dissolved organic matter, and increase in macroinvertebrate densities, so higher numbers of our macroinvertebrates. So again, when we have more severe fires, then we have the declines in the canopy cover, the large wood diameter that Ashley spoke to, the macroinvertebrate diversity, as well as our fish densities. So let's dig into some of those relationships. The first one I want to look at is related to canopy cover, showing that canopy cover of the riparian forest declines with increased fire severity. So fire severity is across the bottom, and what you're looking at here is a decline at the sites that have the most severe fires. And in addition, at those sites, we also have higher mortality of trees at those burned sites. So again, fishes in our stream are in a 4th order streams. These streams have coastal cutthroat trout, we have rainbow trout or steelhead, we have coho juveniles, we have Chinook juveniles, We have our speckled dace, our long-nosed dace, we have various sculpins, and we have Pacific lamprey, and even at a few sites, we had brook trout. So just to give you a sense of our fish composition that are at all of these sites, this analysis is for all of the fish put together. And so what you're looking at here is a hump-shaped pattern in that you have lower densities at our less severely burned sites, with the highest numbers of fish densities at our mid-severe burn sites, and again, the least amount of density of fishes at our highest burn severity sites. And for our macroinvertebrate density, you see an increase in numbers of macroinvertebrates. The densities go up with fire severity as shown here. But again, as mentioned earlier, you see this diversity decline. So even though the numbers are going up, we're having a shift in the composition of which macroinvertebrates are present at the site. And that's owing to a decline in the percent of scrapers at the site, while our EPT taxa increased at lower severity fires and declined at the higher severity fires. We see that our severe fires burn more overstory vegetation, and that leads to an increase in light and stream temperature. As you're able to see here, the increase in light and stream temperature related to fire severity. So I mentioned earlier that that data I was presenting was from the first year post-fire, and we've started to work up some of the data that we've collected this last summer in 2022. So again, looking at Elkhorn Creek, you get a sense for what it looked like in 2021, and what you're looking at here is some of the response of the riparian environment and what it looks like in 2022. And so at some of our sites, you're seeing canopy cover is opening for some of the sites a year later. And so you're looking at fire severity across the bottom and canopy cover on our y-axis. And what you're looking at here is the difference between the years. And so 2021 is in the pink color, 2022 is in the blue. And generally from 1 year to the next, they're similar for canopy cover. However, there's a variety of these sites where it's actually opening from 1 year to the next. And again, here for light, we're seeing an increase in light with fire severity a year later. So looking at that year 2 data versus the year 1 data, we're seeing light increases with more severe fires at sites with more severe fires. And our stream temperature responses, we're seeing temperature is consistently warmer a year later. So again, the 2021 data is shown there in the pink, and the 2022 data is shown there in the blue. And you're able to get a sense for what the temperatures are doing a year later. And it should be noted that's the range for our temperatures, just because some other studies have shown today what their temperature ranges have been. You'll notice that our 7-day max get up to 25 degrees for our highest severity burn fires. We had values reaching 28 degrees at some of our streams, 26 degrees. But you will see that there are sites, especially for our lower severity fires, where temperature ranges are staying a lot lower and well under 20 degrees. So fire severity definitely plays a role in the response of stream temperatures. So in general, our take-home messages are that fish, forests, and fires are directly linked and have really strong relationships that you can see by looking at the responses over 24 streams. The severe fire burns more overstory vegetation, leading to increases in some responses and decreases in others. And that changes are happening between year 1 and year 2 after fire, and we expect to continue. We're going to be continuing to measure into year 3 into this summer. And it's unclear exactly what the response of the fish will be in year 2, especially because of the loss of trees from fire or from salvage. That could increase the seasonal low flow, leading to potentially more available habitat and a little bump in our fishes in year 2, or we can continue to see the same pattern where we're seeing the decrease at our most severe sites. Our next steps on this project that are underway is we're doing extractions of eDNA samples that we collected in the lab, because we're hoping to understand the effects of forest stand age and fire severity over a broader swath of freshwater biodiversity. And with the approach that we use, we can detect up to 900 different species. And so we want to get a sense for what those relations look like across these different sites. So we're currently extracting those samples in the lab and hope to have some results of that coming up soon. And there are many people to thank, especially on a project like this, where you're working across ownerships on federal, state, and private lands. So I want to thank many of you here in the crowd that gave us permissions to be on your land and are partnering with us on this work. Thank you. And I would like to invite my esteemed colleague Ashley back up here so that we can field questions together.
Yeah, the question was whether the large wood response is potentially related to distance to a tributary as opposed to just large wood contributions from adjacent to the stream channel. And I mean, certainly that's possible. I think in general, we tried to be very, we tried to identify the starting location at sort of the lowermost point of that fourth order watershed, where we are able to gain permissions on that landowner. So they should be placed very similarly situated in terms of where we're at within the stream network. Obviously, there's many differences, of course, in terms of the drainage network across there. And we can look at that, I think, but we do have variables like drainage density that we can look at. I don't know that we would specifically expect a distance to a tributary necessarily to be influencing this large wood. I think it's likely being influenced by a large number of factors, and so we're trying to use this observational approach of quantifying as many of those as we can, but I'm not sure if we will be able to tease that apart.
So thinking about the invertebrate responses, you mentioned that the EPT, so stoneflies, mayflies, caddisflies, had declined, but the scrapers had gone up. So curious what organisms you seen, snails or what is it?
You can do it. Brooke presented it, yes. She should be prepared. There were plenty of snails in the sample. I'm not sure exactly which were contributing in that.
I don't know that.
We haven't done the best analysis yet in terms of the community composition other than those metrics, right?
Okay.
But we have the data. We can tell you after this.
Yeah, it's been interesting to look at the differences in some of these streams. In the Mackenzie, and David Donohue's here somewhere, he could probably back me up. I think it was Elk Creek, was it? But it was just lousy with snails. There's so many. And it seemed to be kind of unusual, so just curious about that.
So related to that, there is a poster out there that's looking at the response of Juga snails. And so you can get a sense of which of our sites actually had Juga snails. And it's looking at rates of infection of the Juga snails. So it might be worth going out and checking out the poster. You'll get a sense of which sites had the snails.
I've got a question. Since you worked on different land ownerships with different land management agencies and private, are you tracking the difference in the buffer zones for leaving wood for source for large wood into the future in your study?
Yeah, so I think the question is whether we're tracking riparian salvage and whether wood is being retained in the riparian zone after salvage operations. So We're trying to get at that, yes. So we did request from all landowners, total area salvage for the entire watershed, and we also asked for any additional information we could get on any salvage that occurred within the riparian area. The way in which that was determined varied a little bit by landowner, and so we're trying to also do some ground truthing in collaboration with our veg team, just to actually measure the width of the buffers and make sure that it's in agreement with some of the data that we've extracted from various landowners. So we do hope to be able to look at that going forward. Initially, we really didn't get into it because it's so highly correlated with fire severity at this stage of the project. But I think the next stage of our analysis will be to more directly look at those categories specifically.
In the back?
Question for you. Could you explain the rationale why wood volume was used for your work versus something much more specific that could yield higher value delivery and science yield?
The question is why we used volume of wood versus, but I'm not sure what the alternative was that you were recommending.
Architecture, location, organization, orientation, zonation. By type, I mean ramp, bridge. Location, the zonation, zones 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wood within the wetted perimeter of the channel. Zone 4 is terrestrial wood outside of the bankfold edges. Zonation, orientation, the directionality of the piece within the bankfold channel. That sort of thing. Something more
Okay.
specific.
No, yeah, so we did collect zone information on zones, and we did an analysis of that, and we didn't see any difference in terms of zones across this gradient. And so we do have some of that additional information, and we just didn't find anything interesting in that in the first year post-fire, which is what we've analyzed so far.
And just to add what Ashley said, as you saw, there's a lot of data that we're collecting at all of these sites when we go out, and we're generally spending anywhere from 1 to 2 days at the site. And so there also are some decisions that we made related to what we're measuring and how we're measuring it, so that we can, get to all these sites during one season.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I had a question, I think it's for Ashley. It was surprising that the red alder had less mortality than the other species. To me, it seems like alders got thinner bark. It would have burned and be more easily damaged. But I'm wondering what you think the mechanism is, and maybe if it has something to do with kind of the microclimates where it hangs out, that it's wetter there and it maybe was more protected. I'm just curious because it was a little counterintuitive and very interesting.
Yeah, so this has been found by others in the literature, not only for red alder, but other deciduous species. Yeah, I would hypothesize it's related to the evapotranspiration of red alder has really high evapotranspiration rates late in summer, whereas some of the conifers may close their stomata, and so maybe maybe drier, but I'm not a vegetation expert, but that's one possible mechanism. But yes, we also, red alder was really prevalent at our sites, and certainly this is at the 4th order watershed scale, so if you look at a soil burn severity map, the worst it is in the riparian area is a moderate burn within 100 feet of the stream at this scale. So we're not in those really high severity soil burn in these particular riparian areas.
So next is another set of speakers from Weyerhaeuser. We have Mark River and Jason Walter. They're going to be talking about the Holiday Farm fire, impacts on shade, stream temperatures on private timberlands, and impacts to the upstream extent of fish distribution in headwater streams on private timberlands. So I think they're both going to talk one after another and then do questions afterwards. So I'm going to bring up Mark first. Come on up, Mark.
All right, hello, and I'm really glad to be here, excited to talk to you all today. And we're trying to allow plenty of time for questions at the end, but we'll hold the questions till after Jason's talk. So I'm going to talk about mostly focused on stream temperature on private land, but we do have some other data that I want to kind of throw out as well. So if I show you something that's not temperature, you're forewarned here. And I really want to acknowledge this has been a real team effort, and I want to acknowledge Pete James, Jason, Renee, Travis, and Miranda, who have been a tremendous part of this. Okay, so we're kind of thinking of this in kind of three buckets, if you will. The immediate effects of fire on the stream temperature. So as that fire was actually rolling through those few days where it was burning really hot, what actually happened right then? And I'm going to reference a Sanders et al. Paper for that. What I'm going to mostly talk about today is what we're considering more the short-term window. So this is the year of 2021, the year after the fire, and what really happened there with stream temperature and some other metrics. And then we're also considering a longer term, kind of that year 2 on, 5, 7, 10 years into the future, and I'll lay the groundwork for that a little bit today too. I'm also just going to mention some shade and some sediment and turbidity data that we're collecting also. So we've heard a lot in the talks about burn severity, different ways of measuring burn severity. Is it canopy cover? Is it a basal area? Delayed mortality effects. We had some great talks talking about that. So there's a lot of different remote sensing products, probably not one kind of perfect product for this. But what we're looking at is, for this project, at least at this initial cut, is canopy cover mortality. And I've got the website lined up there for it. And we heard yesterday the talk about kind of that bathtub ring, if I'm phrasing that correctly. This where you have the real severe, largest portion of the fire, and then these kind of rings outward. And we definitely see that in this Holiday Farm fire. This is where a lot of our sites are. The red is the severe burn. And some of our watersheds are just almost entirely covered in that severe burn area. But we do also have a lot of sites on the fringe. And this here, if you're familiar with this area, this is the Gate Creek, Calapooya River divide. And that fire really burned hot all through that Gate Creek watershed, and then was much cooler once it got into Calapooya. So there's some interesting sites through there. But the biggest takeaway is a lot of these sites are in a very severe burned area. And here to be an example of kind of a younger stand in that fire. This would be maybe roughly 10-year-old stand, and don't see too much live vegetation out there. And this would have been maybe March or so of 2021. So just to kind of give a feeling of, what that looked like on the landscape on private timberland following that. So this is a really interesting project. David alluded to this in his talk earlier that, post-fire, if you're looking at stream temperature or some other metrics, one of the challenges is pre-fire data, right? I mean, you can always go out after the fire and instrument, but sometimes it's difficult to analyze your results if you don't have the pre-fire data. So really, this is an opportunistic study that we have here I'm talking about today. And the reason that we're able to do this is that we had quite a network of pre-fire monitoring data. Of course, we didn't know this was ever going to burn. That wasn't the intention. These were just sites that were set up for monitoring stream temperature long-term. Weyerhaeuser has these throughout Washington and Oregon. And this area, if you all knew Marianne Ryder, who was my predecessor at Weyerhaeuser, I know a lot of you knew her. She actually didn't live too far from here and work too far from here, so we had a really dense network. This was kind of in her backyard, so to speak, and she had a real affinity for this area. So we had a really dense network of monitoring locations, and then it just happened to be that this is the area that burned, and so I've overlaid the Holiday Farm fire footprint here, which is this kind of red dashed line, over our long-term stream monitoring sites. And what's pretty cool about this is that we had some sites that are like I showed on that previous burn severity site, kind of right in the heart of it in that first couple days of that fire when it was just raging through there. And we have several sites that were right in the thick of that. But we also have a lot of sites kind of on this periphery, or where part of the watershed is in the periphery, part of it's in the burn. And then we also have some sites nearby that didn't get burned at all. So we actually have some kind of true control sites, even in an opportunistic study like this. And so I think that makes this a unique opportunity to kind of take a look at some of these stream temperature metrics. I also want to point out we did also go in and install a couple of climate stations after the fire, both for our operational team, safety-wise, so they'd know if there was too much precipitation to get out there safely and work, but also for our research purposes, just to get better information on primarily air temperature and precipitation on this. So we do have those that are installed that helps us with our analysis. I also want to give a shout out to NOAA. I don't know if Andy's here today, he was here yesterday, but NOAA also put in a weather station in Gate Creek. You can see this is in a real severe part of the burn. It's right, we tried to put it right kind of where that snow line would stop. I think we hit it pretty good. You can see it was a little snowy. We're out there doing the install. But this is public data, so this is accessible, whoever wants it. I can give you that link after the talk if you're interested, but this is one of NOAA's kind of short-term or intermediate-term weather stations, and that data is available. And you can just also, maybe I'll just point out here, you can kind of get a feel for, what that Gate Creek watershed looked like, kind of at the more of a landscape scale following that burn. And we put the climate stations in these kind of more open areas as open area. They tend to be pretty younger stands that burn severely. So I want to give a shout out to Ashley Sanders' 2022 paper. If you haven't read it, it's really cool. I see Ashley back there today, so hit her up if you're interested in this. I definitely recommend reading it. Really cool, and I mention it here because it sets the stage for some of the data that Jason's going to present here in a little bit. But essentially, this looked at what happened immediately when that fire was rolling through. And one of the big things the paper analyzes is the smoke effect, all of that smoke, days and days. Anybody that was living in the Willamette Valley was suffering through it for a couple weeks there after that fire. And just to make a long, really excellent paper into just a short distillation, most of the sites, except for maybe one of the smaller streams, showed a decrease in stream temperature during the fire, and then for that couple weeks thereafter with that big smoke plume that was blocking some of the solar radiation getting to the stream. So our takeaway from that is that actually the streams, if anything, cooled, maybe an occasional hot spot here or there, but in general, cooled for a couple of weeks. And so Jason will talk more about the fish effects of that. And then I mentioned that we also have some turbidity data, which also, of course, can affect fish. And I don't want to spend too much time on this today. Ashley Coble and I will be writing this up here at some point, but I wanted to give a shout out to Ashley Sanders and Ashley Coble, who are really integral part in getting this project off the ground. And one of the takeaways we have from this also is a turbidity suspended sediment relationship that we're going to use moving forward with just turbidity sensors in the stream and still be able to estimate the sediment load and export from that. And David mentioned we've had a couple of dry years after the fire, so we haven't had tremendous sediment export, but we did have a couple of fairly wet events just immediately that first winter. We had about a 4-inch rain event over a couple days, and then there was about a 3-inch event also. So we did actually get some sediment export, and we were able to capture that and get our relationship established. So that'll maybe be a future presentation paper down the road. Also, we have some shade data. I'm not going to dive into this too much today. David presented some nice data in his talk, but I'd say our shade's pretty comparable to what David saw. This is just kind of wanted to give you an example of how this works. Again, we had some pre-fire data. These were just normal monitoring sites, and this would be kind of a typical, like, bigger main stem. This is the South Fork of Gate Creek, which is a large fish stream. It's a pretty good sized stream, and this would be a fairly typical shade on something like this. You can see you get a lot of the canopy cover, but on these bigger streams, oftentimes there'll be a gap in the middle. But this is that exact same site after the fire rolled through in that severe burn area. So this got calculated out at 24% shade. And you can see, there's a few, surviving conifers back there. Those may, die in the future. This kind of standalone, probably not all those will survive. So that shade value could actually decrease, in the years to come before the shrubs grow back in on that. Okay, so let me now get to the stream temperature part of this. We've got 21 sites that we had pre-fire data, and we've clustered these into kind of different burn severity categories based on what % of the watershed burned at a severe rate based on that canopy loss. So I've got unburned, low, medium, and high categories here, just to kind of give some visuals. And we go back to 2010 for our pre-fire data. So we've got 10 years pre-fire data on most sites, some not all that amount depending on the installs. And then we have the 2021 year. We're excluding 2020, the year of the fire, for this part of the analysis. And what we're also trying to capture with this is any kind of trends in stream temperature that we had over the last 10 years, right? Is it warming? Is it not? Do we need to incorporate that into our model of stream temperature response? So the dotted line is any kind of like extension of the existing trend that goes back to 2020. And then we've put a little star on the 2021. And so what you can see is on the unburned sites and most of the low burn intensity sites, you know, these 2021 data points, even though that was a really hot year and pretty low flow year. So you just, in the absence of the fire, we'd expect that to be in the upper end of the spectrum of what we'd have for the previous 10 years because it was a fairly hot, dry year. But you can see most of those blue stars are in line with the trend that we had been seeing. And then in the low burn severity watersheds, kind of same thing. Most of those are kind of within our confidence interval where we think those points should be. But once you start getting into these medium and high burn severity watersheds, you really start to deviate from the trend, you know, that you've had. If you look at these kind of the purple and the orange, you know, some more than others, but they're all now starting to get outside of that trend line, outside of that confidence interval. So it's kind of one way to interpret the data, and we also built this into one of our models here. I just want to also, for visual purposes, show kind of the standard box plot in these same categories. You know, the gray is all the pre-fire data, that 10 years going back 2010, and then the red is the 2021 data in these different categories. And you can see that, you know, as you get more and more severe burn, you really start to deviate from those pre-fire conditions on the different watersheds. Okay, I want to present here the results of a couple ways of analyzing this data as to, okay, what was the fire effect on the increase in stream temperature? One way in the orange here is just the standard before-after control impact analysis, so just pretty straightforward. And then we also looked at an alternate, a linear mix model, which we essentially build into that temperature trend that I was showing there and factor that in addition to the impact of the burn. And the main takeaway from this is that both ways we look at it, we get pretty similar results, right? If we burn really hot and severe, we were getting close to 4 degrees difference on the 7-day average max metric, which is kind of in line with some of the other temperature data that we've heard about here today. And then as you get, you know, closer to the unburned, it gets lower, maybe 1.5 degrees, and then down under 1 degree. And here's, for the linear mix model, here's the actual standard error and our estimate in the increase. So, but it's pretty similar either way we look at that. But you know, maybe 4 degrees increase on the 7-day average max, and like David and Brooke mentioned, that means a daily, you know, one daily value might have been 5, 6, 7 degrees on those really hot days that rolled through. So we do have 21 different sites. This is just kind of the raw data, just showing how we clustered in the different categories. You know, of course, we also have watershed size and elevation, which some previous work, you know, has shown can make a difference in the absence of fire to stream temperature. So we would like to try to build that into our model moving forward. That's something that we're working on in the current manuscript that's under development, and see if there's any interactions between fire and watershed size or elevation, you know, how those might factor into the response that a watershed sees to fire. Also longer term, in this kind of understanding the long-term impacts of fire and stream temperature and shade, and how that maybe recovers back towards baseline over time, we added about 100 new stream temperature sensors in the Holiday Farm Fire footprint and around the perimeter, and 15 new shade sites. So that gives us about 120 different sites for stream temperature and about 30 sites for shade. And we're going to be monitoring that over the next 5 years or so, and then kind of reevaluate how far we want to go with that. But you can see this is Gate Creek Watershed. We've pretty densely popped these in, including 24 of them that are in line with the uppermost point of fish distribution. So we'll be able to get a really good feel for, you know, those uppermost fish points, what that stream temperature is doing over time. So with that, I'm going to wrap up my part of the talk, and again, acknowledge all the people that have worked really hard on this project, and hand it over to Jason. Thank you.
So thanks, Mark. Yeah, I could acknowledge the same people as well. Co-authors are pretty much a carbon copy of what Mark just presented. Most of all, I think I'd like to acknowledge Renata Tarosky and Travis Schill, who are both in the room. They're the ones who were hoofing an electrofisher up and down slopes that look like this in the char and whatnot in the hot summer months to collect some of the data we're going to look at today. So, for my talk today, I'm going to give you a brief just overview First off, I'm going to talk a little bit about water typing, which is kind of a regulatory survey thing that we do in the forestry industry that made this work possible from a research perspective. I'll give you some context for this work also from both the research and the regulatory perspective. I'll talk about our objectives and kind of what we expected to see going into this work. I'll talk about our study sites and methods, some preliminary analysis that we've done, and then some next steps, because we're far from being done right now. So water typing, what is it? It's essentially, it's a systematic classification for delineating streams on the landscape as either fish-bearing, type F, or non-fish-bearing, type N. And it's done typically via backpack electrofishing. You send crews out in the spring, they shock the streams, they identify the uppermost point of fish use, they monument that, they document that, and then we do it because that information is then used to inform forestry operations on the landscape, because riparian buffer prescriptions are largely dependent on whether a stream is type F or type N, and it also informs how we put in roads. Do we need to allow for fish passage or not? So that's the 30-second high overview of what water typing is. In terms of context for the work and the research work that we're doing, first off, the area impacted by that Holiday Farm fire that Mark was just talking about just happened to be, fortuitously, one of the areas in Oregon where we knew the most about things like stream temperature and fish distribution on the Weyerhaeuser landscape going into the fires. Again, as Mark pointed out, that was simply fortuitous. We couldn't have planned for that. Secondly, most of the published research that's out there on impacts of fire and disturbance on fish and fish populations is focused on just that, fish populations and biomass and density. And you saw some great examples of really good work that's being done by David and Brooke earlier today, speaking to just those things. The work that we're doing here is solely focused on distribution of fish on the landscape. We didn't do density estimates, we weren't interested in biomass, we were just interested in where those fish were on the landscape and how high up into these systems they persisted, both before and after the fire. And then lastly, this, because of the information that we had from water typing going into the fire event, this just gave us a really unique opportunity to characterize these impacts in the recovery process at multiple spatial scales over time. And lastly, it's worth noting there's a regulatory component to this work as well. This is, I know we're in Oregon, I'm from Washington, and this is from the Washington Forest Practices Board Manual. And this is a very common theme as it relates to forestry. So this, the manual reads that fish populations may be locally or temporarily extirpated from streams or from stream channels due to disturbance events that can require years before even partial recovery begins. And so, the question at hand is, okay, where we see these disturbance events, where we have debris torrents or fires or whatever the disturbance event may be, can we still rely on things like water typing and fish surveys to accurately reflect fish distribution on the landscape so that we can, put our forestry operations in appropriately? So this slide just gives you an idea of what that burn severity looked like in that Holiday Farm area, kind of at different scales. Right on the upper left, you see an entire watershed. Again, those are the hills. Those guys are going up and down with the electrofisher. Upper right, you see the intact riparian area down at the valley bottom that was burned. And then this photo, I think this one's my favorite one, actually, because Travis, I'm pretty sure, is like right in here somewhere. He's got the electrofisher on his back, so that's what it looks like within that riparian area. And then this last photo on the lower right is taken from within one of those riparian areas where we're sampling. And I put this up because as we went into this work, as 2020 concluded, and as we went into our first year of kind of recovery sampling in 2021, we had very definitive expectations of what we would see. Given what we saw on the landscape, our hypothesis was, we're going to see that these fish have been largely extirpated from most of the habitats where we knew they had been and knew that they occupied pre-fire. So that's kind of how we went into this thing in the beginning. So to get at that, we had multiple research objectives. One was to assess the direct impact of the Holiday Farm fire on fish distributions and relate that back to burn severity. And so we were specifically interested in spring 2021 fish distribution and how that related to burn severity from 2020. We were interested also in the short-term impacts. So we were looking at 2022 fish distribution and relating that back to summer stream temperatures from 2021. We were also interested in investigating how changes in fish distribution that we saw within the Holiday Farm Fire footprint aligned with or related to patterns of natural variability that we tend to see in other work. And so I'll talk a little bit more about that other work later in the talk. And then lastly, still to come, and Mark talked about this a little bit, that this work isn't done, right? We're also going to assess longer-term impacts in the Holiday Farm Fire footprint on fish distribution as it relates to summer stream temperature in the years moving forward, potential debris torrents or debris flows, if we get those impacting some of those streams and whatnot. This is, okay, so coincidentally, we also had 24 sites. Brooke had 24 sites, they're not the same sites. And then Mark talked about 21 sites where he did the temperature monitoring in the footprint. While both fell within that Holiday Farm Fire footprint, they weren't the same sites. The sites that Mark talked about is where they had pre-fire temperature information on those 21. What we had in our 24 sites was where we had fish distribution pre-fire. So I'm not going to get into the burn severity map. I feel like you've seen that enough times. But the blue points are our survey point locations, and the white polygons that you see around those points are simply delineations of the watershed. The take home is it burned hot, and it burned a lot. And that's pretty obvious when you look at the burn severity map. So our field methods are pretty simple. Mark talked about the fact that we instrumented a number of new points within the footprint of the fire with temperature installs post-fire, our 24 sites being some of those. So we dropped hobos in at the previously documented upper extent of fish distribution points. We'd go back in the spring of every year, so far 21 and 22, we'll be back in the spring of 23, conducting resurveys on fish distribution using the same basic techniques, the electrofishing techniques that were used for the original operational support survey. Where we see a distance of change in that uppermost fish point location, we measure that, we monument that on the ground. And then we also document and categorize stream habitat characteristics at that new uppermost fish location if and when it changes. So this map's a little bit easier to see our 24 points. The yellow color on the map represents the intersection of the Holiday Farm Fire footprint and Weyerhaeuser ownership, and that's where all of our points fall. So again, there's 24 points in green, and those represent the pre-fire end of fish distribution points. And you know, there's not much you could see. If I were to visually represent changes in fish distribution here, you wouldn't see much. So what I'll do for the purposes of the conversation is we'll focus in on a smaller geographic area here, which is Gate Creek, a small section of that whole area. And within this area, you've got 5 points, and those again are represented by those green points. So these are the pre-fire uppermost fish distribution points. It wasn't necessarily the year before the fire, but it was always before fire at some point, where we had good information on fish distribution. So this represents pre-fire. The yellow line represents measured distribution or upper extent of distribution in 2021. And that red line and those red points represent what we saw in 2022. And again, to our surprise, what we found was we didn't see big shifts in fish distribution pre-fire to post-fire. We did see some small changes, and if you focus in on site 5 there on the right-hand side of the panel, what you see is, again, there's your pre-fire point. 2021, we came in and fish were 235 or so feet downstream of that original point. And then in 2022, another 350 feet downstream from that, a total of 587 feet down from the initial point. So it's not that we didn't see change anywhere, but it was really about the pattern of change or the lack of pattern in change over the extent of where we did our sampling. So if you think back, I talked about the objectives of the research. One of our main objectives was to correlate or try to correlate change in fish distribution with that burn severity, and that's what is plotted here. You've got watershed percent burn on the x-axis, and then change on the y-axis with anything below the horizontal line being a negative or downstream change, and anything above that horizontal line at 0 being an upstream change. And the reality is, while there is a lot more scatter and a little bit more variability on the upper end of that graph, there's no real discernible pattern or definitive pattern in effect on burn severity. Similarly, we were interested in the impact of 2021 summer stream temperatures because we knew there would be a lot more light getting to those streams. We expected to see the elevated stream temperatures. And we wondered if that, in turn, would have an impact on fish distribution subsequently. And we didn't see a pattern there either. Same basic presentation here with that, the maximum stream temperature data from 2021 on the x-axis and fish distribution information on the y-axis. So if we flip that and we just look to summarize the fish distribution information in this figure and in the next few figures, what we're going to have here is patterns of fish distribution information or distances from the original last fish location on the x-axis and simple count on the y-axis. This represents the data from both 2021 and 2022. And as you can see, it's fairly normally distributed. Most of the points fall at 0, which means in most of the cases, most of the places that we sampled, fish just didn't move. The upper extent of fish distribution occurred at the same location where fish were found pre-fire. I always want to reiterate, and I'll point it out here, that these were not randomly selected sites from the landscape. This was a complete census of points where we had that pre-fire distribution information on the landscape, but nevertheless, the pattern is pretty clear that it's fairly normally distributed data. If you look at those summary statistics, sure, we did see some change in some places. You know, the maximum change downstream was 675 feet. The maximum upstream change was 313 feet, but on average, the upper extent of fish distribution just didn't change a lot, right? 93 feet down, 73 feet down in 2022. That slight shift in the downstream directions, if you think about this, perfect. If you think about it from just a logical standpoint, that makes sense because in a lot of these cases, and this is Travis, again, right here, but in some of these cases, or a lot of these cases, there really isn't an opportunity for upstream change in fish distribution, right? When you got a fish pushing up against a bedrock feature like a cascade like this one, they could move downstream, but odds are they're not going to move upstream, and there's quite a few sites that meet this kind of criteria out there. I also talked about the fact with our third objective that I wanted to compare what we saw within the Holiday Farm fire footprint with what we've seen in other studies. We've got a paper in prep right now looking at variability rates around that uppermost fish point at about, in this case, what's presented here, 94 sites in Washington. This is variability from one year to the next, just after 1 year. And we see that same basic pattern of distribution, very normally distributed data, slight shift downstream. And if you look at the summary statistics for what I've got here, it's the same basic thing, right? You do have some variability, right? A few sites way down here, a few sites where they've moved way up, but on average, that uppermost point isn't moving much. And if you put up the summary statistics from the sites within the Holiday Farm fire, you'll notice that those values fall within the range of natural variability that we're presenting in the upcoming manuscript. So, in summary, we didn't really see any direct or definitive impact on burn severity as it related to 2021 fish distribution. Really didn't see a definitive or a definite signal of the impact of water temperature in 2021 on 2022 fish distribution. The changes that we did see tend to fall within the rates of like natural variability, I guess you could say, that we're looking to present in that Walter et al. Paper here pretty soon. And we're going to continue to do sampling to assess potential longer-term stuff as it relates to both stream temperature and potential slope stability events. And I'm kind of excited to see some of those talks tomorrow. I added this in this morning. A shameless plug. We are hiring, so if you're into doing this sort of work, this job is actually flown right now. Travis, back of the room. He's running the hiring process for here, but if you want to try the electrofishing, do fish work, do water work with us, this is about an 9 month gig, and we are hiring for it right now, so you can talk to me, and I can introduce you to Travis, but there's my email. So shameless plug on that, and with that, I think Mark and I can take questions.
I have a question on the rest of the story. Jason, you mentioned that that you kind of were doing this to look to see if it was an F stream or an N stream. So I'm not familiar, I'm more familiar with the management on federal land, but if you find that the distribution would decrease, do you change your management, or do you assume it would go back to the pre-fire levels at some point?
No, that's a great question, and I wasn't sure what the familiarity was with water typing in this venue, and that's why I gave that real brief description. But no, for the purposes of water typing, once it's F, it's always F. I mean, that's just how. I mean, Yeah, one fish at one point in time, it defaults to F downstream and it stays that way. So, no, you wouldn't change it just because of the we're not looking to like pull those points back downstream at all. No, it stays that way. Yeah, the points can always move up. They can never move down. Yeah.
So you already answered one of my questions, was how does the variability in the end of fish distribution, just vary naturally? But I wondered if you had reference sites that were looked at that same year, that you could look at end of fish distribution for the variability for that particular year. And the reason I'm asking that is I'm wondering if there's something particular about the climate, for example, that might be pushing heterogeneity in fish distribution or water flow. And do you know what might be the drivers of heterogeneity?
Yeah, I mean, that's also a really good question. We don't have any specific reference sites on the fish side for the Holiday Farm fire. What I can say is that the variability work that we did in Washington occurred over the course of 5 years, 5 separate water years. And we've looked at, any potential effects of individual water year or calendar year on those patterns, and we're not seeing any, and that'll be included in the manuscript as well. I just didn't have time to get into that today.
Yeah.
So.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Ask him stuff.
So did you come across any commonalities as far as the upstream extent? So I'm thinking, groundwater, surface water, or pools, or something that would sort of make the fish stop?
I mean, that's in terms of, I just want to, for clarification purposes, are you talking about with the resurveys that we're conducting now, or are you talking about with the original surveys that we base those points on, or both, or either? It's a little bit of a smorgasbord when it comes to fish distribution, right? I mean, in the Cascades, you tend to have a lot of uppermost points defined by changes in gradient or barrier features, like you saw that photo of Travis, just because of the hard nature of that landscape and the lithology. As you get more into the Coast Range, you tend to see, lower gradient systems where size becomes a lot more of a predicting variable, and streams just peter out and they lack the pool habitat. So it's just, it's really variable, but it's largely dependent on geography and where you are in the landscape.
Hi guys, sorry, I'm gonna grill you again, Jason. I'm curious, what were your hypotheses about the changes in fish distribution? That because the temperatures are already so low in the headwaters, you wouldn't think that temperature would drive the end of fish. It would be something like a debris flow or like a mass wasting event. Were you thinking that would be what would be driving the fish distribution to go downstream? Because they're normally confined by like a big, like a huge bedrock feature or something.
Well, I mean, personally, I just felt like, I'm sorry, they're talking on the mic, so I'm good, right? So personally, I just felt like, given what we saw on the landscape, and this, we generated our hypotheses around fish distribution before we knew what those temperature data looked like. And so our hypothesis going in was, wow, these things cooked. And I mean, I can't speak for Brooke, but I would assume you maybe thought some of the same things when you looked at what that landscape looked like that you sampled in, that, it doesn't take but one day at, above lethal temperatures to extirpate a population from a small stream. And I think that's the key, is like a lot of these systems that we're working in at the upper extent of fish distribution, these are small streams. They're not the large systems like, like Brooke showed in her photo where it's a 20-foot wide channel. We're talking about 3-foot wide channels, 5-foot wide channels that are really much more connected to the upslope processes because of how small they are. And so we hypothesized that we would just see the fact that, okay, the fire went through, got super hot, cooked the fish out, and now they have to work their way back. That's what we thought was going to happen. And then Mark presented the temperature data to us and was like, oh, well, maybe not. Maybe not. That's not what we're going to see, just because of the nature of what the temperature information looked like. But we didn't have it when we generated those points, and I think I answered that. But
Yeah, thanks. I know the paper that we worked on, we found that stream temperature didn't change all that much during the fire, which was such a shock. I mean, when you're in a stream channel that's like a meter wide, you'd think that you'd get a lot of just like thermal loading in that time. We didn't see anything above 19 C. So yeah, it was.
We did, I just brought up this slide here because we did have 4 sites that did have the 7-day average max over 20, and David alluded to that's sometimes a number that is in people's heads that, you know, a real stress point for fish. But, you know, even here, the fish didn't move much. In fact, the hottest site, they were right where they were in the pre-survey. But I think it was just more of seeing the landscape, like you mentioned, you out there, and you just, you know, don't see much for shade, and you just think, gosh, surely there aren't fish up in here. Are they where they were before? So I think that's more what Jason was alluding to with that. Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to continue to talk about water here right up until the very end. Next is going to be a panel. It's going to be facilitated by Aaron Borozenko with the Department of Environmental Quality. We're going to be talking a little bit about swinging back to the human environment and water quality, having to do with fire and riparian area implications to future water quality management. So help me bring up Aaron to the stage.
Thank you, Cheryl, and hello, everyone. Closing out a really great day of presentations with a panel on water quality, and I'm going to invite our panel of experts to the stage so I can introduce them. You know, we were thinking about water and the implications of fire on water as the 2020 wildfires really brought home how quickly we need to mobilize and gather information to protect public health, sort of in the short term, and then longer term, some of the studies we've seen on fish and other impacts that happen over time. And it really requires that we mobilize ourselves and organize ourselves across different agencies. And so we thought it would be useful to have perspectives, municipal perspectives, state perspectives, federal perspectives, and research that's being done by OSU on how we sort of get at some of these questions. So joining me here today, I really appreciate the panel coming together, are Lorraine Morala, a postdoctoral scholar working at Oregon State with Dr. Kevin Bladen on water quality responses after fire for drinking water purposes. We also have David Donahoe, environmental specialist in the Water Quality and Source Protection Program for the Eugene Water and Electric Board. We have Julie Harvey, drinking water protection specialist with DEQ's Source Water Protection Program. And again, we have Kurt Carpenter, who spoke earlier, research hydrologist for the USGS Oregon Water Science Center. We're going to kick things off with Lorraine talking about some of the work that she's done looking at some long-term data sets below some of these fires. So Lorraine?
Okay, let's see how this works. I don't see my slides here, so. Okay. Oh, someone is doing it for me, so it's great. Someone is doing it, so. Yeah. Okay. Do you have a presentation? Not yet. Wait a second. Someone is doing it. Okay, now I have my presentation. Okay, you can do it. Thank you. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Aaron, for the introduction. First of all, I would like to acknowledge my collaborators here. Dr. Kevin Bladen from OSU, Dr. Jenna Compton from the EPA, and Aaron Borozenko, DEQ. So let's get started. Okay, so we all know that wildfires can greatly alter vegetation, soil, and hydrological processes in the watersheds that serve as drinking water supplies, which may negatively influence water quality, source water quality, and management. So looking at, let's see if I can point this. Looking at this landscape here, looking at this illustration, we all see that once the landscape burns and that rainfall event hits the ground, all this combusted kind of material may end up in our waterways. And that kind of movement may lead to the elevated amount of sediment, concentration of nutrients, metals, as well as dissolved or organic matter. So this elevated amount of constituents may lead to challenges in our water treatment plants, principally in processes such as coagulation, filtration, and disinfection. So it is important that when we are talking about it, not much has been reported in terms of water quality responses pre and post fire when it comes to like how these responses differ over space, principally in drinking water source areas. So this is a map of our drinking water source areas and some of those surface water intake infrastructure. And as we can see, these infrastructures here, like they are surrounded by this wildfire activity, and you all know very well from all this presentation that, you know, it burned a lot in 2020. So what I try to do here, I try to compile a series of studies that we've been working on. And the first one that I will be talking about is mostly a huge 22 years time series of water quality data provided by DEQ, and just trying to evaluate, you know, the changes before and after fire, because that's a great opportunity. And this study actually, this data was mostly located in this southern area part, the Arch Creek and the South Open Chain Fire. And the second one that I will touch a little bit on is on the EPA data that they collected actually when the area was burning here in the northern area. They were there in September 2020 collecting the data to identify that primary response during the fire, and they collect data until the beginning of 2022. So we will see a little bit of that spatial variability here and in all these regions here from Mackenzie to Santiam regions and Clackamas. You just touch on, you know, the importance of understanding or taking into consideration carbon character and burn severity in an experiment in the Douglas fir forest as well. So let's get started. Okay, it's not working. Okay, now it's working. Oh, it's going fast. So for the DEQ sampling sites, here we know we have two very highly forested areas, as you can see from the graph here. And clearly, these areas here, they differ in terms of burn severity and size when it comes to the fire area. In the map here in red, you can see the sampling site for those, you know, fire regions, as well as some nearby dams and reservoirs that we all know could be impacting flow patterns and such, so I thought we should pose that here. So talking about flow, next, okay. Talking about flow, we fortunate enough that we had like a long-term kind of time series with the flow data provided by USGS gauges. So here you can see that flow pattern for these two areas. As you might detect here, since 2018, we have observed that below kind of averaging precipitation and discharge until the fire period in those areas that is still in this first 2 years after fire, we see that below average flow pattern. This is important here because flow is really tied up with the water quality responses we're gonna see now. So this is just a simple seasonal average response of pre and post fire in these two regions. So for Arch Creek, which is like the largest and most severe fire event here area, we observed that for nitrogen, we did see a significant increase after the fire during the fall and winter seasons. For organic carbon, we observed a small increase, but not as significant. For phosphorus, we actually observed a significant decrease, and for turbidity, a significant increase during the spring season. Now for South Open Chain, the smaller fire region here, we did observe significant increases in nitrogen, also significant increases in organic carbon, and significant increases in turbidity during the winter season. So another way of looking at it is just trying to plot the percent of time that the certain amount of concentration may occur in this environment. So this is an exceedance plot probability just by understanding if a certain value is more likely to occur in a certain period. So the blue line here represents the pre-fire period, and the red dotted line, if you cannot see red, you will know that this is the fire, the fire period. So you can clearly see that if we draw a line horizontally at the 0.1 milligrams per liter here for nitrogen, you will see that in the pre-fire period, we had a likelihood of around 2% of chance that getting that 0.1 milligrams per liter concentration. But after the fire, that percent of time that that concentration will occur increased to approximately 20%. So that's important when it comes to water treatment and water quality in drinking water sources. So the same pattern we observed here in Suffolk and Chen, even though they have, they differ in burn severity and size. And that also switched from like 1% of chance of getting that concentration in the pre-fire period to approximately 20% of chance. For the phosphorus here, for Suffolk and Chen, the smaller fire area, we did not observe much change, but we did observe a reduction from pre to post fire for phosphorus. Next, turbidity and carbon, which everybody looks at when it comes to drinking water. We do have like different types of thresholds when it comes to different water treatment processes, and that's what I'm trying to show here with this table. So depending on the process, the threshold of the levels of turbidity or concentrations of organic carbon matters and may actually generate problems during the phase of the treatment. For turbidity here first, and I put a line here on the 15 NTU, which is a threshold for direct and inline filtration. You can see that for both regions, we had a significant change or a change in that likelihood of, this level of turbidity occurring in the system. So here we see that, which before was approximately 5% of chance of having 15 NTU, that probability changed to around 15%. The same occurred here for South Hovenchain with a higher magnitude of change, going from approximately 2% to 20%. Now, well, we all know if turbidity increases, the performance of treating that water and also the cost may also increase. So that's why those changes are important, and our panelists will touch on that further. But talking about carbon, we do see like different responses in terms of the fire and the location. And I put a line on the 4 milligrams per liter here, but we do see that depending on the system, that will be actually a large threshold for that system. So other systems may actually have a threshold of 1 milligrams per liter when it comes to carbon. So that could be, something that we could highlight here for Arch Creek, where if that limit is 2 milligrams per liter, that was an increase of chance of getting that value in the post-fire period. For South and Chen, that 4 milligrams per liter chance really increased from like 2% here to approximately 15%. This is important because more carbon in the system may actually increase the likelihood of us getting like disinfection byproducts at disinfection phase, a process of our water treatment plants, and we all know that can be a threat to households and such. So just finalizing the DQ and shifting now for the EPA data that we were able to touch on. And here's just showing that distribution, spatial distribution of signature in dissolved organic carbon after the fire in the northern areas. And as you can see, there was like significant different kind of spatial patterns throughout all these stations, and great job EPA collecting all this data during that time. So I do want to point out here just the signatures in the Malala region, as well as the signatures here observed in Mackenzie, which exceed that 4 milligrams per liter that we just point out, and reach approximately 15 milligrams per liter of DOC. So we are trying now to tie up that with the DQ data so that we can have that pre and post-fire scenario and tied up those changes and trends that we might see from those responses. finally, here is just bringing in the experiment that we developed together with the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, which investigates, how organic carbon may change with fire severity. And here we do see that when it comes to organic carbon, we also have to take into consideration the carbon corrector, because looking at the DOC concentrations here, we did observe that not much change was actually seen as the fire severity increases. But when it comes to carbon corrector, the SUVA 254 that Ashley mentioned today in her presentation, we do see that that is a significant increase in pattern as fire becomes more severe. So this is important because higher SUVA 254 with bird severity means more automatic carbon, as Ashley mentioned, and that may decrease our potential of treating that water and increasing the cost of treatment. With that, I will stop here and open for the discussion of the panelists, and thank you all. Questions?
Thank you, Lorraine, for that great deeper dive into that data set. I really appreciate it. So now we're going to just ask our other panelists to provide some perspectives on sort of challenges around water quality management post-fire and what they're seeing from their perspectives in their, at their scale. And so starting us off with that is David Donahoe from eWeb.
Like Aaron said, my name is David Donahue. I'm an environmental specialist with Eugene Water and Electric Board. I'm part of our water quality and source protection program, and I'm responsible for most of our watershed monitoring efforts, spill response, data analysis, but great to be here. So just a little bit about eWeb, since we've got a pretty broad audience here. eWeb is the largest customer-owned utility in Oregon. Founded in 1911, we serve or provide both water and electricity to about 200,000 folks in the Eugene and surrounding areas. Our drinking water is actually sole source from the McKinsey, so we have just a single source for the time being. We also have hydroelectric facilities in the McKinsey watershed. So I don't have any slides. I'm not going to present any data, but I thought I would use my limited time to kind of cover some of the challenges that we faced and the actions we took and lessons learned immediately following the Holiday Farm Fire. And this is biased. It's from a source protection perspective. I think just about everybody at our utility, all 500 folks, were somehow engaged in that response immediately after the fire. So some of the immediate challenges that we faced as a utility were first, life and safety. We had staff in level 1, 2, and 3 evacuation zones on the day after the fire. So we had to get folks out of the fire perimeter. We had to secure infrastructure. And that was a top priority. Also, we had AQI, air quality index, above 400 for days. So we have kind of self-imposed shelter-in-place thresholds for our organization. So unless you're emergency personnel with the right PPE, you can't even go outside. So that was certainly a challenge. We were also scrambling to figure out where that fire progression was occurring, and we certainly had some anxiety about how close it was getting to eastern portions of Springfield, which is where our drinking water treatment plant is located. So we were making contingencies on what would happen if that fire actually reached Springfield. Another key piece of information that we were missing was our network of monitoring stations with the USGS that they operate, but that we co-fund, were down in the dark. So we didn't have as much visibility as we normally do within the burn area. I think we had 3 stations that went dark. And last, we knew in those first few days that the community of Blue River was in the, right in the heart of the fire perimeter, but we also knew there were hundreds of other structures along the river, along tributaries, that if they were burned or compromised could easily end up on the bank of the river or actually in the river. So we knew that there was that hazardous component there that we wouldn't be cognizant of. But we had some things going in our advantage. We have a conventional treatment plant. So that type of plant can actually handle quite a degree of fluctuation in water quality. We have some incredible staff there. So they were actually able to handle those first few hours, days, weeks, changing, adjusting treatment processes to take on that additional ash, sediment, carbon. We also have an in-house water quality lab. So we could rely on some excellent water quality staff in the lab to turn around nutrients, solids, bacteria, a host of other parameters next day or same day if we needed to. That's a huge advantage. We have a pretty extensive monitoring network prior to the fire with our USGS partners, also with Kevin Bladen, OSU. We were already doing work as part of the Terwilliger fire monitoring effort. And so we were well positioned to move resources where we needed to. And the last thing I'll say is we also have a pretty robust source protection program that's been going on for 20 plus years that Carl Morgenstern helped initiate. Nancy Toth is in the audience too. She's a big part of it. Lots of relationships at the local, state, federal, nonprofit, academia. We were able to utilize and leverage those resources to get the information we needed and to also disseminate information, so that was critical. We also had a lot of programs on the ground already, so we were able to kind of pivot those programs with all of those private property owner contacts and really get access into the fire areas and start doing site assessments probably a lot earlier than most folks were in other areas, which was a great benefit. And we've had a robust monitoring program. So bottles were on hand for contaminant analysis. We already had the agreements in place with labs to expedite turnaround times. So those were all key factors in helping us kind of stay, well, I wouldn't say we were on top of it, but at least not drowning in those first few days. So real quick, I just want to go over some of the actions we took in the first few hours, days, weeks, months. Immediately within the first couple of days, we were monitoring our raw and finished water for regulated and unregulated contaminants. So that was a priority. We were also trying to pull together a pretty extensive list of contaminants. We were reaching out to our DEQ folks and USGS and other experts to try to pull together a list of contaminants that we could target once we had access in that fire to start looking at main stem monitoring and tributary monitoring, especially once that first rain event occurred. That's what we were trying to prepare and plan for. On the short term, another key piece is we wanted a continuous monitoring station immediately below the fire perimeter. We have that at the plant, but since our other stations were taken out in the fire, we needed to get eyes on water quality conditions upstream so that our operators could make decisions and have some time to make those decisions. We can shut the plant down. Right? That's a decision they could make, but it's nice to have some advance warning. So on the 15th, I demobilized one of our sites, got it on the main stem in Walterville, which gave us some eyes, but our good friends at the USGS the next day pulled the Camp Creek Water Quality Station, had that up and running. So now we had 24/7 eyes on water quality conditions, which was hugely valuable. That includes, FDOM, turbidity, some of the things that plant operators really tune into in these kind of events. A couple of other things. In that short-term first few weeks, we were able to get in and do site assessments. There was a lot of effort locally, state, federal level to get in there. But once we did, site assessments, site stabilizations, wattles, chips, things that we could do to mitigate that first couple of big storm events from flushing all that material into the river. We also were involved in a lot of hazmat processes, so we actually brought in contractors. We had houses that either had fallen into the river or were on the banks, chemical storage, unknowns, so we brought in hazmat contractors to not remove the stuff, but bring it up and stabilize it. So folks at the EPA, I assume, could deal with that. That was above my pay grade. I just had to stabilize it. And then a couple of other key pieces. In the months that followed, we kind of went into more of an aggressive monitoring program. We were hitting pretty much every rain event, looking at a variety of compounds. Again, Kevin Bladen and OSU were involved in that. Pacific Northwest National Lab, Allison and Alan were part of that, folks at USGS. So we were aggressively trying to monitor just about every pulse that came through that first winter, and continued to do so, mainly on the big storms. Couple other key things. We did expand our monitoring network. We probably have 7 of our own water quality sondes in the Holiday Farm Fire. The USGS has put in stations at Gate and Quartz Creek now just this year. So that gives us a lot of good resolution in that Holiday Farm Fire area and gives the operators that information they need. And the last 3 points I'll make, I know I'm over my 5 minutes, but on the long term, there are a couple of things. We have a really robust restoration and recovery process right now. We have dedicated staff at EWEB, so there's a tremendous amount of work going on right now with private property owners and others, replanting, really tackling, a lot of that work that needs to be done in those riparian areas. So there's a huge effort there that I'm actually not as involved with. Nancy is, but I am not. And then the other thing that we took away was water supply resiliency. So being a sole source, we always are trying to think about that worst case scenario, mainly a spill in the river, but this fire really prompted us to tackle getting some additional wells available for emergency water supply, water treatment trailers in the event of a catastrophe, and also we're definitely moving forward on our second source in the main stem alignment, so more to come on that. And I thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, David, and sorry for the mispronunciation of your last name, David Donahue. And one of the things that I know we heard post-fire was some of the smaller public water facilities not having access to the data that they needed to understand what their treatment options should be and things like that. So standing up those stations quickly after fires was really important to a lot of operators. Next, we have Julie Harvey talking about DEQ's Source Water Protection Program.
Excellent. Thanks, Aaron. Thanks to all of you. I'm glad to have a chance to talk about some of the impacts and how we dealt with drinking water systems along with fish, knowing that these fires affected a lot of different beneficial uses. So this is sort of the section on drinking water. We at the state were doing what EWEB was doing on a local level for 46 different public water systems using surface water throughout the state. This is an unprecedented effort that was undertaken just because of the nature of all 5 of these fires affected somebody's drinking water. And somebody is downstream from all of these large fires throughout the area. In addition, we're addressing groundwater systems that were either burned or otherwise affected throughout that area, and their distribution systems produce VOCs when they are burned, and so there was a lot of testing and analysis that went on with that. The Oregon Health Authority has a study up on their website of that work, which is completely separate from sort of the work that we did on the DEQ side. So the initial efforts for the Health Authority and us, but the Health Authority really looked at sort of those vulnerabilities of the public water systems from the physical and the infrastructure perspective. So looking at, do they have a backup supply? How do they handle that organic carbon that we knew was coming down to those systems, and what was the disinfection byproduct risk? What kind of treatment capacity do they have, and operator capacity do they have? It varies a lot among public water systems across the state. EWEB is way better set up than a lot of our public water systems, who are a lot smaller and have a lot less capability. And then population being a minor factor, but then looking at that watershed vulnerability was the part that DEQ sort of took on, using many of the same data sets that you are all using as we move forward. So I'll spring through that pretty quickly. A lot of that got wrapped into the ETART report. So FEMA put together and funded a group of state and federal folks that really pulled this together for drinking water across the state. This is analogous to the work that's done on federal lands, but it really focused on the private lands that are downstream, and with one of the first erosion threat assessment and reduction team projects that was done specifically for drinking water. So we were sort of breaking ground here in pulling all that information together. The ETART report for water quality in drinking water brought together a lot of those previous factors that Health Authority and DEQ had already done, but that also made recommendations to address those through watershed management, monitoring, address like the risk from toxic substances and other things. So what I really wanted to get into here is more the challenges and opportunities of what we dealt with. A large portion of that burned area was on private lands, especially in the lower basin, so that increased stakeholder, communication as we sort of dealt with these issues for drinking water as that beneficial use. Definitely water quality and social challenges, but there's also ecological opportunity. One of the examples of that is on the Bear Creek drainage, which is a tributary to the Rogue. The Alameda fire burned all of the invasives through that corridor. It allowed a chance to reset and try to figure out sort of what's next for that area. So it's been, over the last couple of years, evaluating some of those opportunities as well as, challenges throughout the area. The funding has all been, is being addressed. I think you're all very aware of that. The existing drinking water protection collaborative networks were very well positioned to move forward. Other basins didn't have those opportunities. So the Mackenzie, the Clackamas were in a good shape because they have that source water protection ingrained into their operating procedures, whereas other water systems don't have that. So we were trying to really help them with their capacity to both collect that water quality data and move forward on the response. So as part of our ongoing efforts in the last couple of years, really recognizing that this is an economic and a health issue for all of these communities that are downstream and within those fire boundaries. And it's still creating both economic and health challenges for water systems across the state. Recognizing that we need to expand and enhance that monitoring data, and the presentations and the information that you guys have provided today has been just invaluable, and I think will really lead towards enhanced recovery and analysis for building resilience within those drinking water systems. We've provided some funding for monitoring on some of these rivers, specifically to the drinking water systems and evaluating those uses. Many of the water systems, those do still have post-treatment post-wildfire treatment issues. Just recently, that same area of Bear Creek, in rains over the December of 2022, it eroded 2 feet of stream from the banks, sent a turbidity slug towards the drinking water plants at Gold Hill, Rogue River, and Grants Pass that were very difficult to manage for them. So we're definitely seeing impacts still and ongoing, and working with those. There's also the concern and the frequency about the frequency and the intensity of landslides or debris flows. The work that DGAMI, Department of Geology and Mineral Resources, is doing on that is going to be very helpful in these communities to anticipate and model what the risks are so that they can look at it from a life and safety perspective. But then what we want to do is take that data and use it to evaluate the downstream effects to both fish and drinking water as those beneficial uses. And then we know that we need to support our partners through grants. There's the OWEB grants. The Drinking Water Providers Partnership is a federal-state partnership that has funding available for work in drinking water source areas that also impact fish. And then our drinking water source protection funds are available to public water suppliers to help with some of the monitoring and ongoing needs that are out there. And then I think last but not least, we just want to make sure we ensure that adequate assistance for disadvantaged communities and really small water systems that don't have the capacity that others do. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Aaron.
Thank you so much, Julie. I've had the privilege of working with Julie for over 20 years, and I can say that Oregon is lucky to have somebody like Julie in source water protection, really dedicated public servant, so thanks, Julie. Last, I want to introduce Kurt Carpenter to give a perspective on the work he's done. And I should say, before the wildfire science team even formed, Kurt was very proactive in bringing together interested parties where these fires had occurred, specifically in the Sandy Am drainage, to start organizing ourselves around the questions that we had around water quality impacts. And Kurt was instrumental in bringing that group together. And I think the wildfire science team is really kind of almost an outcropping of some of his initial work.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. And congratulations on your new retirement. Can't let that go by. So yeah, as had mentioned earlier in my talk, I've been working with the different drinking water providers in the Clackamas, the Santam, and the Mackenzie, standing up these different water quality monitors, doing different studies to look at source water protection. And of course, when the fires kind of were brewing, it was, we were right on the phone pretty quick, trying to figure out, what our next steps were. Of course, in the Mackenzie, we had 3 monitors that burned. The transmission stopped, I should say. The fire passed over the monitors kept collecting data, which was actually pretty interesting. But we knew that we needed to stand up some stations that could continue to transmit in real time. And as David mentioned, getting those stations, those early warning monitors to give some lead time for landslides or other big water quality impacts. So that was really front and center for us. It was pretty easy actually to get everybody together. So Aaron and I go way back, and David, and just a lot, a lot of what happened was really based on personal and professional relationships. Really, I mean, we knew we were in a pickle, and for my part as a federal employee working for a water science center, it was high time, right? We got out there and stood up a bunch of stations and tried to repair the stations that went down. There's a lot of challenges to going out and sampling. Of course, we had all the smoke, and a lot of folks weren't, red card certified, and we just couldn't really get out onto the ground for a little while. So I think some of the points made during the conference here about facilitating that process, because I think it was like first or second meeting of we called the Cascade collaboration team. Cascade Fire Collaboration, we really needed to think about, okay, well, today it's fire, what's next? So it was, sort of bringing everybody together, largely focused initially in the Willamette Valley, but we realized that, of course, these fires had taken place down in the Umpqua and the Rogue and other areas as well. So, really tried to engage our national water mission area program managers that had already started to do a wildfire study. And so, of course, it was very easy to add the 4 stations that I showed in my talk that included the Clackamas, the Santam, the Mackenzie, and the North Umpqua. And so part of our goal in this post-fire era now is to use the continuous data to develop surrogate models to be able to predict suspended sediment concentrations and dissolved organic carbon concentrations from the continuous data that we collect on turbidity and FDOM, the fluorescing dissolved organic matter, which are probably 2 of the main important parameters for the drinking water. And so that process has continued. We're collecting samples. It's I don't know why, but the storms in Oregon always seem to happen on the weekends or in the middle of the night. And actually, on the last big storm that we had to call off crews going up into the Clackamas because of the slides that were reported up there. And actually, we had one of our staff up in Fish Creek, and the hill slope started to, she could hear the gravels coming down, and she got nervous, and she got out of there. But in order to deal with that, auto samplers, right? We can program the auto samplers, and so we've done a lot in the last number of months to try to make our auto sampler deployment smarter, so they can use the continuous data to be able to collect samples. We can get about 8 different samples. Each sample is like 3 bottles. We get turbidity, we get nutrients, metals, organic carbon, and other parameters, and so we can program those and let those run over the night and then go back the next day. So that's been really helpful, and it'd probably be another couple of years to collect all those data and do the analysis and get the interpretive reports out. But it's really been really a full team effort here. Obviously I'm just one person within our own center. We had lots of different efforts in geomorphology and remote sensing, working with other federal and state partners and drinking water providers to just collect the data that we thought was going to be necessary to be prepared for the next one, to be able to respond to slides or other kinds of changes in water quality that include harmful algal blooms, as I had talked about earlier. So, these fires have really caused some major changes to drinking water. I think we've only seen the initial phase of this. Of course, the nitrogen and the phosphorus and the organic carbon is sort of the first phase. But as we've seen with the tree mortality and all the details on the roots, it might take a little time before we start to see major mass movement of soil. And I think that's going to be when we're really going to need these monitoring stations and then the science that all of you bring to the table to be able to respond to these in the future. So really appreciate being part of the panel here, Aaron and everybody. So.
Thank you, Kurt. Thanks to all of our panel members today. We really don't have time for questions, but I'm sure they'll be around, hanging around the lobby. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. And thank you for attending. I just want to say, too, before we leave, maybe some of you won't be back tomorrow. This event really wouldn't have happened without Cheryl Friesen and Sarah Wall's really hard work bringing us all together. So round of applause for them.
Looking at Aaron's face over Teams for the last 2 years, so it was kind of fun to see a real person today. So thank you. A couple of things, and then I will ship you off for the evening, but I hope you come back. So at 7 o'clock tonight is a special event. I hope you come back. It's a photographic tour of post-fire environments by a world-renowned photographer. He will be giving away 24 of his books free to the first 24 people who show up, so I hope you do join us. And I think there was an invitation from James Dickinson this afternoon or this morning's panel talking about wanting to have a shift in the paradigm of how we manage fires on our landscape in a continuum. If you want to be a part of a little discussion group to continue that, that's at 6:30. So I invite you to go get something to eat and then come back. Or if you don't want to come back, that's okay. I can understand that. It's been a very long day. We will be live streaming the photographic essay tonight as well at 7, same YouTube channel. So I think it's the same YouTube channel, right? Yep, thumbs up back there. So hope to see most of you tomorrow morning. There will be a whole morning full of soils and soil and debris movements in post-fire landscapes. So have a good evening, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Cheryl.
partaking after a very long day of a lot of facts and figures. And for those of you out in live stream land, thank you for joining us as well. If you're listening on your phone or watching me live stream on your TV in your living room, which is kind of freaking me out, but I heard that's been happening. We do appreciate your attention and coming back for this great event. So Cheryl Friesen, if you haven't been with us up until now, I'm Cheryl Friesen. I'm a science liaison with the U.S. Forest Service. I've been facilitating this event the last couple of days, and we felt there really needed to be something that spoke to a different side of your brain than all of the facts and figures and science that we've been pounding at you through that fire hose the last couple of days. So this is going to, I think Fred is going to talk to you about how you need to shift to a different side of your brain for the next hour or so. We're really fortunate to have Dr. Fred Swanson, who is a retired P&W research scientist, most associated with the H.G. Andrews Experimental Forest, as well as Mount St. Helens, and a scholar of disturbances and processes associated with those disturbances. And we also have Dr. You're not a doctor. No way, he's not a doctor. But he is the magnificent David Bales, who is a world-renowned photographer whose work has been seen in Audubon and Orion and Terrain and other esteemed sorts of magazines and places, where he's been taking tremendous photographs of the natural world and telling stories through those photographs. If we can't tell stories, if we are not successful storytellers, we will not save the planet, right? We kind of need to shift our brains into that kind of a place, no matter what we do for a living. So without any further ado, I'm going to bring both those gentlemen up, and they are going to give you an experience that we hope is a unique one, looking at intersection between art and science in the Holiday Farm fire up in the Mackenzie watershed. So Fred, you're doing first? Okay, it's Fred. Help me welcome Fred, everybody.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, and thank those of you who've come out for doing so. This is a bit of an unusual project we're going to talk about, and this is an unusual venue to talk about it in, and that's probably fitting. And as Cheryl said, I want you to switch to the right brain for this, and then tune in on David's really amazing photographs. He's taken 7,000 or thousands of images, which are cultural data in the Holiday Farm Fire area. And let's see here. Oop. This is the image that Cheryl has been using throughout this program. And this is from a drone. It's from the Mackenzie River Trust. And David and I wanted to get up there and explore the burn area, but access was denied on multiple fronts. But through the Mackenzie River Trust, we did manage to get into a couple of properties. One right here on this hillside, above the town of Blue River across the bottom. And the Mackenzie River Trust holds a conservation easement on this privately owned property here. And this is one of the places where this photographic work by David has been taking place. And another location is called Fin Rock Reach, which is along the Mackenzie River, downriver from the town of Blue River. And we greatly appreciate the Trust's giving us access to their property. And so when we first went up there, we found important tensions. We drove past hundreds of homes, hundreds of the 400 plus homes that were destroyed by the Holiday Farm Fire in its 173,000 acres. And so there was a sense of tragedy. Homes, jobs, forest lands. But we also entered the area and found some really incredible, stark beauty. and amazing expressions of the resilience of the forest. And so we chose to focus on that. And we're now over 2 years deep into this project. We figure it's an unending project. The work at the H.J. Andrews Experimental Forest, of which this is related, some experiments have timelines of 200 years. Some experiments are deep into their 70s. So we're into it for the long haul, and we hope to pass it on to others. The contexts of this work include work at the science art interface. And on the science side, there's the H.J. Andrews Experimental Forest, which this year celebrates its 75th anniversary. And it's been the site of long-term ecological research since 1980. And so we call the work at the interface of the science and the arts and humanities the Long-Term Ecological Reflections Program. The lead organization on the humanities and arts side is the Spring Creek Project for Ideas, Nature, and the Written Word, which is privately funded, but here in OSU. Another aspect of context is our experiences in the forest. And both David and I have worked and studied and done our various sorts of activities in forests for much of our lives and have very deep respects for the forest. And shortly before the fire, David completed a project called Old Growth Dialogue. It's published in the online journal terrain.org. And it includes 16 images, of which this is one, using a painting with light technique in different places on the Discovery Trail in the Andrews Forest. And here we see these 500-year-old Doug fir in this old growth stand. We see little aluminum tags, which are a faint hint that this is part of a research site. And so we're both well grounded in green forests. And then here comes the black forest, the skeletal forest, in all of its nakedness. And so we went out there with shared but very different curiosities. And so David brings his artist's attention to form and to color. And I bring my scientist or the natural history type science attention to geophysical and ecological processes, and also to try to read the history and think about the future. But we're both attentive, deeply attentive to forest composition and structure. And that's where we take our cues. But we also, when we got out there, we were a little bewildered. We were struggling with the tension of sensing the human tragedy that we drove through to get there, as we've gone many times, and also by the incredible complexity that was standing in front of us in a forest that wasn't very familiar because of its skeletal state. And so we started out in our different ways to focus attention on bits and pieces of it that were familiar to us in our respective disciplines and worldviews. And so we sort of decomposed what we were seeing, focused on pieces, and then gradually, together over time, we've sort of composed our larger view of what we're experiencing. And so here's just a few hints of what some of these elements are, and David's work to follow will help you see this. You know, forms, where he's very attentive to form, but senses the emotion in the form, his emotion in the form, and very attentive to color. It was a colorless landscape at the get-go. We're used to seeing so many shades of greens and browns in our our forests in this region. But then we got out there and repeatedly, and then we started seeing many processes that were revealing other colors. And then in terms of my history thinking, I go into a forest and say, okay, what do we got here? What's happened in the last 500 years or the last 800 years or whatever? And so I'm looking at evidence of the oldest evidence of forests, such as that stump down there marked A. And then, there are multiple stumps in this stand along the Mackenzie River there, and it had been logged off about 80 years ago, and then this stand came in with cedars and hemlocks and cottonwoods, and then the big B right in the middle is a big leaf maple. And so I look at the forest before the fire, and then I look at the evidence of the fire. As the fire had blown through as a blizzard of embers, but then it left smoldering little pockets here and there, which give evidence of that smoldering for weeks or months. And then now, we're paying keen attention to the post-fire life and litter on the ground and how material from the treetops is making its way to the ground at different paces. And so one of the components of his portfolio of photographic work we call chronosequence, repeated photography from the same point. He sets up his camera, same height above the ground, same lens, same angle, and we've done this 15 times now. And we'll continue it as long as we can. And David said he's interested in passing his lens on to his successor in that spirit of continuing long-term inquiry in places where the land is changing gradually over time. So here are 3 examples of the chronosequence image sets. And there are a few more, and a lot of the other material is on the web page, which David has created, www.followingfire.com. So this is from the Finn Rock Bridge at about milepost 38 along the Mackenzie, looking downriver, and the river is flowing away from us, and the fire blew down the river also. And so there are patches of toppled trees in the hardwood stand at the prow of this island. You can see them best in the upper right corner, I think. There's a group of trees in the downriver direction. And this log jam we see in the upper left had been present and growing for many, many years before the fire. But already here in December of 2020, it looks like we have a couple of unburned logs that have floated into place. And that log jam burned, and then with the winds that were associated with the fire, it blew heat into the hardwoods there and killed a bunch of them. Although further down the island, the whole island burned close to the ground, but there's some tall Doug firs that were above the fire and persisted. Then we see in the upper right the willows emerging from the roots that permeate the gravel bar. And so we're seeing vegetation that survived. The willows, some big Doug firs on the right, on the far bank, Doug firs in the distance. We see patchy burning on the hillside in the distance. And then this continues on to only about a week and a half ago, and we see that this big leaner of a Doug fir has toppled into into that side channel there on the right. and logs continue to float down, and also the hardwoods at this end of the island are beginning to break up and snapping off like 6-7 meters above ground. So each of these images, a sequence of images, is just fascinating to look at all the things that are happening. And we're only a couple years into this. You know, if we look at the spring shots or the summer shots, then we're getting a good sense for what's happening vegetation-wise. If we look at the winter shots, when the veg is sort of tamped down, and especially if we get some snow to tamp it down, then we can see the structural changes better. So here's another site. This is in a patch of forest, also logged 80, 90 years ago. Here's a big, cold, dead, old rotten log, quite hollowed out, and with a big cedar nursed onto it. And then there's some maples, big leaf maples off to the left there, and then there's the Mackenzie flowing to the left. And within the first few months, there was a green sheen of fire moss across a lot of the land surface. It was really fascinating. It seemed to be holding things in place, tying up nutrients that otherwise might escape being flushed out by the fall rains. And then those mosses matured and sent up little sporophytes, these little orange structures. There was a fuzzy carpet of orange over the green. But then in the first summer, fireweed came booming in, over 7 feet tall. And here it's in seed in November of 2021. And you can see the maple sprouting from the root systems there on the left. And then here in November 2022, you see a lot of the maple in yellow autumnal colors, and then the fireweed sort of tamping down. Here's a third site. This is on a piece of industrial land, a 35-year-old Douglas fir plantation. The fire swept through it, scorched most of the foliage, leaving little tufts of green on some of the tops of the trees. I was surprised that they persisted as much as they did. There was a faint hint of moss on the forest floor, but all the needle cast, which was a golden color in the first weeks, now it's at this point in December, it's gone to brown, but I think the needle cast suppressed the moss. And then fireweed comes booming in. And then David went out to rephoto it last summer. Poof, it was gone. It was salvage logged. You see big piles, burn piles there in the distance. You see a riparian corridor on the Mackenzie River, which is just to the right there, which was part of this stand. And under that Doug fir there in the center and the right, there's a vigorous patch of Scotch broom, an invasive species. And there's scattered Scotch broom across the area which had been the plantation. So it looks as though this invasive species is going to step in and take over the site. So this image addresses two of our three key concerns in the second half of the subtitle of our project. Following fire, a resilient forest, and uncertain future. So 3 points of uncertainty for the forest. One is invasive species, which are widespread in the landscape, and partly because of our past activities out there. The second concern is with very intensive forestry, like a 35-year rotation. If with climate change we have increasing fire frequency and we're managing with great intensity, it may drive down the productive capacity of the land. And the third point concerns climate change, which affects the fire disturbance, but also we were prompted to think about that because of the heat dome effect of late June back in 2021. So this is a section of one of these chronosequence sites. And this, far left, May 2021, some big leaf maples there in the upper part of the image. We're putting out foliage, trying to keep it going. And then bam, late June, they got scorched and the foliage went brown and was cast off. And then those trees quit trying to sustain the upper part their structure. In some cases, they did sprout from the base, and broadleaf maple has been particularly vigorous in doing so. So I just want to pass a credit to David and pass the mic to him, but say it's been a great pleasure working with him. I didn't go out there to be a scientist, and that was a great relief. But I encourage the many scientists who filled this room and been online in the last 2 days, in the course of your career or thereafter, I had the liberty of doing this mostly thereafter, to from within yourself or with a buddy, go out and look at these landscapes in different ways and give yourself that freedom. And it's just been a great pleasure to share curiosity and just revel in the beautiful work that David does. So thank you very much.
Can we bring the lights down a little more? So I have some books to give away, published by Sierra Club, Urban Forest, and one of the ways that we're going to give away books, I tried to figure out, how can we do this and have a little fun? Periodically, I'm going to have lightning round questions, so I want you to just spurt out the first correct answer gets a signed copy of the book, okay? Everybody up for that? Okay, so we're going to start with the question of, first lightning round question, what is the distance in feet of Fred's wingspan?
64. 5 feet. 75 inches.
There you go. Afterwards, you get a book. Okay, so I love this picture of Fred because that gesture of his represents his generous spirit and his way of being in the world that made it possible for me to share this project with him in this playground of curiosity because, you know, I'm not a scientist and I asked a million questions and this man never ever made me feel dumb or, you know, uninformed. He answered every question with respect and we went through this process together and it has been joyful. And so thank you very much for that experience, Fred. So through this project, I've employed four different approaches, four different photographic approaches to try to tell this story in a variety of ways. Chronosequence, documentary, typologies, and fine art. So Fred has already shared some of the chronosequence images with you. And so lightning round question number 2. Who in this room had never even heard of a photo point until they were 68 years old? There you go. Who said you? All right, there you go. You get a book. It was me. I'd never heard of a photo point. And so Fred described wanting to do these chronosequence images, and he's describing his experience in Mount St. Helens. And I'm picturing this whole thing, and I'm thinking, oh, that sounds really, really cool. That would be really great. And then we start talking about, you know, 40 photo points all this time, and I start, like, I'm losing a little enthusiasm for this whole, you know, it sounds like a whole lot of work, right? And so now, 2 years later, I have fallen in love with photo points. And I think everybody should have photo points because they are just really cool. So we have 15, some of what I'm going to say is Fred also said, but we have 15 different site visits over the last 26 months, 41 photo points, distinct photo points. And we are going to have a discussion in the next month or two about revisiting frequency. Some of the photo points maybe are redundant, and then times of year that we feel is most important to go out there. And we both have this dream and vision of passing this along, and just what a cool thing that would be to have a visual record, say, of a forest growing for 150 years. Wouldn't that just be incredible? I really am excited to think that's even possible. So after our first round of photo points, I created these 3 handbooks. So when we're out, I'm making pictures and Fred is writing notes, and you can see some of the detailed camera technique stuff that is going on there. So documentary, what I mean by that is simply unmanipulated images where I didn't alter any content in any way and am presenting the landscape in a kind of straight approach. As Fred described, my first trip up the canyon, the 3rd week of November, going up that canyon for the first time was really traumatic experience to see all that human loss and not really even know the depth of that human loss was really, you know, we got to the site with the Mackenzie River Trust volunteer and I was just feeling all this emotion. But like Fred said, after a couple of hours, I started realizing this is incredibly beautiful, you know? And then the next emotion to rush in was guilt. And how could you see this as beautiful when you just witnessed all that? So I shared what I was feeling with Fred. Turned out he was feeling the same thing too. And we had quite a discussion. We both really wanted to develop these 2 sites as a project site. We knew it that very first day. And we also decided that the human story belonged to others who were better suited to tell the story of the humans' loss and reconstruction. And our story was to be told on these 2 sites, and acknowledging that the sites are not going to represent forest resilience in general, but are 2 specific sites with their particular legacies. So I remember distinctly making this photograph. It was early in December or January after the fire, and I was making this photograph, and I called Fred over and I said, what am I looking at here? How come some of these trees are white and some are laying on the ground and they're black from root wad to tip? And as he began to describe for me this process of layers and history and processes and unravel these things that I was looking at and seeing and wondering about, I realized that that is going to be part of our process of unraveling these, trying to find visual cues and unraveling them. And it turned out to be an incredibly rewarding and rich experience, this whole process for me of learning this scientific way of looking at process and layers and history, and it was just a lot of fun. So the first year, change was happening rapidly, right? Everything was just, I couldn't believe the profusion. But what that meant was that I was focused on telling micro stories everywhere as things changed. And Fred and I a couple of times talked about, you know, what is our overarching story? And we said, you know, we just can't really even deal with that right now. We're keeping up with the changes. I mean, the photo points, you know, 7 a year, and then I was going up 1 to 2 to 3 times in between photo points to make other pictures. We were just trying to keep up with what was changing and happening in front of us. And it wasn't until, I think, the middle of the second year where we really had conversations that we came to this idea of the resilient forest and the uncertain future. This is a moment standing there where I had this how lucky am I moment. So this again is early, like in January, and one of our photo points is right near here. The Mackenzie River is down the steep hillside below us, and the day was not foggy when this happened, but we were looking all the way up Mackenzie River Canyon to the peaks. And Fred very casually just points over to this big rock and said, you know where that rock came from? And my brain races back to high school, you know, and I'm thinking tectonic plates, magma, yeah, no, I have no idea where this rock came from. And he began to paint this picture of the glacier, what was it, 11,000 years ago, 13,000, that came down the canyon, you know, pushing these boulders, and then receded and left this boulder that it pushed from wherever far, far away. And I'm like, whoa, that is so cool. I have a, you know, first row seat to this kind of stuff. How lucky am I? So vegetation succession, yeah, but we also were recognizing this idea of color succession. And so we didn't get in there early on when it was just grays, light white to dark black and all the values of gray in between. And then the weeks or two after that, when the needles were cast and the color fell from the canopy to layer the carpet, the forest floor with yellows and oranges. We weren't there for that. But, you know, those colors turned to Oregon mud brown rather quickly in the rain. But then the oxalis started coming up and the fire moss. So there were these shades of green beginning to emerge from the soil all around us. And then one day we're out doing photo points and Fred goes, look, orange. And we just like got so excited to see this other new color. And so we made a beeline out and stood before this image and we're just kind of excited about seeing that color orange. It was between our last visit, wind blew the top off the tree, stripped the bark, and revealed that wood. Okay, lightning round question. Fred, every trip up the canyon, he started counting the number of log trucks he passed that were coming down the canyon from Safeway in Springfield to Quartz Creek Bridge is about 30 miles. Who can tell me the largest number of log trucks that came down that 30-mile stretch during our period of travel?
32. 15.
No, not that high, not that high. Okay, who came the closest to 43? 45, okay, there you go. You win. I love in this picture how just these two simple colors tell this story of this uprooted log suspended above the ground. It caught the needles that never made it to the ground, leaving exposed mineral soil where the fire moss could propagate. And just the simplicity of two simple colors telling a story like that, I just love that. Don't you just love the word pyrophilia? I mean, that word is beautiful, you know? It's poetic, it's melodic, it's powerful. I love everything about it. And then when I learned, you know, some of these three successions of pyrophilia, the filaments and then the cups and the fire moss and the fireweed, just the whole concept of that wrapped around that word, I just love that word. And I think it's a really beautiful thing to witness. So both sites are scattered with some of the nurse logs that maybe they were culled from the logging, not good enough, or whatever. For whatever reason, big logs were on both sites. And we've noticed that some of the logs crumbled rapidly after the fire, while other logs did not. And Mark Harmon isn't here to answer that question for us. But we look like a tree like this is, one of these is in the background of one of our photo points, and we just see it like within 6 or 9 months, where other logs around there have barely decomposed in the time. And so, you know, Fred wondered, what if some of these logs had this thick carpet of moss over them that was literally holding it all together, and once the fire burned that thick moss away, it was the rain got in and it just muddled down, but we don't really know for sure. Okay, lightning round question. Who can tell me the very first non-human creature I encountered on the project site? There you go. Mosquito. Who said mosquito? Bzz. I had never been in a forest without a canopy before. So the ubiquitous quality of the light was really enchanting to me. Light was just everywhere. All these tree stems, like a forest, but light was everywhere, which also meant shadows were long. And the first time I saw a shadow cast from one tree that went all the way up the length of another tree, I was just amazed by that. And it's just such a really cool thing. And so, of course, Fred knew what was going to happen on this landscape. He'd been through this kind of thing before. I kind of had this intellectual notion, you know, it's all blacks and browns and green things are going to come up, but in no way was I prepared to all these close observations, being there again and again, to be in this profusion of vegetation. By summer, to get to our photo points, we were literally crawling sometimes. I was holding my tripod like a soldier with a rifle, trying to get through this fireweed. It was just a profusion that really spoke to the power of nature to me in a really profound way that I was really feel fortunate to get to witness. That from black to that much growth was just an incredible reminder of nature's power. So a couple of days ago, or a week ago, I was working on one of our chronosequences, and I was doing all 15 of them, and I was kind of cycling through, and I was realizing that I was going from the dark black soil to the rising up of this vegetation in spring and summer year one, and then it all came back down, and then it all just came back up again in year two summer, and then winter right now has gone back down again. Lightning round question, fill in the blank. I had a sense the earth was, who said it first? You all, everyone. Okay, you all get a book. 3 of you there, I think, I heard. So typologies, groups of types of things. We to date have 15 typologies, and these typologies fall into 3 categories: created by fire, stimulated by fire, and revealed by fire. So we're going to show some examples of each of those. Swooping is a very technical term that Fred made up for these trees that, you know, tall, skinny, they chose to get up to the light rather than put on girth. But the fire-generated winds, you know, blew them over and held them in place so the heat dried them out. And what I really love about them is in this black, charred landscape is there's evidence of fire everywhere, but these swooping trees are a constant reminder of the winds that were part of that major event. So charred abstractions, you know, I would have thought prior to this, yeah, a forest burned, it's going to be all black tree trunks, right? I was so happy to be wrong because there is so much variety in color and form and textures in these burned trees. Wood burns differently from bark, different species burn in different ways, old and young. Our very first day out there up at BRCE site, I looked up and literally saw this, and I just got my camera and pointed up and made this picture, and then I was looking at this atypical branch, you know, what was going on there, this sort of reaching in, and, you know, this was the height of COVID where we were all hunkered down and sort of, you know, embracing ourselves, and that's what I saw in what was happening with these branches, is this sort of self-embrace protective quality. And so I called Fred over and, you know, like I did so many times, Fred, what am I looking at here? And so we talked about it, and obviously it was a result of heat in some way, but Fred later talked to some scientists, friends of his, and there maybe is an idea, I'm not too sure how confident they are, but the different cell structures, top and bottom of the conifer branches, responded to the heat in different ways, and so they shrunk at different rates, something like that. The hardwood trees did not exhibit any of that, and not all of the conifers, so maybe areas where it burned hotter than others. Stump ghosts. So these old growth stumps that were cut 60, 70 years ago, different sizes, different species, different rates of decay, until the fire came along and burned out and just created these amazing hollows and shapes. And so I was interested in measuring some of them. This one was 15 feet across at the largest distance. And also the deepest root canal that I could probe with my tape measure was just a little under 9 feet back, completely burned away and left open. So on this site that we worked, there was logging going on the hillsides on both sides of us. Mechanical logging to the south, and to the north was helicopter logging. So one day we're out there, and you know, I've got stump ghosts on my mind, and I'm listening to this helicopter, and I had this imagining, wouldn't it be so cool if one of these helicopters with a water dropping bucket, you know, instead came over here with the bucket filled with molten bronze, and they just, you know, filled that whole mold with molten bronze, and we created this really cool sculpture. It would pay for this whole project of ours, you know? That would be really fun. So one thing that I feel with these stump ghosts is, you know, they're evidence of the tree that existed before. So when you see the stump ghost, you can feel the tree that was there. And by the size of the stump ghost, you might, you know, have a sense of how old that tree was, how big that tree was. And so it's gone now, but there is this visual representation of that. And I just wonder how many years is it going to take for erosion and whatever other processes are going to erode away all that visual representation of the tree that was there, and it just becomes a little depression in the landscape, and all sense and memory of that tree is gone. I just kind of wonder how long that's going to take. Another created by fire typology is fuel architecture. And another, hey Fred, what am I noticing here? What is this? So, you know, the understory burned away, and a limb would fall, and if it was all by itself, it would smolder and wink out. But wherever they crossed, generated more heat. They burned longer until they separated out, and the fire would cool down and go away. And I just thought